The confession of a fallen angel. There is little enmity against Satan and his works, because there is so great ignorance concerning his power and malice, and the vast extent of his warfare against Christ and his church. Multitudes are deluded here. They do not know that their enemy is a mighty general, who controls the minds of evil angels, and that with well-matured plans and skillful movements he is warring against God to prevent the salvation of souls. Among professed Christians, and even among ministers of the gospel, there is heard scarcely a reference to Satan, except perhaps an incidental mention in the pulpit. They overlook the evidences of his continual activity and success. They neglect the many warnings of his subtlety. They seem to ignore his very existence. Yes, a lot of people don't know this, and they do not know it because I did not want them to know. Up until now, my work has been done in complete secrecy. I work best when people are not aware of my existence, my intentions, and my modus operandi. Now, however, I decided to change that. From now on, you will know about me. Do you think that what you are doing and what have you been doing is the result of your own thinking and intentions? No. I control you. I misled you in almost every aspect of your life. You are filled with wrong prejudices. You have misplaced priorities in life. I've imposed false life attitudes and beliefs on you. You are in complete darkness. My victory is even greater knowing that I've managed to do it all, leaving you in belief that you are so smart and wise, that you're free to do whatever you want, that you have the opportunity to enjoy life, and that everything you've accomplished is the result of your creativity. Keeping you in ignorance is no longer interesting to me. I've realized that I managed to humiliate the mankind so much that even when you find out almost everything about me, and once you've realized that everything you do is actually a result of what I have imposed on you, you still won't have the strength to change anything. I will go so far and claim that you'll be able to realize, if you read carefully, how to become free. But your ego will be my ally once again, and will continue to hold you under my control. Are you ready? Are you ready to meet the being that is the cause of everything evil on the planet Earth? Are you ready to understand that even if you think that you don't have anything to do with me, you actually belong and serve me? Are you ready to realize that I have decided to rule your life? No, nobody is ready for that. However, the facts cannot be changed. You think that you're protected from me because you are religious, because you are a Christian, a good one perhaps. You think that I can't manipulate you because you aren't religious, because you do not believe in the Creator, because you don't believe that I exist. Start reading and find out how I tricked you in so many ways. Find out where and when you willingly crossed to my side. I will show you how I made your life miserable, and how I managed to make you believe that you are happy. You'll realize that problems you now have are not result of random coincidences, but in fact are repercussions of my carefully executed plan. You think this is funny. Just keep on reading, and I promise you that I will be the one who will laugh last, at the end of this book, as well as the end of your life. The first part of this book will follow biblical chronology. If you haven't read the Bible, all the better for me. The second part of the book is the one where you play the main role, under my direction, Lucifer. Chapter 1. The Most Perfect Creature. The Creator's hands made me the most marvelously designed creature that existed. Wisdom, beauty, and skills that I was granted were beyond anything ever seen before. Other creatures admired me. I was awarded the highest possible role that a creature can have. I was a cherub. This is the highest order of angels, who are in the immediate vicinity of the Creator. I enjoyed observing how other creatures loved me, and I enjoyed showing them my beauty, wisdom, and skills. But something was missing. Although they were delighted by my presence, and although they truly loved me and obeyed me with joy, the spark in their eyes while they would observe the Creator and His Son was missing. I was then consumed by an unknown feeling. I didn't know what to do and how to behave. In spite of the perfect order that the universe was in, I started to feel something opposite of pleasure. There wasn't a word for it at that time, so I called it dissatisfaction. I tried to figure out what I was missing so that I could win over all the creatures completely, but I was just perfect. Isn't that by itself enough to be appreciated and respected more than I'm now? I observed assembled creatures, the angels around the Creator's throne. I was trying to figure out what he offered them that I couldn't. What did he give them? Life, love, law, order, beauty, law. I thought of it as a something that was limiting our freedom. How can we be happy if we are bounded by some rules and commandments? The Creator called it the law of freedom. What kind of freedom requires obedience to anything? At that time, nobody thought the same way as I did, so I didn't have anyone to share an opinion with, and I began to experience something that pushed me away from the Creator and His Son. They noticed that something was wrong with me. They tried to talk with me about it, but I didn't have anything to tell them, because even I didn't know what was happening to me. I decided to share my thoughts with those angels who showed greater appreciation to me. They were also confused. I tried to explain to them how it would be better if there was no law. Suddenly, I realized that I could use this statement to get what I want, the spark in their eyes when they look at me. I would become their liberator. I would set them free from the bondage of the law. I talked with other beings, suggesting what I wanted them to conclude. It was surprisingly easy to convert them to my side. They all loved and trusted me. I went a step further. I started lying to win them over to my side. It was so simple. Up to then, no one ever said anything but the truth. Therefore, they believed everything I told them. Initially, I felt strange and uncomfortable when lying, but the results I've achieved in their affection towards me overcame the feeling of discomfort. After all, I intended to explain later that this was the quicker way towards freedom. The Creator warned me where this way of thinking and action will lead me. He begged me to stop doing what I was doing and return to where I was. However, I did not let him brainwash me like the others. I didn't listen to him. Soon enough, he told me that I can no longer perform the duties I did up to that moment. I got one more proof that showed that his principles aren't fair and that he was trying to humiliate me, the most perfect creature. New feelings flooded me one after another. I couldn't name them, but they've taken me over completely. I was afraid where these feelings will take me, but I couldn't let the angels I won over see even a glimpse of self-doubt on me, the mightiest angel. The more I persisted in doing what I was doing, the more I realized how powerless the Creator was to do anything to me. However, He is the giver of life, and He could just take it from me, but I realized that He wouldn't do that. This would only prove that I was right. That encouraged me even more. I realized that He has limitations I don't. I decided to use that to my advantage. More and more angels joined me and stood by my side. We accused those who warned us and didn't want to join us that they served the Creator out of fear, even though they have free will. I have to admit, I was a bit surprised by the Creator's reaction. If I was at His place, I would immediately remove the one that spread such discontent among my creatures. Others would then perhaps serve me out of fear, but at least I would make sure that there won't be similar attempts in the future, because I wouldn't let the riot escalate like the Creator did. Instead of trying to do everything that He could to stop me, I heard that the Creator and His Son are planning to create a new planet that will inhabit all kind of living beings, as well as a being in their image, as the apex of creation. That got me pretty excited. Apart from kicking me out my position, He seemed to ignore me and act like I do not even exist, as if I don't represent any threat to His Majesty whatsoever. A new feeling then overcame me. Today it is known as anger. Chapter 2. The Earth. My property. That was just what I needed. A new planet and its habitants. All the other worlds were already biased against me. I carefully observed what was going on. The Creator decided to create and then populate planet Earth. I thought I could perhaps learn how to create life if I watch while Creator does it. It was an incredible experience. When the creation was finished, I observed all these living beings, and none of them was similar to the Creator. I saw that the sun was creating something out of earth dust, but I couldn't come closer. I then saw him giving life to what he previously formed, a beautiful creature in his own image. Shortly after, he caused a deep sleep to fall upon the creature, and then used the creature's rib to form another being of same kind, but of opposite sex. I figured that if I somehow managed to win over these beautiful creatures, my victory would be complete. However, I just couldn't catch a moment when they were alone to approach them in private. I was disappointed to find out that they were already familiar with what I was doing, so the chance of approaching them openly was out of question. I had to think of something. It was very important for me to have someone created in the Creator's own image on my side. I started discovering that I can use my skills for other causes, apart from those originally intended. I realized that the creatures on Earth have fewer abilities than us, angels, so I tried to take advantage of that fact and use my skills to win over these newly created beings. I decided to use the snake, the most beautiful creature at that moment, as a medium. I figured I could use the body and the mind of Snake to speak through it. I wondered if I could do the same with humans. However, the main question was, what reason could I use to approach them? What could I use as my advantage? Of course, something concerning the law. I realized that they have the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The Creator placed it there as the only obstacle that could test the obedience of created beings. Why would the man be deprived of knowledge about what is good and what is evil? Isn't that an advantage? How can you defend against something you do not even know? What is evil anyway? Nobody ever heard of something like that up to that moment. Why wouldn't we be able to have a chance to know what is evil? Aren't we beings with free will that can make their own decisions? If I had approached them directly, the prejudice they had concerning me would hinder my efforts. Even though I could see that he was sad when he was explaining them what was going on, I was sure that they were being manipulated. I had to tell them the truth about me. Eve was alone. She seemed somewhat weaker and less decisive than Adam. I decided to approach her. While she was passing by me, I spoke to her. She suspected nothing. The snake's body was a perfect cover. I started the conversation by deliberately misleading her with false information. Even though I exactly knew what was forbidden to them, I asked her if it was true that they aren't allowed to take fruits from all the trees. She corrected me by explaining that they are allowed to eat fruits from every tree, except from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, in which case they would die. Up to that moment, nobody dared to do such a thing, so I decided to try to make her do that, just to see what will happen. I told her that's not true, that they won't die, but, on the contrary, they will become gods knowing good and evil. I asked her what could possibly be wrong with that. Wouldn't that be another advantage, yet another addition to their perfection? She also never heard of anything untruthful. How could a god's creature try to deceive one another, especially in such a loving and harmonic environment? Her eyes gave her away. I knew what was going to happen. She gazed upon the beautiful fruit, thinking about it. She probably reckoned how death doesn't really exist and that I was probably right. She approached the tree and took the fruit. Nothing happened. She started eating it. Still nothing happened. Then Adam arrived. Seeing what Eve has done, he froze. He knew what was going to happen. I tried to enter his mind like I did with Snake, but I couldn't. However, I was able to suggest to him what to do and feel. I tried to convince him that his life without Eve would be pointless, and that he should share her faith. And I did it. Being fully aware what he was doing, knowing what awaits him if he takes the fruit, he ate it. In that very moment, the light that surrounded him disappeared. At the same time, I realized that all the strength they had to resist me disappeared. They still had appearance similar to that of Creator, but they lost the strength he granted them. They lost it because they broke the covenant they had with the Creator. In fact, they aren't such a great masterpiece as I believed earlier. The whole newly created planet was now mine, with all of its residents. I started to like humans, and I felt that they need me to protect them. Soon enough, I heard the Creator coming. I didn't want to leave. They were on my side now, and I laid claim on them. I stayed near them so that I could help them defend and justify themselves. After all, this was all new to them. The Creator knew what they had done. He knew they couldn't undo what they already did. But I was right. They didn't die even though the Creator promised them that they will. He asked Adam what he has done. I suggested to him that he blames Eve. She was very surprised to hear that. I suggested her to blame the snake. That way nobody was to blame except the snake. The Creator then cursed the snake, taking away its legs and wings, but then he said something that confused me. The Creator said that he puts enmity between its offspring and Eve's. At first I didn't realize what that meant, but it turned out that he referred to me and my offspring, the people that serve me. I was furious when I realized that the human race, despite disobedience, will still have the possibility to resist me. I saw how much the Creator cared about these pathetic beings. But when will they die? Why haven't they died yet? It turned out my guess was good. The Creator wasn't telling the truth. He wasn't true to what he said. If he was, he should have taken their lives right away. This way it seemed to me that he changed his own law, which was supposedly unchangeable, so they could be spared. But what are they doing? The Creator is showing Adam what to do. Adam catches a lamb, slaughters it, peels its skin and does something strange, some kind of ritual. What does this mean? I had to see what will happen. The Creator explained to them that there is only one way to fix what they did. The Creator had to be just and merciful at the same time, and that's why he tells them that he himself will pay the penalty for sin, for the disobedience of law. He will die through his Son so that the man could live. He will be merciful, and he will forgive them for their offense, but will still be just and take the penalty, death, for their deeds by himself. That's why they didn't die right away. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. How can he who claims to be immortal, how could he die? Why would he even do something like that for a couple of wretches who didn't even obey him? Because he loved them. I was already sick of that word because it started ruining all my plans. But I won't let that happen. This planet is mine. They obey me now. There is no possibility of return and forgiveness. Fortunately, humans didn't die, and they still had the access to the tree of life, whose fruits the Creator used to grant them immortality. And I can still use them and their descendants to achieve my goals, a kingdom with greater freedom, a kingdom without a law, more appreciated than the Creator's. I watched as the Creator takes them out of Garden of Eden. Why is he doing this? He then placed 2 angels with flaming swords, so that people won't be able to live eternally in the state I brought them into. My hatred towards the Creator and mankind increased rapidly. The humans were too weak and too limited. I couldn't do anything useful with them. They couldn't fly, communicate through thoughts, or travel from one dimension to another. They are useless and pathetic, and yet still, the Creator gave them the possibility to resist me, even though I was thousands of times more powerful than them. He placed his force in them, because they couldn't resist me by themselves. I had to hinder and occupy mankind with everything that I could think of so that they won't have the possibility to resist me. And to accomplish that, I had to separate them from the Creator as much as possible. After all, I was doing this for their own good, for their complete freedom and liberation from law. Chapter 3. The beginnings of mankind. The Creator wasn't intending to leave this planet to me even though I had supporters here. To be honest, they weren't on my side anymore, because they felt cheated. They repented, but nonetheless, their disobedience to the Creator made them rebels, like I was. I tried to get them to join me, but they remained persistent in their repentance, receiving force necessary to resist all my efforts to get them back. However, the time was on my side. I heard when the Creator said that they will have offspring. This is my chance. I wanted this planet. I realized that I should try to convince people to do everything against the law, so that the Creator would leave them to me completely. The Creator doesn't want to reside where the law isn't obeyed and where, what he calls sin, rules. I started studying humans and their weaknesses. I had to find a way to distance them from the Creator's law, but also making them believe they are enjoying that. I had to make them live free, to do what they consider right, to do what I think is right. The two sons are born, Cain and Abel. As soon as they've grown up a bit, I saw that Abel could cause a lot of trouble to me. He obeyed his parents and firmly decided to keep the Creator's law. Cain was different. He didn't pay attention to what his parents told him, so I decided to use this weakness to win him over. Abel presented his offerings very zealously, often listening and talking to God. He knew the only chance for a man to get back into covenant with the Creator is to accept his death as a penalty for his sins. I wasn't able to convince them to stop presenting offerings, but I could try to twist its purpose a bit. Instead of presenting their offerings as a remembrance to the Creator's sacrifice, I suggested that a sacrificial system is just a way of appeasing him and sedating his anger. They had to believe that the Creator hates and condemns them. And I managed to do that, partially. I suggested to Cain that he can offer anything as sacrifice. Why would he buy his offerings? He can offer whatever he has at the moment. That is also enough. It's important that he is at least partially obedient. Then something interesting happened, when the Creator responded favorably to Abel's sacrifice, and ignored Cain's offerings because of his disobedience. I saw that Cain felt something very similar to what I personally feel. Injured pride, envy, anger. The door of his mind was wide open to me. I already hated Abel because I wasn't able to affect him. His faith protected him from me. Perhaps I could try to turn his brother against him, to hurt him through his brother that was under my control. I therefore suggested to Cain that he fiercely hits him. I wondered what will happen to a person after he was strongly hit. Completely overtaken by what I suggested, he did it. He struck his own brother, and behold, Abel died. The breath of life the Creator granted him simply came out of his body. He was unalive. I reckoned that this was the end of the Creator's patience. He won't tolerate this anymore. He might punish Cain for what he'd done by taking away his life, but he'll leave the planet to me. But he showed affection and love to such a creature, to a murderer. If Cain showed that he wanted forgiveness, the Creator would have forgiven him. I realized that whatever happened, the Creator won't give up this planet. I was overcome with rage. My plans to rule the earth and build a better kingdom became ever more complicated. And now, instead of attempting to create my own kingdom, I wanted to complicate the Creator's plans. It was clear to me that I couldn't win the battle for the kingdom, but I still could win the battle for man. The Creator had other intentions. The Creator wanted to bring them back to himself, to enable them to return to where they were, in immortality, in the unity with him. But I wanted to keep them under my control. Of course, I can't win if I battle openly. What could I do? Tell them that it's better to stay by my side so that they would eventually die, instead of being obedient to the Creator and living eternally in happiness and harmony. No, I had to do that without them being aware of what is happening. I had to blur the idea of eternal values. I had to present the Creator as someone who punishes unjustly, as someone who hates and condemns them, as someone who took their immortality unfairly. My advantage was that I didn't have to win over their love and attention. It would be difficult to do so. They would soon realize who the cause of their suffering is. But I don't need their love. I only want them to obey me and worship me. I don't care if they love me or don't. I figured out that all I need to do is to divert their full attention to themselves. That's the quickest way to separate them from the Creator. I need to work on their self-confidence. Thus, they will stop relying on the Creator's power and try to live on their own. And then, have you ever manipulated an ant? It thinks it can go wherever it wants, but if you put a hand in front of it, it has to turn. And by doing so, with more or less manipulation, direct it to where you wanted it to be. Or, if it didn't obey you, simply crush him with your thumb. And this is a man full of self-confidence compared to me. That small, helpless ant. Even better, it is quite easy to manipulate a man to make his own pleasure and comfort the sole purpose of his life, regardless of how much it could cost him. Chapter 4. Pre-flood Earth. Antediluvian world was advancing quickly. The inhabitants of the planet Earth were mine. We were on the same side, except there was no way back for me. Ritual offerings gave me a better insight into Creator's plans. He planned to redeem man with his own death, although I didn't know how he intends to do that. Abel was no more. Moreover, he decomposed long ago. The Creator didn't redeem him, although he was faithful to him. I then thought of another way of distorting the sacrificial system. I suggested to people that the bigger the sacrifice is, the more merciful the Creator will be. Can there be a greater sacrifice than a human one? A child, perhaps. That way I managed to win over a lot of those who weren't openly on my side. Let them perform the rituals, but not in the way the Creator said, but how I inspired them. My goal was to make them do something bad in the eyes of Creator, while still believing they're doing the right thing. Furthermore, realizing that a man can die before the consequences of separation from the tree of life overwhelm him when dies of natural cause, I began to encourage and inspire people to physically eliminate their opponents by murdering them. I was convinced that there had to be a point when the Creator would give up this planet. I realized that people mostly crave for three things: power, lust, and appetite. I encouraged man to set his own pleasure as his sole priority. To achieve these pleasures, one was ready to do anything. By using great human intelligence and their great potential in terms of their limitations, I managed to take control of almost every corner on the earth. Busting their self-confidence and pride was easy to do, due to their great intelligence. And that is how I laid the foundation of my rule over the human race. By learning about human weaknesses, there was no way the humans could resist me, the more so because they believed that all that they did was the result of their decision-making skills. Since they enjoyed doing such things, they didn't pay much attention to true life values. By separating them from the Creator, I've managed to take complete control over them. I twisted the meaning of sacrifice, encouraged them to be violent and uncontrollably lustful, perverted their appetite. If I was at the Creator's place, I'd given up on them long ago. Only a handful of people, led by Noah, remained on the Creator's side. There was no way he could win now. From the billions of people who lived back then, only 8 of them were on his side. The Creator felt sorry for man. Even though he offered them eternal happiness, they choose. Under my influence, short-lived pleasures of this small and almost insignificant world. I understood his disappointment, but it's his fault. Nobody forced him to oppose me. He could have just left this planet to me and give me a chance to prove that my kingdom would be better than his. This way, I won't get my kingdom, but neither the Creator will. The more sympathy he showed to mankind, the more I hated them. This way, by inflicting pain to man, I also made the Creator suffer. He told Noah about a worldwide flood. I didn't know how, but I knew he can do that. Noah warned others, but I inspired them to present scientific evidence against his claims and make fun of him. Until then, there was no rain. How could there be a flood? How could such a catastrophe happen in this perfect world? And so we made fun of Noah and those who built the ark with him for 120 years. He was one of those who stayed on the Creator's side no matter what, so I couldn't do much except this. And finally, the ark was finished. Noah, his family, and a pair of each type of animal entered the ark. Even though people started wondering why the animals are coming inside by themselves, I quickly calmed them by showing that science is on their side and that there is no way some disaster could happen. However, rain started. Also, the Creator released water from Earth's crust along with strong earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. The people were terrified, and they should have been. That was their end. But it doesn't matter, there will always be others. Now it will be easier. I already had almost 1700 years of practice in deceiving and manipulating people. And I had not even taken my intellectual and physical supremacy into account. I did not see any reason why the Creator would give mankind another chance. I defeated him once, I will defeat him again. What new could he do? Chapter 5. After the flood, I was thinking that the Creator, if he wanted to die and pay the penalty for human sins in this way, had to become a man, a mortal being, for a period of time. That'll be my chance. So far I've managed to outsmart every human being, one way or another, and that is all I need to prove that nobody, and I mean nobody, can keep the Creator's law completely. This means that the Creator himself, while on earth, will have no chance against me. And the Creator himself will help me prove that the law he set is impossible to hold. All my efforts have been directed to prepare the best I could for that moment. Designing a variety of new life habits so the man could transgress, I noticed that humans as species are prone to degradation of their skills and abilities through generations. Therefore, I decided to make man as weak and defenseless as I possibly could, both physically and intellectually. Moreover, it seemed that the events to which the sacrificial rites referred to aren't going to happen any time soon. This will give me enough time to humiliate mankind as much as possible. If I was able to deceive a perfect man who lived in perfect conditions, I was sure that there is no human being that could resist me, even if that person was the Creator in human form himself. I wasn't intending to leave anything to chance, and the best of all is that the man will help me to succeed in my venture. Interesting, isn't it? Only a man would accept habits that humiliate, disable, and make him sick. Of course, the only condition is that he enjoys it. He would do anything for that. Water that devastated the entire planet created new seas and oceans. I've never seen anything uglier. That wonderful planet I wanted for myself was now an eyesore of universe. Beautiful mountains, forests, waterfalls. Everything was completely destroyed. Earth's global ecosystem was completely changed. Soon after, the ground separated into several parts, the poles were frozen, and the phenomena we today call clouds first appeared. Aqueous layer around the Earth was no more. The living space on Earth was reduced by 2/3. I wondered what Creator's intentions were. How could he let something that ugly and imperfect exist in a perfect universe? Noah and his family came out of the ark. They were horrified by what they saw. They panicked. What will they eat? Where will they live? Soon, the Creator spoke to Noah. He told him something about a covenant. He promised them that'll be no more global floods. He ordered them to multiply and replenish the earth. How can't he see that there is no way he could win the battle for mankind? What other intentions could he possibly have? If he wants the people to spread across 4 corners of the earth, I have to try to stop that. I wanted to keep people together on small space so I could unite them to do the opposite of what the Creator told them to do. I wanted them to win their independence on their own. I gathered them in a valley with a plan to build a tower that will be the symbol of their power and independence. Creator didn't like that, of course. He did something unusual. He made people speak different languages. They couldn't communicate with each other, but they all still understood me, and that is all that matters. In a short period of time after the flood, the world was once again in the state it was before the global catastrophe. I wondered how the Creator will destroy the world now. Will he finally let me rule this planet? Then I saw him approaching a man, telling him that he is chosen to be the father of a special nation. It was Abraham. He was a pious man. I wasn't able to deceive him, because my plans were constantly thwarted by old Noah. He was like a living fossil among them. The Creator let him live long so he could testify about what happened to mankind for their wickedness. Abraham listened to every word he said and decided to follow Noah's footsteps and obey Creator's will. That is the reason why the Creator chose him. So what? What could he do through this chosen nation? Have a greater influence on the rest of mankind than I have? Abraham moved to place the Creator told him to. It bothered me that he now lived at a place that can be considered as a crossroad of cultures. Everyone who passed there could see how Abraham was blessed. His family was growing, little by little. I just convinced them to accept the behavior, habit, and rituals I imposed on surrounding nations. Relying on the power of the Creator, Abraham became a great authority and example. True, I managed to break him a couple of times, But that was all meaningless and short-lived. I had to prevent that such a nation spreads and become a warning and example to others. I managed to separate that family. I suggested to Lot that it's best if he moves to one of the most beautiful cities at that time, Sodom. He was seduced by its exterior beauty, but he wasn't aware that I've set a trap for him there. He wanted to teach those people the truths about the Creator, but I had other intentions. I wanted to teach him about the pleasures the human body can experience. In this city, immorality of every kind flourished. The Creator didn't wait for long. Once again, he decided to destroy. This time, he'll only destroy Sodom and surrounding cities. And while he spoke to Abraham about what his plans are, 2 of my former colleagues went to scout the situation. Never mind. He, and especially his family, will stick to prejudices they've picked up while living in Sodom. The cities were then destroyed, people lost. Who won? Me. Chapter 6. Israel. I didn't quite understand how the Creator intends to redeem mankind. Abel was still dead. The others who were obedient to the Creator died too. Will he resurrect them? It was the only explanation I could think of. But when will it be done? Why didn't he do it right away? Thinking about that gave me another wonderful idea of how I could, yet further, deceive man. Why wouldn't the man believe that there is another life after death? It was time to remind the man on my first lie. And while people studied Creator's truths about their salvation, I suggested them to conclude that it must mean they take effect right after death. I assured them that death doesn't mean the end of one's life, but simply that man continues his life in another form, and that those who died actually live. Awesome. This has opened the possibility of a new way of communication with people in which they would believe that they are speaking with the deceased, or with their souls. Of course, the angels who shared my destiny and me would pose as the deceased and imitate them. This idea had its drawbacks, but once we've spoken to people in the image and voice of their dead, they wouldn't think too much about how that contradicts with what the Creator told them. The Creator's family can keep what it already possesses. I will deceive everyone also so good that even those who are at his side, living near those who obey me, won't be able to forever remain immune to my influence. I will break all of them eventually. Several generations later there was a great drought. The Creator took care of his people in his own way during the drought in Egypt. In fact, he brought them there so they could multiply and enrich faster, considering that this was the most fertile part of the planet at that time. This was a direct challenge to me. He decided to make a temporary residence for his people in the center of my kingdom. We'll see how long they'll be safe here. The Pharaoh who respected Israelis died. He was the one who let them populate the best parts of Egypt. His successor was under my control. I flared up his hatred toward Israelis, as well as the fear from the possibility that one day Israelis could numerically overwhelm them and take away his kingdom. I used the Pharaoh to cause great pain to the Creator's now numerous folk, both physically and spiritually. I whispered to them that the Creator has abandoned them, and even told them that he doesn't even exist, that only Egyptian deities are real. The people were close to fully giving in to my influence. I decided to fully weaken this nation and keep in permanent slavery by suggesting to Pharaoh to slay every male child at birth. Did the Creator really think he could strengthen his people under my very nose? Knowing that the Egyptians will kill her child, a woman, Moses' mother, carefully concealed her baby, and then put it in a specially prepared basket, which she let down the river. I knew that the Creator has some plans with this child, and that is why I tried very hard to kill him, but I wasn't allowed to do that. The Creator led things so that the baby Moses was found by Pharaoh's daughter. I tried to make them kill the child, but I wasn't allowed to influence them. However, it doesn't even matter. Harsh slavery crushed Israeli spirits so much that there is no chance anyone would be able to organize them and lead them back to promised land. As Moses grew up, he realized that it was the Creator's providence that led him to this position. He knew the Creator has some plan for him. I tried to suggest to him that it would be unreasonable to identify with the slaves when he can inherit the throne of the most powerful kingdom on earth. But it was clear that he wasn't attracted by that as much as I wanted. And then I decided to intervene into the Creator's plans, to make Moses take the initiative and trust in his own strength, education and wisdom. I suggested to him that he is, after all, the one that the Creator has chosen, and that he should try to deliver his people from the slavery by a large armed rebellion. Surprisingly, he fell for that and started thinking about it. The rest was easy. When he saw that one of his compatriots was being beaten by an Egyptian, I suggested that he should kill him, and he did it. I made him think that this act will promote him into a leader and protector of his people. But the Creator didn't want to use Moses in this way. Next time, when he tried to separate his two compatriots, instead of praising him as their patron, the Creator made them humiliate him and spread the rumor about the murder Moses committed. It was all the same to me. Make the Egyptians kill him, or inspire him to try to free his people by force. It was important that the chosen people stay here where it won't have any kind of influence to anyone. Moses, however, managed to escape, but the people stayed here. I wondered what the Creator was up to now. The years passed. Moses, although alive, was too old to be used by the Creator for anything. And then, when Moses thought his plans stayed unfulfilled, when he began to think about dying, when there was no strength and power left in him to rely on, when even I started wondering how the Creator could possibly fulfill his promise of bringing Israelis back to the Promised Land, the Creator tells Moses to prepare for his mission. I could not believe it. What could this old man do? But the Creator could now empower him, because Moses was finally ready to do his part. Moses returns to Egypt, asks the Pharaoh to let the people out, but I had no intention of doing so. I'll try to stop him at all costs. The Creator tries to assure people that he will guide them by performing miracles through Moses. At first I tried to imitate what the Creator did, but I wasn't able to. Instead of miracles, I only managed to create illusions. However, it doesn't matter. I can make people pretty stubborn. However, the Creator was willing to go all the way, and in the end the Pharaoh gave in. The Creator then established a new rite, Passover. I had to thoroughly analyze the meaning of this rite for two reasons. First, so that I could twist its meaning, and second, to prepare myself for the moment when its symbolism fulfills at a certain point in the future. I reckoned it would be wise to send some Egyptians who were loyal to me to join the Israelis out of fear when they leave Egypt, under excuse that they want to serve their God. And, of course, that was one of my brilliant moves. My people among the creators. My standards and rules among his people. Thanks to the Egyptians, I made the journey in desert, to say at least troubling, especially to Moses. I spurred the riots through my followers. However, it didn't last long. The Creator swiftly punished those transgressions, and my subjects were reduced to an insignificant number. When they arrived near Canaan, they chose 12 spies to scout the land. During that survey, while the spies enjoyed the beauty of this land, I constantly tried to divert their attention to the strength of local nations and their cities, and discourage them in their intentions to enter Canaan. And I did it. Actually, it worked on only 10 of them. The other 2 knew what the Creator was capable of doing for those who trust him. But the 10 spies were enough to make the Creator return his people back to the desert for 40 years. I used that time to prepare and strengthen the nations of that land, who were under my control and influence, so that they could be prepared for the upcoming clash with the Israelis. Chapter 7. The rest of the world. After the flood, people quickly multiplied, and after the incident with languages during the construction of Tower of Babel, they've spread across 4 corners of the earth. But wherever they'd go, the angels who shared my fate and me went with them. We're still far numerous than men. Every part of the world was under my control. I knew that people have an inner need to connection with him. I easily used that human trait to my own gain. I made up all kind of names for deities in cultures all around the globe. Through the people that were loyal to me and had spiritual authority among their people, I built religious systems that were more or less worshipping me, the most powerful creature. Baal, that's me. Isis too. Shiva, Vishnu, Krishna, Zeus, Odin, Mithras, Ra, and every other name other than the creators are nothing more than names through which people worshipped me. Once I teach man to do something, there is almost no way of going back. Prejudice is a powerful tool, and I am an expert on that field. Just be patient, and you'll find that you also got trapped in one of them. In religions I've founded, I invented all kinds of ceremonies. Some were immoral, others were morbid. To my delight, man was ready to do anything. He proved to be an excellent subject. Eventually, I realized that the source of my joy was to harm the man. This was one of the ways to get even with the Creator for what he did to me. And there was nothing he could do about that. The most advanced civilizations were easiest to manipulate. They were keen to accept morbid rituals, human sacrifices, torture and suffering, death and horror. Nations who were under my control did all of these things. Once taught by me, people didn't need a lot of encouragement from my side anymore. If the Creator wanted to present himself to the world through a handful of people, that would mean he really underestimated me, the ruler of this planet. How could somebody teach any of the nations under my control that there is a God, when I am their deity? I brought my followers to a state of such fanatism that they'd kill anyone who thought differently, even if that person was a member of their family. The Creator knew that. But does he have any other plans? Why does he allow me to inflict such pain, suffering, and death to his creatures? Why doesn't he just kill me? Anyway, I took extra effort to make sure that nations most biased against the Creator live in the Promised Land, close to his chosen nation. I wanted to use them to make a particular impact on Israel. The Creator will probably order the Israelis to exterminate them, but I'll find a way to get some of my followers close to Israelis. Even they are not immune to power and lust. Chapter 8. Entering the Promised Land. By observing the Creator's nation in the desert, I began to understand what he intended to do with them. He wanted to place them at the junction of the world and set them as a role model to every nation on the planet. He chose a completely average nation without any remarkable traits. And then he gave them the law of universe. The consequence of this act would be very bad for me, because the surrounding nations would soon realize that the cause of their misery is the lack of such laws and commandments that Israelis adhere. Seeing Israeli religious ceremonies, full of meaning, and comparing them with their bloody orgies, my followers might wish to join them and wait for the Redeemer to come. Seeing how Israeli spouses mutually respect and love each other, they might realize that the cause of misfortune in their family is fornication and bad treatment of women, who are observed as sex objects. Seeing how Israeli children respect their parents, they may understand the benefits of family happiness and proper upbringing, compared to their alienation and rude behavior toward children. Seeing how Israelis don't lock their doors without fearing that someone might steal or try to kill them, they could realize that such a life is far peaceful and comfortable than their life, full of violence and despair. Seeing how Israelis are all in good health, there is a possibility they'd realize that the cause of their illnesses is their wrong diet and lifestyle. The Creator cunningly devised it. The people of Israel wouldn't have to say a word about the Creator. People would come by themselves to believe and serve their God. I didn't like that. I had to twist the very meaning of the law the Creator gave them. It is better that they do not see the blessings that can come through obedience to these laws. Fortunately, that wasn't too difficult to achieve. I suggested to them that it is important to adhere the mere form of law instead of thinking about its meaning, thus letting the law change them completely. I managed to make the Creator's law by itself to be the very meaning of their life. Israel will never be able to testify about Creator in the way the Creator intended. After entering the Promised Land, Israel started paying more attention to their own problems than its real mission. Announcement of the redemption of mankind that the Messiah will fulfill by dying instead of man. Who made them do that, I wonder? It was me, of course. I tried to turn them against each other, teach them to be in war against each other, but apart from minor conflicts, I didn't manage to accomplish anything. However, I did one thing though. They didn't fully obey the Creator and didn't exterminate all the people of Canaan. They will never learn. Even with all the incidents that happened in wilderness, when Egyptians were with them, they still didn't realize that I'm doing the same thing again. And they didn't see that because their union with the Creator wasn't as strong as it should have been. Once again, I've taken control over them. I had to come up with something even better. I had to make them reject the Creator as their king and enthrone a man instead of him. And behold, I did it again. That was a very hard blow for the Creator. Direct rejection of everything he has done for them. Before this event, such ingratitude was only displayed by me. But as I've said, man is a great and reliable subject when separated from the Creator. Chapter 9. End of the Creator's reign. The Creator lost again. For the umpteenth time, man rejected him. I wondered why he doesn't just give up. Why doesn't he just let me have the earth? Can't he see that almost nobody wants him? I figured out he'll probably do that when the last man on planet rejects him. I just couldn't manage to get the entire mankind to bow down to me. As much as I've tried, there would always be that very small, in my opinion, insignificant number of people loyal to him. Obviously they weren't insignificant to him, because as few as they were, he still claimed my planet to be his. I had to make sure that there was no man loyal to Creator on whole Earth. I couldn't accomplish it as long as he reigned over them. It wasn't particularly difficult to convince Israelis to seek their independence and to wish to get rid of the protection Creator granted them, so that I could protect them. It was already my usual practice, which I used to put other nations under my control. Creator agreed with them, despite the pain he felt. He chose a very good-looking king for them. I was pleased with the choice. There were a lot of things I could turn against him. Sooner or later, I'll be able to control the Creator's chosen nation through him. Considering he was a very handsome and tall young nobleman, granting him power was a safe and a proven way to get him to my side. When he became king, I told him that there is no one above him, that he can do whatever he wants, and that he is the one that sets law now. Of course he'll be setting my laws from now on. I assured him that he's even above the priests, and that he even can, if necessary, perform rituals and offer sacrifices, and that is how I brought him into situation to desecrate the holy rites themselves. Then, after a battle before which the Creator himself ordered him to completely annihilate the Amalekites, whose moral I managed to pervert to extreme lengths, I assured him that it wasn't necessary to exterminate everyone. It would be much better if he captured the Emperor and presented him to his people. He may present it as a Creator's victory. It doesn't matter. For me, it was important to make him divert from what Creator told him to do, at least a bit. I also suggested to him that the Creator would be pleased to see the cattle that he was supposed to kill brought into his country and offered as sacrifice to him. The people didn't think much about that. I assured them it was all normal now that they have king. My plan was coming true. More and more members of Creator's chosen nation were crossing to my side. To be true, they didn't know that, but not being with the Creator means only one, being on my side. Soon enough I accomplished what I wanted to. The Creator rebuked and rejected Saul as his chosen one due to his disobedience. In addition to sense of guilt he felt, I strongly pressured Saul in my attempt to convince him that he wasn't wrong. He only wanted the best. However, there was no justification for his actions because he knew what was right. But eventually he relented and didn't feel the slightest guilt for what he has done. If he had repented, the Creator would have forgiven him, but now he was mine. Rather than giving up and leaving the people to me, he looked for another king. Can't he see that I'll do the same with the next one? There is no man who, when granted with great power, feels any dependence on anyone, even if that anyone was the Creator himself. I decided that every king will be mine, because it's the easiest way to keep the whole nation under control. To my surprise, he chose a beardless young man, David, which was already known to me due to his modesty and connection with the Creator. I didn't worry too much. People change. Power changes people. After the Creator granted David a great victory, when he killed Goliath, the people glorified him, although he was just a tool in Creator's hand. Considering that I managed to have more and more influence and control over Saul, I decided to use him to get rid of David before he even became king, so that I wouldn't have any problems with him in the future. Saul tried to kill David several times while he was playing for him, but David was unusually quick and skillful and always managed to avoid death. And the Creator took extra care of him. With Samuel's death, Saul was left without support. Because of that, I managed to convince him to resort to what he almost destroyed at the time he was faithful to Creator, the witchcraft. I suggested him to seek guidance from one of the witches, since the Creator clearly didn't intend to answer him. She invoked the spirit of the prophet Samuel. Naturally, I appeared, in Samuel's form, of course. And then, victory. The Creator's chosen one kneels before me. I wish I could saw Creator's face. It wasn't too hard to tell Saul what will happen, knowing Philistine's strength and determination, and the fact that the Creator won't be with him. But it had to look like I'm the spirit of the deceased and that I'm revealing him the future. And that's how the foundation of modern spiritualism were laid, in the Creator's chosen nation itself. In the centuries that came, this was one of the most powerful tools I used to deceive mankind. Chapter 10. David. It was easy to persuade Saul, whom I successfully seduced for years, to commit suicide. I filled him with such a sense of hopelessness that my final suggestion seemed to be the right solution. David came to the throne. It was almost impossible to separate this man from the Creator. He had all the qualities that are necessary to connect with the Creator. But he's just a man, and there will be a moment where he'll let his guard down. And nobody is patient and persistent like me. Time passed, and then the opportunity presented itself. Bathsheba was very beautiful. While taking a stroll, David saw her bathing. Knowing him, I assumed he will turn away when upon seeing a naked woman. However, I stayed with him. Then something completely unexpected happened. He stopped and secretly observed her. I don't miss such opportunities. I used that brief moment of separation from the Creator to fill his mind with passion, to fume his body with lust, to darken his mind enough to be capable of doing something terrible, and to finally be rejected by the Creator. He no longer had the strength to resist me. He did it. He brought Bathsheba to his palace, even though she was the wife of one of his greatest and most reliable warriors. I blurred his mind so much that nothing else mattered, not even Creator or her husband, Uriah the Hittite, or the consequences of such an act. Nothing. Except her beautiful body. He thought I would just leave it at that, but I had a few more surprises in store for him. Bathsheba got pregnant. He hurried to call her husband back home, so that he could sleep with her in time to frame him with the baby. However, this hero was so devoted to the Creator that he didn't want to leave his soldiers, not before he spends the night with the troops. I convinced David that there is no other choice but to murder her husband. To make his abomination greater, I suggested that Uriah brings the death sentence himself. When my victory was complete, it wasn't too hard to convince David that he did what he had to. After all, he is the king. He is the supreme ruler. But the Creator didn't think so. He rebuked David through Prophet Nathan. Like with Saul, I kept repeating to David that he's innocent, that as the king he has the right to do something like that, but the Creator's word broke him. Rather than justifying himself, and thus getting further from the Creator, David fiercely repented for what he did. I reckoned, if the Creator didn't forgive Saul such an insignificant mistake, how could he forgive David for this abomination? But David just didn't stop begging for forgiveness. He changed the course of his life, and the Creator forgave him and took him back. I was beside myself with anger. Therefore, I decided to make David's life a misery. The rest of his life passed in an overwhelming frustration. He was the king, but because of what he did, no one respected him. neither his sons nor his generals, nor his people, nor his priests. Hence the problems, hence the rebellion, hence the second exile. However, despite the misery I've unleashed at him, the Creator granted him the honor of acquiring the material necessary for the temple construction. I wasn't pleased to hear that. Having such a temple in their land, Israelis would be in a better position to think about the meaning of everything they see and do, minimizing my chances of winning them over. But I had a plan even for this situation. Chapter 11. The wisest man in history. David was succeeded by his son Solomon. He was also a very pious and modest young man. He was selected to build the Creator's temple. He considered himself unworthy of such a venture, and was concerned that he is up to task. He also wasn't sure if he's wise enough to rule a nation. He prayed to the Creator to grant him wisdom. It moved the Creator, because a man under my influence would only ask for treasure, long life, death of his enemies and other earthly values, and wouldn't seek anything eternal. When I heard that the Creator gave him the wisdom that no other man had before him, I became curious. Is this finally a worthy opponent? The situation was same as it was at the beginning of man's union with the Creator. Solomon was untouchable to me. He was one with the Creator. He was building the temple. He didn't want a single detail left to chance. That was the highest honor the Creator could grant to a man. He behaved accordingly. But the time was on my side. He will fall too. I can use any man's quality to my benefit better than the Creator can. Why? Because I can make him overconfident and arrogant, rather than the Creator can use him to something good. And Solomon had too many good characteristics that I could use against him. He was really intelligent and insightful as no man was before, and he was the wealthiest person on the world. He had all he needed for a perfect earthly life. If he had stayed with his Creator, he could have been used to greatly expand the truth about the Creator and the plan for the redemption of man. A lot of people would soon realize how good it is to obey the Creator, and I certainly didn't want that. Although it seemed at first that the Creator's plan to show the rest of the world the character of Israel's God was finally coming true, I knew that sooner or later I'll turn everything to my advantage. And that's exactly what happened. The wisest man in the world didn't stand a chance against me. He wasn't even a challenge, he was a disappointment. As any other man, he was unreachable to me while he was with the Creator. Without him, even with all his intelligence, he was far from a worthy opponent. On the contrary, I realized that his great intelligence can be used as tool to defeat him completely. The level of his intelligence was close to the one of heavenly beings, but, living on earth, he was bounded by material, since I managed to separate mankind from the spiritual, from the Creator. He was limited and mortal, because I separated the man from the tree of life. He was familiar with the spiritual world, but he couldn't reach it. He was familiar with the eternity, but limited by transience. I kept telling him that whatever he does on earth has no sense and meaning. He'll die sooner or later after all. That produced such a frustration inside him that he desperately tried to make the most of life and find meaning and sense. And he got the best of life, but found no meaning, because there is none. I've taken it away. Of all that the Creator made him available, he chose to give in to the physical and material pleasures of this world. I was able to convince him that death is the complete end. I took his faith in the redemption the Creator prepared. State of absurdity in which I brought him made me easy to turn him into whatever I wanted him to be. Idolater, adulterer, tyrant, or anything else. Deceived completely, he turned his frustration into a book. It was strange to me that the Creator incorporated his discouraging writings into the canon, but then I realized that by doing this, the Creator wanted to teach man not to search the sense in the earthly life, because even the one who had the best living conditions on earth couldn't find one, as I mind if one finds that out. Do you really think that now, after seeing how I tricked and ruined the wisest man of all time, you will be able to escape me? That you'll be able to resist me? that you'll be able to control your ego, which I constantly feed to separate you from the Creator. You do not even begin to realize how great my power is, how diverse my methods are, how great is my persistence, my motivation, my hatred. There is a path to the Creator, but you can't follow it. There is an obstacle you cannot overcome, and that is you with me on your side. Chapter 12. The Division of the Empire. Solomon's sins as a chosen and anointed one hurt the Creator so much that he decided to take away his empire. However, due to promises given to David, he decided to do so in the next generation. Did the Creator really think he could have a nation loyal to him on my planet? There only remained a small number of those who I wasn't able to control and make them do the opposite of the Creator's will. As much as I tried, I never managed to seduce all of them. Through the following generations, the Creator's chosen nation was mine. Just as I planned, through kings loyal to me, I've managed to conquer the nations they ruled. The Creator was very sad. Solomon helped me to set the foundation of paganism in Israel. I saw that the Creator plans to take the throne from Solomon's son and give to Jeroboam. Although at first he was very faithful and loyal to the Creator, I was soon able to seduce him. When he became king, I inspired him to separate the tribes that were on his side by building new sanctuaries so that they wouldn't need to go to Jerusalem as they did before. He did what I suggested him to do. He made 2 golden calves, and then all 10 tribes which were on his side worshipped them, rejecting what the Creator commanded. Following generations continued doing the same. There was no one who could make some radical changes. A few kings that were on the Creator's side tried doing something, but without any solid results. When my complete victory was close, the Creator raised the prophet Elijah. In a short period of time, Israel witnessed his power and intentions, but yet again, time was on my side, and things were back where I wanted in a matter of a couple of generations. I decided that I should completely destroy this nation, and thus make my victory visible to everyone. When the king Ezekiel fell ill, the Creator sent the prophet Isaiah to tell him he'll die. He started crying and begging the Creator to have mercy on him. He even decided to give him a sign that he himself healed him. He returned the shadow on the sundial by 10 degrees backward. Very impressive. I figured that I could use this to make Israel suffer. It was a miracle that scared the whole world. Chaldean astronomers were astonished. They could not explain how something like that could happen. People began to talk about the end of the world. Clearly, I supported them in such a practice. I love when people panic. After a while, they learned that the Creator made this miracle as a sign of healing the Israeli king. They decided to visit him. When they came to King Ezekiel, they wanted him to speak about the Creator who did this. But I suggested that it would be wiser if he showed the foreign delegation his power and wealth, instead of speaking about the Creator. And of course, vanity almost always wins over reason. The Chaldeans were denied the truth about the Creator, denied the call that he wanted to send to the world through Israel. Ezekiel only boasted speaking about his power and wealth, all under my influence. I overwhelmed him so much that he didn't leave anything hidden. You are wondering what I accomplished by this. First, the Creator's name remained unknown to people who could pass it well on others due to their authority. I prevented Chaldeans to learn of this miracle and respect the Creator. Secondly, I laid the foundation of the final destruction of Israel. What do you think the Chaldeans could speak of when they returned to their land? Only of Israel's wealth and treasure. Wealth and treasure. Sufficient reasons for an exterminating war at that time. The Creator saw my plans and wanted to stop me from doing that to his chosen nation, but he had no excuse to do so. If they remained faithful to him, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Thus he was left only with feeble attempts, sending his prophets to warn people that, if they don't change, they will be exterminated and enslaved. His men prophets came one by one. They warned people to repent, to return to the Creator, but had no success. Why? Because I've anticipated such a move from the Creator, and that's why I didn't seduce Israel to worship me directly under a certain God's name, or better yet, to be completely irreligious. No, I've misled them so that they remained in the belief that they are truly faithful, that they truly serve the Creator. I succeeded in completely separating the religion from their everyday life. During their services to the Creator and their prayer, their faith was the greatest, but in everyday life there were no greater evildoers than they. I was proud of my success. What do you think a Creator's prophet must have felt when he approached a self-belief religious man telling him that he must repent? I presented such calls as a biggest insult to a personality of an Israeli, as well for their Creator. It wasn't hard to convince them to beat the prophets, ridicule and banish them, even kill them. Through people loyal to me, I presented all those serious warnings as lies. And to whom did the majority believe? To me, of course, because I play on the card of human ego. The Creator was very sad that people, even those he chose, stayed cold to his calls. Then he finally spoke about specific promises of the Redeemer which I desperately wanted to hear. Through his prophets I learned where and when will the Redeemer appear. I also found out where he will be born. Born. Will the Redeemer come as an infant? To be honest, he didn't stand any chance as a grown man, let alone as a newborn. Does he really think that baby will be able to survive? I had more and more information about the moment that was approaching, the moment of the redemption of fallen man. I even previously learned from David how he'll die. I carefully listened to what all the prophets spoke of. Every detail was important to me in order to prepare myself for what is coming. By the way, I've made sure that all those messages are misunderstood so that they wouldn't be prepared for the future events. Chapter 13. The Slavery. I spread rumors about Israel's wealth and treasure among the Chaldeans in their capital city, Babylon, as well as across the country. Thus prepared, it wasn't too difficult to convince them to attack Israel. On several occasions, all of Israel went into captivity. My plan worked. After a while, Israel as a nation will be completely assimilated into the nations that I've scattered them into. There will be no one to live by the Creator's principles. At least I thought so. The Creator had other plans and other strategies. Although he was not able to stop me from scattering the people of Israel, and even though he was sad to see the consequences of Israel's sin, he wasn't intending on leaving them. I realized, unfortunately too late, that he will use his people to do what he wanted them during the time of peace, to tell the world the truth about the Creator and the plan of redemption of all people and all nations. But Israelis won't be able to do that if I exterminate them. Then something unexpected happened. In trouble, pressed by slavery, Israelis began to remember the promises given to them by Moses and prophets. The more I oppressed them under the rule of my followers, the more firmly they clung to the Creator's promises. Rather than blaming him for their trouble, which I constantly suggested to them, they begged him to forgive them, admitting their guilt that brought them into this mess. Every attempt to exterminate them fell through, although I almost managed to achieve it through King Ahasuerus. The Creator didn't stop warning them. Even in the time of Babylonian captivity, he called his people to repent through his prophets. Daniel was in one group of young men brought from Israel. My long practice showed me that I won't be able to influence him, but this fact doesn't discourage me from trying. After all, David was like that in the beginning, but he fell later. Babylonian king regarded Daniel and his friends as reliable assistants due to their loyalty to principles they adhered. Soon enough, he took them to his service. I didn't see anything wrong in that, because faith in the Creator always weakens when one is in prosperity, and that was what I wanted to accomplish. I believe that they'll quickly forget the Creator, under the influence of wealth and power of Babylonian Empire. I was wrong, so I decided to destroy them. I inspired Emperor Nebuchadnezzar to build a statue in his glory and power to which all must bow. I knew that there is no way I could make the young Israelis worship any idol, because the Creator's commandment prohibited that. Their faith was sealed. Their jealous colleagues reported them, and they were to be burned alive in a fiery furnace. The moment I began to gloat about my success, the Creator interjected. He sent his son to save them from the furnace. This was very bad for my further plans, because it turned out that an emperor loyal to me due to this incident became loyal to the Creator. The emperor even ordered that all people must respect the Creator as the only God. And instead of destroying the nation of Israel, they were sending the message about the Creator better than they did in conditions of peace and prosperity. I was furious and frustrated. The Creator then revealed the future to prophet Daniel in form of visions. Daniel relayed the messages to his people and wrote down everything. I carefully listened and studied to what he had said. This way I learned of the course of human history, what future empires will rule, and what are the Creator's future plans. I realized that the Creator is planning to destroy this earth, everything that is on it, and then restore it and establish a new eternal kingdom. I saw that most of the prophecies the Creator gave so far were conditional. I wondered if this was one of such kind. He plans to establish his kingdom on earth, if there'll be anybody to establish it with. I now did everything I could to maintain the control over the earth. If I lose, I will be exiled. I learned from Israel writes, the goat Azazel onto which the sins of the whole nation were symbolically transferred represented me, and he was only cast out into the wilderness. He wasn't killed. And finally, the Creator told Daniel what I've wanted to find out for so long, when, in his vision, the prophet received a revelation about the exact time of Redeemer's appearance. That was the information that I've waited. I had 500 years to prepare myself for these crucial events. I began to plan every detail to ensure that the conditions in which the Redeemer appear be as unfavorable as possible. According to prophecy, the Israelis were to stay in slavery for a little while more. Some already returned, others decided to stay. In captivity, Israel learned its lesson. They decided to change and remain loyal to the Creator. No problem to me. I can make people go extreme lengths, to fanaticism if possible, and make them think that they are serving the Creator while they're actually on my side. That was the first point I started to work on. I assume that the Redeemer will try to teach his nation the truths he gave them in a practical way. Of course, I helped them misunderstand those truths as much as I could. Therefore, the creation of atmosphere of religious fanaticism was the best thing to do. Since I had the knowledge of empires that'll come, I knew I had to specially prepare the Roman Empire for the crucial events that are to come. After the fall of the Babylonian, Medo-Persian Empire and Greek Empire, I made the Roman Empire so powerful, due to their organization, discipline and determination, that no one could oppose them. I had great influence on them because they worshipped me directly through their gods. I answered all their requests, assisting them in their conquests. Soon, I conquered Israel through Pompeii. I imposed high taxes on them and oppressed them as much as I could. But I didn't want to interfere into their religious rights. Therefore, I suggested Romans to allow them to confess their faith, and not to meddle in this matter. My goal was to create difficult slave condition which will, together with religious fanaticism, distort the prophecies about the Redeemer. As the time passed, the Redeemer was becoming more and more the one that will free them from Roman oppression, and less the one that will redeem them from their sins and allow them to return to the Creator. I once again turned the religion into formalism. I integrated a strong national feeling into religious rites. Politics and religion strongly intertwined. The main goal of their faith became the hope of deliverance from the Romans. The sole purpose of Redeemer's coming was reduced to one thing only: liberation from Rome. I was pleased with what I achieved. I set up the most unfavorable circumstances for the Redeemer's appearance. All my goals were achieved. Man was physically and intellectually weakened under my guidance. Fanaticism, slavery, religion, a spiritual matter, focused only to physical satisfaction, liberation from bondage. False expectations awakened and inflamed. Perfect preparation to a disappointment that no one will be able to escape. Neither the people who'll only hear spiritual messages instead of the liberation from Rome, nor the Redeemer himself, who will be rejected by his own nation. After that he can return to his Father and leave this planet to me. Chapter 14. Superiority. By now you may already realize what my traits are. You saw that your strength and power is nothing compared to mine. Your limitations don't allow me to fully present my superiority not just over you, but over other angels as well. I am a cherub. Cherubs are the most powerful and highest order of angels. What? How come I'm not a horned monster with fairies and goat hoofs? As I said at the beginning, my success depends on secrecy. If you do not know that I exist, or if you know, but you have the wrong idea about me, my actions won't face any obstacles. I purposely created this image of myself so that even those who do not believe I exist don't consider my actions as a serious threat due to my monstrous appearance. Who would be afraid of such a joke? But the reality is quite different. The moment I appeared before you, your body would have experienced such a trauma that you would instantly become blind and spend the rest of your life as plant. If I would reveal myself to you in reduced power and allow you to see me, you would realize that you haven't seen anything more beautiful in your whole life. Don't worry, you'll see me one day. My power is incomprehensible to you. You'd have to be simultaneously the most brilliant scientist in the fields of biology, chemistry, physics, mathematics, psychology, medicine, genetics, military strategies, and other branches of science in order to be able to understand a fraction of what I am capable to do. However, I'll try to explain this to your feeble mind in the simplest way possible. I can control nature. I can control the weather. Animals and humans also. Moreover, I can take full control and authority over all living things on Earth. Unfortunately, the Creator has limited my effect on both the environment and animals, as well as on human mind. He only left me the possibility of suggesting thoughts to them. I am forbidden to force people to do what I want them to do. I'm only allowed to suggest, but that's more than enough. So, if I want to make a man do what I want, I just impose my own idea on him. I can do that for years if necessary. You humans would call such a form of communication telepathy, but it is a pathetic term to express what I really do. A man is under the impression that it was his thought that came to his mind. But that's my idea, and it remains mine until the man accepts it and starts thinking about it. From that moment, it's your thought. You take the full responsibility. I can tell when one accepted my thought by looking at his face and behavior. I then assist him in the development and implementation of that thought. I especially try to suggest the nastiest things when a man thinks about something good, something that is close to the Creator. I then discourage them by convincing them that these are his own thoughts and that he'll never be able to unite with the Creator. I do not have the ability to know what a man thinks, but I don't need that. I study every man on earth from birth to death. Angels under my rule who share my fate help me do this. We watch everyone, all the time. Therefore, it's not too difficult for us to know what people think. Facial expressions, hand movements, body language. It's almost as if we read human thoughts directly. Due to our careful and persistent study of every man's life, we are able to suggest what's best for each man so that we could separate him from the Creator more quickly and bring him back to my side. Everything that you did, even in the utmost secrecy, is known to me. I know everything about you, and I can use that knowledge against you. I know you better than you know yourself. I never forget anything. The Creator placed the sense of right and good into each man. Whether or not a man believes in the Creator, he speaks to him through conscience so that they know what is right and good. All those who ignore that voice voluntarily leave the shelter offered by Creator, approaching me more and more. When close enough, I have the right to completely overcome them and do what I want with them. The Creator can no longer protect them. My knowledge of human brain enables me to induce various states of illness of all kinds. Also, if necessary, I can cure him and deceive him even more. I do this in case if someone prays for healing to someone other than the Creator. After that, nothing can save him. Perhaps my actions could be easily understood if I compared them to a large company. However, you won't be able to comprehend that my company has billions of employees with hundreds different areas of activity, all in perfect harmony, concentrated to a single goal, the destruction of man. In my corporation, there are no fights, no career, no holidays. We left evil, disorder, and disharmony to you, the mankind. We are active in every aspect of human life, but you'll see all that in due time. Despite the limitations imposed on me by the Creator, with all the powers I have, it's not that hard to control almost everyone. With perfect psychology, great persistence and practice of nearly 6,000 years ago, this world is exactly in state in which I want it to be, with minor exceptions. It's a pity you have such a limited mind. Too bad that there are no words in your human dictionaries that could explain how powerful I really am. And that is why you'll have to settle with this. Do you now understand what I told you at the beginning? I manipulate you. You then ask how you can know the difference between thoughts that are coming from me and your own. In order to answer that, you'd have to know what the Creator says, and I'll find a million reasons that will prevent you from doing that. All of them will be in the form of small excuses, and will feed your vanity, your ego. Sometimes the excuses will be noble, because you will feel that you first have to do something more important, such as to allegedly take care of your family or sacrifice yourself for others. You are allowed to do anything, except to learn about the Creator, and that is why you cannot win. You could if you wanted to. Creator would give you his power to do so, but you do not want that, am I right? You want to be yourself. You don't wish to change anything. Sounds familiar. Are these your thoughts? Or mine? Chapter 15. The Redeemer's Arrival. Everything was set. The Redeemer could appear now. Through the prophet Daniel, I found out the year of the Redeemer's arrival. I learned from Isaiah that he will come as an infant born by a virgin. I found out from Micah's writing where he is going to be born. By carefully studying the Jewish rites, I learned the month of his birth. Redeemer was to come the following year. I began to search for the girl that could be chosen to carry his son. There were no such girls in Bethlehem. I separated them more or less from the Creator. There was a girl on the other side of Israel that was especially loyal to the Creator. I realized that the Creator will somehow bring her to Bethlehem to give birth to the son. I did all I could to make the girl unworthy, and thus prevent her from giving birth to the son. I failed. She soon found out she was selected. She was told that she will carry the Creator's son. Since she just got married, I decided to use her husband to prevent the Creator's intentions. I inspired him with the feelings of jealousy, humiliation, anger. I encouraged him to publicly stone her, but he was very close to the Creator, and I only succeeded in convincing him to leave her. However, the Creator intervened and explained to him in sleep what was going on. A few months later, the Creator took the right to set the rulers on my planet, arranged that Caesar conducts a censor. In this way, Joseph and Mary were brought to Bethlehem. I thought that it could be a good thing if the baby was born in unhygienic conditions. Perhaps it could, like many other children, die from some kind of illness. All I needed to do is to prevent them from spending the night indoor. I did it. Everyone rejected them, although some had spare beds. I was forbidden to go near the stable where they eventually ended up. I knew that the son was born when the angels appeared, revealing themselves to people and singing a song to the son. At the same time, the angels were very sad, because the people, even though they received so many prophecies, had no idea what was going to happen that night and what did happen. Only I have carefully studied and understood the prophecies. At the same time, I misled others, making mankind completely unprepared for the Redeemer's arrival. Angels only announced this to the shepherds. They were the only visitors that night in the barn. No one else came. The shepherds then wanted to tell everybody what happened earlier. That was a good chance to check if I prepared the people not to listen to anything they hear about the Savior. Of course I did it. Although they heard what the ignorant shepherds said, in the end they chose to obey the Pharisees and the scribes whom I taught how to interpret the prophecies. Messiah will come to liberate them from the Romans, and a newborn can't do that. Therefore, this is not the Messiah. People continued to live as before. Nothing changed. Joseph and Mary settled in Bethlehem. The child was brought to temple to be consecrated. I learned that some astronomers and scholars from the East saw the angels that sang up in the heavens, thinking that that must be a star. With the help of Jewish writings they had ever since the Jewish slavery, they began to study what that star could mean. I tried to mislead them from understanding the prophecy. I failed. I was only able to delay them. A few months later they found the answer to their question and concluded that it was a star that heralds the coming of the Israel king. They prepared and went on a road. 10 months later, they were close to Israel. They expected that everyone will easily direct them to the newborn king. But, thanks to me, no one knew anything about that. They decided to go straight to the capital, to King Herod. He also knew nothing about that, so he called the priests and scribes to answer the question of the wise men. They only knew that the Messiah will appear in Bethlehem. Herod was ideal to fulfill my plans. My thoughts became his thoughts. I convinced him that he'll lose his kingdom. He asked the wise man to tell him where they found Messiah so that he could go see him. Only now the wise men were pointed the way to the Creator's Son birthplace. After giving him the presents, the Creator revealed to them my intentions, and they went back to their land another way. It wasn't hard to persuade Herod to do something drastic. Considering he found out that the Messiah was born more than a year and a half ago, I wasn't going to take my chance. So, I convinced him to issue an order to kill every child of up to 2 years. Creator again intervened and told Joseph and Mary to flee in Egypt. The massacre was in vain. I failed. But I won't give up. In the last 500 years I carefully prepared everything. The Savior in human body didn't stand any chance. I only needed just a single, small sin in any form, and then this planet will be mine only. I didn't have even the slightest doubt that I will finally succeed. Chapter 16. Confrontation. Due to Joseph and Mary's connection with the Creator during the years of Redeemer's childhood on earth, it wasn't possible in any way to make them unwary. The Creator explained them that they have no chance against me on their own, so they relied solely on Him and His power. After returning from Egypt and settling in Nazareth, I tirelessly tried to make the Creator sin. All my efforts and the majority of angels under my authority were focused on a single goal: make Him mistake. Because of good parental education and the self-knowledge that He is the Creator's Son, the Redeemer resisted all my attacks in His youth. Finally, when he was 30 years old, he was baptized. Thus he began his ministry. The Creator took him to the desert in order to prepare him for the upcoming direct confrontation with me. After speaking with his father and fasting for 40 days, he was finally ready. I didn't want to miss the best opportunity I might ever have. True, he was spiritually strengthened, confident in his father's favor, but also physically exhausted. I must use this chance. I know best how weak a man can be when he's hungry. And he was hungry, very hungry. If I could only make him use his divine power once, all Creator's plans would fail. All his achievements would be worthless, because he was forced to use his powers, ones that man doesn't have. Therefore the law is impossible to keep. However, hunger didn't cloud his mind and my trap failed. Then I tried to assure him that he should make sure that the Creator is on his side by jumping from the temple. I even quoted scripture to reassure him that the Creator will save him. However, he declined. Knowing the human lust for power and authority, I offered him the whole planet, with all its resources, if he bows to me. By the force he was granted from the Creator, he drove me away. My anger and frustration knew no bounds. I wasn't able to make him do what I want, even though he was in such a difficult physical state. I couldn't even make him doubt a bit in the Creator. Even the power I offered him had absolutely no effect on him. This wasn't supposed to happen. This planet was mine. I claimed it because no one was able to completely stay loyal to the Creator. If I could just make his son commit one small mistake, to doubt him just for one moment, my victory would be complete. The Creator's effort to restore this planet would then be pointless. But my experiences showed me that some people were able to resist the big things, but they fell on little stuff, because I indirectly made them do that. I knew I had no reason to worry. I prepared absolutely everything, and all my effort was directed to this only. I carefully observed the Redeemer's work. He began to gather disciples. They were all ignorant people. I didn't understand his strategy. If I would want to make a big impact on people, I would go to kings, priests, and wealthy, respectable people. That's what I did, and I was very successful. But he knew that these people were under my control and that their door was long shut. I wondered how he plans to spread his influence with the help of these ignorant peasant men. While he was gathering his disciples, I decided to insert one of my men into their group. I chose Judas. He, unlike the others, was very intelligent and insightful. He had a very distinct national preferences, and I realized that I could influence other disciples through him, as well as the Redeemer himself. As I expected, the Redeemer lived in a way that the Creator intended for man, in full compliance with him. He wanted to set an example to mankind and show how, despite the condition the humans are in, one can live like he did. He spoke of high moral principles of heaven, about brotherly love. He spoke of the Creator's law, but not about its form, but its meaning. The meaning I managed to hide. He told them that they need to change their character. He spoke of his role. He correctly interpreted the prophecies and rites that pointed to him for thousands of years. He spoke to them of redemption and salvation, of eternal life. He showed perfect obedience to the Creator and encouraged people to do the same. He showed what perfect obedience grants to common man. He fed the hungry, healed the sick, and raised the dead. Many people were coming to see him. It made me sick. Everything that I've been building for centuries was slowly beginning to fall apart. I tried to trick him in a variety of ways through the Pharisees and scribes. I laid thousands of traps for him. I tried to present him as the one who raises the people against the government, as the one who blasphemes the Creator. I tried to undermine his authority by questioning him, presented him as the one who is against rituals and customs, as well as the one who wants to destroy the temple. I made him pay the temple tax to present him as worthless in the eyes of the people, because profits were released from this. But most of all, I tried to discourage him so that he wouldn't finish his mission. And there is no greater discouragement than seeing that everything you do is always completely misunderstood and devalued. I managed to make the most of his miracles interpreted as my work. I was also able to blind people so much that they belittled everything he did. People were still investigating whether or not he is the Messiah, but his deeds just didn't fit into what they were expecting. They expected the liberation from Romans, and he offered them freedom from sin. They expected the power over all other nations, but he offered them the kingdom of heaven. The Messiah was to appear in Bethlehem, and they thought he came from Nazareth. They expected the emperor, but got the servant. I completely darkened the minds of Israelis with their aspirations and desire to get rid of the Romans. They didn't understand the prophecies of the Redeemer's first arrival. They applied the prophecies about his second coming to his first arrival. People's disappointment grew. It was the time to act through my man Judas. Chapter 17. Judas. Under the pretext of true discipleship, I encouraged Judas to think that the Redeemer will give the Jews what they have long wanted. While he was observing the works of Redeemer, I helped him to prepare a plan that'll make the Redeemer do what the people wanted, free them from slavery. On one occasion, while the Redeemer was feeding a multitude of people, I suggested to Judas that with the Redeemer on their side, the Jews would be invincible. He can feed an army just by himself. He'll heal the wounded soldiers by himself, resurrect those who were killed. He'll encourage every demoralized soldier. Judas had to do something. He had to crown the Redeemer as king, even by force and against his will. If he would reject that, the people would reject him as well. And he doesn't want that to happen. The Redeemer simply had no choice. He had to become the king. Everyone would welcome that, even the ignorant people, as well as the Pharisees and priests. Who would resist this? No one. The trap was literally perfect. Judas soon organized everything. The people were delighted. Everyone said that nothing like this has ever happened. The only thing they didn't understand was the Redeemer's modesty. They decided to act. I was close to achieving my goal. If he accepts the crown, they won't kill him. If they don't kill him, he won't save the man. If he doesn't save man, he himself will be under my rule, as well as the whole universe. To my astonishment, he found out what the people were up to and sneaked out from the crowd and left. My anger became the anger of the people. My frustration became their frustration. But unlike humans, my anger doesn't affect my reasoning. On the contrary, I immediately suggested to Judas that it would be best if he delivered the Redeemer to priests and elders because, once he is prevented from accomplishing his goal, he'll have no other way but to use his divine power to free himself. Judas started thinking how he could accomplish this. He didn't want to betray the Redeemer. He just wanted to use him to help his people, even against his will. At least I suggested him so. No one, except me, could see the depth of the Redeemer's mission. He wanted to truly and genuinely help the people, to help them choose eternal life with the Creator. And I was able to hide almost everything related to that goal from the people, setting the earthly well-being as their only goal. In this case, the liberation from Roman oppression. Judas will accomplish my plans. I knew that. It will be too late for him when he realizes what he has done. Chapter 18. My Fate. I carefully listened to what the Redeemer was telling the people in order to use it against him. And then, while he was teaching his disciples, I learned what the fate the Creator intends for me is. He wasn't going to just banish me if the Redeemer succeeds in his plan. He was going to destroy me completely forever. I was overcome with horror. So far, Azazel the goat comforted me because it wasn't killed, just banished. But the Creator wasn't intending on leaving the sin unpunished. The Redeemer was to pay the penalty for sins of repentant man, but I'll be the one to bear the consequences for those who didn't repent. Everything became clear. Every man that I managed to separate from the Creator will bear the final penalty for his sins and offenses by himself, while for those who reject me, I'll be the one to bear the consequences. Their sin is cast to me. This knowledge only angered me more and made me hate the Creator even more. And all the people, you too. My revenge will be terrible. I'm going down, but you're coming with me. Considering that there isn't any other way to hurt the Creator except through man, can you guess who will suffer the most? Can you guess who will feel the full blast of my hatred and my power? Can you begin to comprehend the work I put into the destruction of every man? There are no exceptions. Chapter 19. The Passover. I couldn't understand why the Redeemer agreed to descend from his heavenly throne and become one of those worthless creatures. Not only that, but he will be willing to let his own creatures murder him. And what for? So that he could pay the penalty for their sins. For thousands of years I couldn't believe it, but now I was sure that he's really going to do that. I had to stop him. I tirelessly whispered to him that his death will be in vain. That it's not worthy to die for man. That man deserves to remain under my rule. I would constantly remind him of that each time they didn't listen to him. Even though he encouraged, comforted, healed, and raised them from dead, they now hated him. He did that tirelessly for 3.5 years, and what has he accomplished? He had a handful of 12 poor souls who'd be willing to give him up at the slightest sign of trouble. He also spoke to them tirelessly for 3.5 years, taught them, lived with them day and night, and they thought only about one thing: which of them will get highest position in the newly established government. Despite all his explanations, they didn't realize the true nature of his mission. He is a servant that will lay down his life. And what did he have after 3.5 years? Nothing. One big nothing. Unless I count sadness, grief, and disappointment. No one can cope with such disappointments. He'll have to give up. I was convinced of it. Judas prepared everything. For 30 silver coins the priests were promised that he'll help them to catch the Redeemer. During the dinner the Redeemer debunked Judas so that only he knew that he is familiar with what will happen. After that the Redeemer went to the Garden of Gethsemane with some disciples. There I was waiting for him. I used all my power to break his determination and will to continue with his plan. His body barely coped with the pressure. Suddenly I realized that he was completely alone. His father wasn't with him. What happened? After a moment of confusion, I continued to pressure him. But he resisted. For the first time, I saw fear and indecisiveness in his eyes. Just a little more, and I'll succeed. The Creator didn't respond to his cries. The disciples he brought with him fell asleep. He was alone against me. I poisoned his mind with darkest thoughts and fears, with utter despair. Nothing was working. I could have crushed him with ease, but that was forbidden. After everything, he was determined to finish his mission. I had no intention of giving up. Everything was at stake. If he resisted the psychological pressure, he won't be able to stand physical torment. Even the strongest have some limit. He does too. Soon, the priests and their men led by Judas arrived. For Judas, this was the culmination. When the Redeemer mentioned that he could easily call angels to help him, Judas believed that he'll do so and free himself and start ruling Israel. But he didn't do that. They tied him up, beat him, and led him from one authority to another. And Judas suddenly, before everyone else, realized what the Redeemer's word of his suffering and death really meant. He won't free himself. He's going to die. And Judas, was to blame. He went to the priests to explain that the Redeemer is innocent. But it was too late. He was close to repenting, but why would I bear his punishment? I assured him that his sin is so great that he cannot repent. Therefore, it's best to commit suicide. He listened to me. When the Redeemer was taken to Pilate, I saw that he was going to release him. I showed him all the possible political problems which would occur if he released this man. People might rebel, and he would be to blame for the potential unrest. Also, he would no longer be the ruler of Judea. He wasn't sure what to do, convict an innocent man and keep his political career, or release him and say goodbye to his ambitions. He didn't think long. As I said before, the man will sometimes do anything for power. The Redeemer was convicted, but this was only the beginning. His death would mean my defeat. He mustn't die. I just decided to torture him until he realizes how pointless his plan is. He wants to die and redeem his own creatures who are torturing him. I encouraged the crowd in order to humiliate him even more. Mocking, spitting, kicking, stripping naked, crowning with thorns, lashing. The whole time I was with him, whispering to him, "Are these the creatures you want to die for? Are these the creatures you want to die for? To redeem them. It's better that you give up and return to your father." He was slowly moving to the hill where he'll be crucified. I specially designed this type of torture so that the victim could suffer for days. The victim was nailed to cross through the hands and the feet. The knees were slightly bent. While hanging on nail-pierced hands, the pressure on the lungs was so high that the victim would begin to suffocate. To prevent this, the victim would use its pierced feet to raise and catch a breath. This caused an unbelievable pain. He was nailed to the cross, raised. I stayed close to him. I have a few days to try to convince him to give up. No one can endure such torment. I encouraged the people to mock him while he was hanging. I wanted him to take the remedy that would weaken his mind, so that I could affect his mind more easily. He refused. Suddenly the sky darkened. Everybody was silent. Then they panicked and he was alone. I was the only one with him. I told him that he didn't accomplish anything and that his father left him. I realized that at that moment the sins of all mankind were on him. Even if he withstands my pressure and the physical suffering, he won't be able to cope with separation from the Father. He'll give up. A couple of hours after that, the impossible happened. He died. There are no words to describe what I felt at that moment. He shouldn't have died. He had to give up. But he didn't. All the prophecies and symbols that the rites indicated came true that day. My fate was sealed, and my defeat final. I didn't use the one chance I had. He denied my claims against the Creator and his law. They then took him from the cross and buried him. He said that he will resurrect. I didn't even think of stopping him in that. But I came up with a story for the gullible. My followers claimed that his disciples stole him while the well-trained Roman soldiers were guarding the grave. Of course, many believed it. He rose from the dead. He spoke to women and then appeared among the disciples. I listened to what he was saying. He will stay with them to the end of the world. He doesn't really think that a handful of uneducated poor people can do anything useful. I manipulated them while he was on earth. With him out of sight, things will be much easier. The prophecies given so far pointed at a long period of time to come. I had to look for other ways to keep the earth under my control. Chapter 20. The Apostles. The Redeemer returned to his Father. He told the 11 apostles not to go far from Jerusalem. The prophecies claimed that they would receive the necessary force to begin their work. He personally promised that. But the Creator grants his force only if his preconditions are met. I had to divide them, make them discordant, fill their life with obligations and other earthly cares, persecute them through people under my rule. Without the divine power, they will be completely helpless. I decided to destroy the Redeemer's work in its initial stages. However, the enthusiasm and the experience they had were insurmountable obstacles to do what I intended. They didn't separate. They talked all the time about what has happened. They prayed together, supported each other. They interpreted and ascertained everything their Redeemer told them after his resurrection. 10 days after he returned to the Father, the Redeemer sent the force to his disciples. Up to that, I comforted myself with the thought that the Redeemer's life and work didn't leave a significant mark on this world. Therefore, I was sure that his disciples won't do anything important. But when the disciples received the force and went into crowd, most of them soon realized that they were tricked and that the one they've killed was indeed the Son of God, the Messiah, whom they've been waiting. After that, thousands repented for their sins and joined Creator's side. I couldn't believe what was happening. People standing up against me on my planet. Like many times before, I used the state and church authorities in order to achieve my goals. I organized the persecution and destruction of the members of that movement. Everyone faithful to the Creator was declared an infidel and an enemy of the people. I darkened the human mind so much that they were ready to arrest and brutally kill others, even though they didn't violate any law. I organized public stoning persecutions. The people were euphoric, some to be on the Redeemer's side, others to destroy the first ones. I chose a very devout Jew, whom I fully inspired and convinced that banishing and killing the Redeemer's followers is actually the Creator's will. Although a lot of people accepted my suggestion, he was especially eager and zealous. However, the Redeemer decided to select him, Saul of Tarsus, as the 12th apostle. He revealed to Saul and sent him to his disciples. They quickly acquainted him with what the Redeemer said and did, and the Redeemer himself spoke to him in visions, preparing him for his service. Knowing Saul's ability and eagerness, I decided to remove him, because he could quickly become a serious problem. In a short period of time, the apostles organized the church under the Redeemer's leadership and spread across many countries. From a handful of poor people, they'd become a worthy opponent. The only thing that I could do was to make their lives as difficult as I could. State authorities and fanatical formal believers were a powerful tool I used to hinder their progress. On the other hand, I tortured the apostles themselves with dispiritedness. They couldn't understand why they faced so many obstacles while offering the world something better. Some of the apostles wrote letters to encourage newly formed churches that they had to leave in order to establish new ones. I carefully studied what they said, and I deliberately raised the ones who wrongly interpreted these words, thus destroying the church from within. It had to fall, sooner or later. I put an extra effort to eliminate the apostles because they were the living witnesses of what the Redeemer said and did. As such, they were the main reason the church expanded. And I did it, one by one, very cruelly, as they were dying. I was next to them asking where their Redeemer is now. Why doesn't he save them? However, this didn't discourage them, because they knew that this life is actually a preparation for a better eternal life. They died with joy, I knew I had to distort the Redeemer's teachings once again. However, that required time, and I had to act immediately. By killing them, I took away their opportunity to live, but also ruined my chances of bringing them to my side by making them unfaithful to Creator or fanatical. But there was no way of stopping the spread of truth they preached. I continued to encourage the persecution and hostility towards them wherever they showed up. I had to kill some of them so that I could slow down the expansion of their teachings. As much as I tried, they seemed to be always one step ahead of me, even though I knew what their plans were. Even though I introduced many false doctrines into First Church and tried to feed old misconceptions, the church continued to grow. There was one type of misconceptions for Jews and another one for converted non-Jews. However, it only slowed down the expansion of the church. It didn't stop it. I began to plan a new strategy against the Creator. Strategy against what he did through the Redeemer. So far I managed to suppress all his efforts to expand the truth. I'll do it again. Chapter 21. Winning Strategy. After Redeemer's death, the Jews had, according to Daniel's prophecy, 3.5 years to repent and turn to the Creator. They didn't do this, at least not as nation. They chose me as their master. I decided to destroy every mention of them. I had Jerusalem destroyed in no time. The Creator managed to save only those who he took away from the city a couple of years before its complete destruction. The others continued killing each other until Titus came and destroyed the entire city. He wanted no victim. I've managed to flare the Jewish national pride so much that all his efforts to persuade Jews to surrender failed. Eventually, Titus entered the city, and Roman soldiers who hated Jews burned and destroyed the entire city, as well as the temple. Enraged over the Redeemer's success, I've decided to completely physically exterminate his followers. At that moment, the whole world was under my control. Rome worshipped me. I organized public killing of Christians as a form of entertainment. I accused Christians as enemies of the state and the cause of all evil. They were caught, arrested, and thrown into arenas where they died in terrible pain. They threw them to lions or armed gladiators, burned them at stakes, tortured and killed. But they, like their teacher, died with joy, with song even. However, instead of demoralizing and scaring others by such actions, and convincing them to give up the Redeemer's teachings, I achieved the opposite in most cases. Hiding in the catacombs beneath the earth and meeting secretly, the church grew unstoppably, much faster than I was able to destroy it. There was a danger that other people may realize that I exist by wondering who would kill honest, humble, good and modest men for no reason. They might connect those who did such things to me, who inspired them to do that. I wanted to stay in background. I had to think of something else more effective. And a brilliant idea crossed my mind. Knowing the Creator, I was familiar with what he wants from his followers. And I knew what he doesn't want and what offends him. I knew also under what conditions he can never save the people who are convinced that they are serving him. I decided to distort the truth he left to his followers a bit. Not much, so that misconceptions wouldn't be easily spotted. Not immediately, so that the church leaders wouldn't notice it. The Creator forbade his people from following the religious customs of other nations. In his perfect plan, he didn't want to let the man make changes and determine the rules by which he serves the Creator. He knew I was behind all that, and that I would sooner or later use that deficiency in service to win over the people to my side. I devised a perfect plan of how to merge the Roman religion with Christianity. I waited for some 200 years. I didn't stand still during this period. I introduced more and more problems, misconceptions and prejudices among Christians in order to successfully implement my plan. When Constantine became the ruler of Rome, I used him to accomplish my plans. I assured him that it is in his best interest to make Christianity the official religion of the empire. Considering that he had rather vague ideas about Christianity and its meaning, he ordered his whole army to be baptized. Mithraism, the worship of the sun, was the main religion in Rome for centuries. Therefore, I suggested to him that it would be wise to rename pagan deities into apostles and call them saints. Everyone would then be pleased. Of course, everything was done very subtly, so it had apparent justification in Redeemer's teachings. Do I really have to say that my idea was so good it lasted up to this day? You're also a part of it, aren't you? The idea was literally perfect. Everyone fell into my trap. Well, almost everyone, except an insignificant number of those who weren't seduced by my tricks. My success was immeasurable. By killing Christians physically, I was only doing them a favor. They would remain faithful until death, thus gaining what the Redeemer made possible: resurrection and eternal life. But by putting the misconceptions into truth, I achieved the real victory. I led them into eternal destruction, without them even being aware. They continued living, stayed religious, prayed to the Creator, but, in my way, I gradually introduced what the Creator banned: pagan customs, pictures. I even managed to change the weekly holiday, the day that pointed to the Creator. I managed to switch the Christian day of rest and celebration, which was, of course, the same as Jewish, to the first day of the week. Christians welcomed that commandment because they were often equated and persecuted along with Jews. I changed the feast in honor of the birth of the Son into the day of Redeemer's birth. I did the same with the pagan spring feast by changing its purpose. It now celebrated the Redeemer's resurrection. People worshipped the Creator through customs and holidays I established. At least they believe so. By separating them from the truth, they lost the ability to see the purpose of life the Creator intended for man. I didn't encounter any resistance. People have been stranded for eternity, and I didn't even have to chase and kill them. As I said before, a brilliant plan. At that time, I failed to fulfill another idea. Since the Creator initiated people to perform and select the writings that will be included in the biblical canon, I tried to inspire and suggest them to incorporate as many fabricated writings as possible in it. But the Creator didn't let me do that. All that was left for me is to try to belittle those writings. Not too innovative, but quite useful, was my attempt to try to spread the doubt in veracity of the Bible, because it was written by man. Man also decided which book will become a part of the canon and which won't. Fortunately, very few people think about this argument. To them, it seems irrefutable. No one asks why man would canonize those writings that he won't adhere, the books that judge him, and for which he would fear they could get into the hands of ordinary people. Why not choose the scriptures that suit their views and then recommend them to people, thus ensuring complete control over their minds in the centuries to come? Nobody realizes that in this way there would be no religious conflicts, persecution, and heresy. People would believe whatever they want, what I want. Human superficiality and willingness to accept new ideas without thinking and testing them is one of my favorite human characteristics. I like that with you also. Chapter 22. The Middle Age. The prophecy said that the Roman Empire will fall apart. Under the onslaught of barbarian tribes, it completely collapsed. I tried to grant the state power to the Church, whose doctrines already were far from the original teachings of the apostles. I would then be able to fully exterminate those who didn't accept the misconceptions I introduced into the Church. In the following generations, the Church ceased to be what the Creator intended and became mine. But first, I had to make sure that the Church, which I moved to Rome, is completely separated from the East. I didn't want to leave the slightest possibility that Christianity, even in its diluted form, spreads to the East. Middle East nations were rather disjointed, aggressive, and alienated. I shaped their mentality through centuries, and in accordance with this, devised a special religion for them. This religion was, of course, intolerant towards Christianity and Jews. I quickly organized them and spread this new belief system from far west to India. I gave religious and civil authority to the Church of Rome. She quickly became the exact opposite of what the Creator wanted it to become. Due to the authority it had and false decrees, I suggested it to issue an order to confirm her authority over the church, as well as the state. It had great influence throughout the whole then-known world. Everyone accepted her authority and belief system I spread through her. My victory was almost complete. However, one thing this church, which rose in power and force, lacked was the effective mechanism to prevent the spread of the truth. Considering that I organized new persecution of those who opposed to what the church taught, true followers of the Redeemer could teach and preach only in secrecy. Those who followed the Creator's truth lived in extreme poverty and could only spread the truth I wanted hidden on such an insignificant level. Of course, I dealt with this problem also. Under the excuse of the church restoration, I organized various ranks of poor clergy that would deal with the Redeemer's preach on this level. I humiliated the church to the point that it waged most shameful wars and exterminations in the name of the Creator. Crusades were organized in his name. This only deepened the gap between East and West, between the people and the church in general, between man and the Creator. Many stopped believing that the Creator even exists upon seeing what the church was capable of doing in his name. To them, I presented the church teachings as a careful, man-made creation. This way every man was exposed to my influence, whether he was a believer or not. By depriving people of the scriptures the Creator wanted to show the world, I was able to spread prejudices and misconceptions of various kinds. In addition to the aforementioned acceptance of pagan customs, I added many other misconceptions and untruths. Cruel Creator who punishes, the Creator who needs to be propitiated, justification by deeds, paid forgiveness, life after death, prayers for the dead, human intermediaries before the Creator, saints, worship of the Redeemer's mother. I've managed to gradually change the rites that the Redeemer himself established so that they lost their true symbolism. These are misconceptions I was able to introduce into the church and then firmly embed them, even seemingly proving it by quoting certain sections of Creator's scriptures. Since I managed to convince them that the scriptures can only be interpreted by authorized people, church authorities, it was no problem to keep these misconceptions up to this day. Apart from keeping the Creator's writings at a safe distance from people, I made sure that ordinary folk was illiterate, while those who could read and write were mostly under my influence. Oral tradition, together with small number of writings which believers carefully guarded and transcribed, was almost insignificant attempts to spread the truth about the Creator. There were moments when I thought that I finally won, but somehow, a couple of them always find a way to keep the truth unchanged. As the light of Creator's truth was slowly fading, I eagerly waited for the moment when it will all be over. But my waiting doesn't mean inactivity. The Creator's followers lived in poor living conditions, and I reckoned that these are ideal circumstances to exterminate them in a way they didn't expect. They can't hide from this new, powerful, and insidious weapon, Black Plague. I tried to infect them with this deadly disease in every possible way, but the Creator didn't allow them to be completely annihilated. Although 1/3 of the population died, I still wasn't able to destroy his followers completely. To my surprise, the Creator used the honesty of one Roman priest who studied his scriptures to initiate a new wave of spreading the truth. I was beside myself. I was so near to complete destruction of all his followers, and he decides to use the authority who I established to spread the truth. Martin Luther revolted against the teachings of his own church. He discovered the truth I wanted to hide, the truth about justification by faith, which exposed the misconceptions of a cruel God and showed that the Redeemer gave his life to pay the penalty for sin. He started translating the scriptures to folk language. He wanted to make them available to everyone. I had to stop that. I wanted to destroy them, but the Creator didn't allow that. He always finds new ways to get his truth to the people. Soon, similar movements rose in other parts of Europe. With the help of my church, I started a war against all those who taught otherwise. I had to start from the beginning. I established the Inquisition, and then use it to destroy those who dared to side with the reformers, but that simply wasn't enough to stop the spreading of the truth. After that, A new land was discovered, America. A part of Creator's followers decided to move there, where they could freely preach the truth about the Creator. Time was running out, and truth was spreading once again. I started to realize that I won't be able to stop it from spreading. So I decided to concentrate all my power into one effort: new misconceptions, the masking of the truth and misinterpretation. Since the Creator led his people, multitudes realized the truth about the misconceptions I maintained for over millennia. The settlers tried to create a completely different social order than those in Europe. I wasn't too worried. Whatever the form of governance is, the man will always want power and be selfish, because I support him in that. Chapter 23. The Remnant. In the next 300 years, the Creator let the new light illuminate long-forgotten biblical truths. The time has come for me to use different types of prejudices. There was no Bible study where my associates and I weren't present at, always ready to feed and introduce new misconceptions as much as possible. Some had new insights and wanted to introduce them in already existing communities. I then managed to convince sincere believers not to accept these new findings and only stick to what was previously known. Those who had some new findings had to leave their communities in order to use these new information. I was pleased with what I've accomplished. I've managed to separate those who had the Creator's scriptures in their hands into dozens of small, mutually similar, and yet completely intolerant communities. I overstated the newly discovered truths, and made people believe them to be more important than previously discovered information, thus creating imbalance in faith and implementation of what the Creator wanted: reunification in the truth. I ruined some by preventing them from accepting new truths, while I cheated others due to their arrogance, for considering themselves so good that they accepted these new revelations. Yes, that does sound contradictory, but I can make a believer live in belief that he's a loyal servant to the Creator, and at the same time be arrogant and intolerant towards others. One by one, the truths were being discovered. The lie about the state of the dead was debunked. In addition, a new light was cast on the Redeemer's second arrival. Accordingly, the truth about the final judgment was also discovered. The truth about the Creator's eternal law was also rediscovered. The 10 Commandments were accentuated as the basic moral principle. However, people didn't like these new truths, because they didn't correspond with all the prejudices that I've introduced over centuries: need for a visible deity, widely accepted day of celebration, lust, greed, selfishness, violence, with endless and recited prayers, human intermediaries, and much more. My work was also revealed through truths about my origin and everything that I've done, as well as through fatal misconceptions I introduced and expanded through my church. I was exposed. Soon many people knew the full truth. I was belittled, portrayed as the villain, the cause of all evil. I had to carefully conceal my work and draw people's attention somewhere else. If the Creator thought that exposing me to the world will hinder my effort in any way, and that the preaching of his truth will reach everyone, he was very wrong. I had many more ways of separating man from the Creator. How will the truth about the Creator reach everyone if I tell them that the Creator doesn't exist? If I say that the world wasn't created, that it was formed accidentally? And what if I present evidence? Scientific evidence. Chapter 24. Theory of Evolution. For thousands of years, there was no particular technological progress on Earth. I saw that the Creator intends to change that. He inspired many people to discover new information about the universe, nature, chemistry, biology, physics, and other scientific areas. However, there isn't anything that the Creator can use which I couldn't misuse. Along with the discovery of truth about the one who created all of this and the one who will judge the world, I had to introduce an opposite doctrine that would cast shadow on what the Creator wanted to tell the world. Throughout the Bible, people were taught to worship the one who created heavens and earth. As human knowledge and different sciences progressed, I wanted to use that fact completely. And I came up with a theory that would seduce all those who consider themselves wise and educated. through strong pseudo-arguments. That was particularly important because that part of the society had the greatest influence on the development of civilization. I used a young medicine and theology student through whom I managed to lay the foundation of modern theory of evolution. Due to the prejudices the people had towards the Church for what it has done in the Middle Age, a lot of them lost their faith, equating the Creator with the Church. That was just what I wanted. In such circumstances, it wasn't too hard to give the world a new theory, a better theory of the origin of the world that teaches that there is no Creator. I fired up the imagination of people who started exploring this theory, my theory. Knowing the stupidity and frivolity of human mind, I didn't have to bother much about the clear flaws of such a theory. It was important to give the basis that opposes those who claim that the Creator created everything through His Word. Suddenly, people started believing that everything was created by accident, that they do not have to answer to anyone, as the only purpose of their life is to please themselves, and that it doesn't matter what they do because, after all, they are going to die after all. Everything is a normal, uncontrolled cycle. And while being overwhelmed by hopelessness on one hand, on the other hand, they were seduced by the sense of freedom. I had to give a starting point to the theory of evolution, so I've once again relied on human stupidity and came up with the Big Bang Theory. And so, you now believe that something exploded somewhere, and from that uncontrolled explosion during billions and billions of years, something thickened due to certain natural forces, thus creating the planets. And then again, after millions and millions of years, the conditions to create life suddenly appeared, and it appeared out of nothing. I'm especially proud of this because human stupidity seems infinite at this moment, considering that this theory is accepted by the most educated people. Hence, man believed that something so complex and inexplicable, something that no man, not even I, can create under any conditions, appeared by accident. As the new fossils were being found, I continued to upgrade my theory to make it more believable. I wanted to humiliate the Creator and man even more by suggesting that humans, roughly speaking, descended from apes. The apparent similarity between man and apes is not result of some imaginary process, but rather of his degradation. That is the only thing that can be accomplished by mutations caused by various life conditions and habits. Decay, not progress and development. Can you believe that something that hollow like the theory of evolution can still be believed up to this day? The secret of the survival of such a theory isn't its irrefutability. It doesn't have that much power by itself. Its power lies in the human desire for freedom, which I constantly nourish. Man doesn't want to answer to anyone for what he does. For this reason, he'll accept even the craziest theories. As new evidence for the creation appeared, I had to come up with new theories and explanations in various areas. That's why I, for instance, attribute the disappearance of the dinosaurs, most of them died in the flood, to a fall of an asteroid and ice age, a natural and accidental disaster. And the truth is that many of them were saved with Noah in the ark, and lived for a long time among humans, until they, due to deteriorating conditions on Earth, were extinct. Hence, in each culture, no matter what part of the globe, there are legends about dragons. Fortunately, only few people links this to dinosaurs. I explain the discovery of fossil remains of animals in polar regions with my theory of the divisions of continents during millions of years, while I presented the theory of antediluvian water layer around the planet as so unbelievable that no one could consider true. And that's exactly what happened. Due to the influence of the water layer, due to the greenhouse effect, the planet had uniform climate, suitable for the abundant life of many different species. Hence, the life in Antarctica. There are many similar examples which I explained in my own way. Although the theory itself is pretty hollow and connected by assumptions rather than evidence, and even though many faithful people and creation supporters pointed to many gaps and inconsistencies, the apparent proofs had much greater impact on people. And while I inspired scientists to present new, unproven theories, I also encouraged people to observe faith as something that limits their endless freedom. I set up a big prejudice by introducing the theory of evolution. New information must be placed into already accepted theory. If that's not possible, that finding is rejected. Because people deeply believe that the only acceptable explanation for the origin of everything on Earth is evolution through natural selection. That way, many evidences that support creation are forgotten and cast aside. Only those that can be incorporated into existing theory of evolution are acceptable. My greatest success with the theory of evolution is that I was able to convince those who claim they believe in the Creator to declare the first 11 chapters of Bible as fictitious. But that's also a part of my plan. I even convinced them that the Creator started evolution. If I can manage to devalue the name of the Creator in religious circles, the image of the Creator would be forever degraded. Never again would the people be able to connect with the Creator in the way He intended, because they would have completely wrong idea what He really wants. The theory of evolution opened the doors for many other delusions. It made the Creator's existence become unnecessary. Without the Creator, there are no moral principles that He gave. The scriptures He wrote through His people no longer have any purpose. The people are turning to themselves, turning to me. I was able to convince man to reject everything he cannot understand with his miserable mind. Today, the greatest scientists will claim that there is no Creator, even though they are aware of how little the man truly knows about the nature and universe. Man can only see a small part of color spectrum, not to mention sound spectrum and radiation, or large areas and atomic particles. The reason for that is the degradation of mankind and separation from the Creator due their sin. But I guess scientists know. And they know a lot that can be known from your ant perspective. And believe me, that is very little. The Creator was once again losing the battle for man. More and more people were supporting the theory of evolution, thus directly rejecting the Creator. My plan was perfect. I introduced an incorrect theory and used various branches of science to support it. The theory wasn't and never will be science, but the tinges of real science make this fabrication seem true, something that can be proven, but at the same time, can't be. Perfect, isn't it? Do you still think that you're smart and that you decide by yourself what to do and believe? Are you a part of this group of people who I successfully separated from the Creator? You are, aren't you? No, don't worry. You'll soon realize that you were seduced by some of hundreds misconceptions I spread across the planet. You too are my victim, only you don't realize it just yet, but you will. Will you be able to return to the Creator? Of course you won't, not because He doesn't want to, but because I'm going to make sure that you don't want that. Chapter 25, The New Age. The predicted increase of knowledge was already taking root, as in the area of the truths about the Creator, but also in other areas of human interest. Printing press, the steam engine, different types of vehicle, communication devices, electrical power. Although it all contributed to the spread of truth about the Creator, this was also good for me. I couldn't stop the spreading of the truth. Therefore, I put special effort to slow it down as much as possible. I had to preoccupy people with other things so that they couldn't spend enough time learning about the Creator's plans. I founded different mutually intolerant ideologies such as Nazism and communism. When these ideologies developed sufficiently, I used the above-mentioned progress of human knowledge to encourage them to make their ideologies superior to others. Knowledge was used to produce all kinds of new weapons. I was proud of my success. And while in past I had to do a lot of work to kill a larger number of people, I now inspired man to develop much effective ways of destroying himself. New firearms, chemical and biological weapons. I caused wars for various reasons. It didn't even matter why. It was only important that people are getting killed. I easily used human characteristics such as pride, arrogance and selfishness to accomplish my goals. Ideological turmoil and war were ideal conditions to stop the spreading of the truth. But I didn't stop at that. My area of activity has no boundaries. The church through which I worked in the Middle Age almost completely lost its power and authority. I had to restore it. I waited for 150 years so that the memory of what it has done fades. Soon I restored its power, and the nations under my control easily accepted this. My church once again became an authority, and the greatest one, that is. All I had to do is to change its appearance, but leave its purpose exactly the same: separate the people from the Creator with lie combined with a bit of truth. Through my church and its authority, I had to deny all those truths that were being discovered. Even though many who read the Bible pointed to difference from what the Scripture says, I denied everything by claiming that my church has the right to change everything she wants, considering she was the Creator's only legitimate heir on the earth. And I used the Bible to prove all of that. How did I do that? No one on earth knows the Bible better than I do, and no one can so skillfully misuse like I can. Only those who carefully read the Bible can spot the boundary between the saving truth and fatal misconception. Fortunately, there are very few of this kind, even among the Creator's chosen nation. With the victory of communism in many countries, I've managed to satisfy the inner need for universal equality, the need for apparent justice, while simultaneously removing the Creator from their lives. The lifestyle I then imposed observed faithfulness to the Creator as almost an anti-state act. At the same time, I developed completely different trend in capitalist countries. The simplest and most useful was certainly materialism. That is something I've managed to keep up to this date. However, the truth induced by the Creator's power, and people who couldn't be seduced and separated from him, was still spreading unstoppably. People who properly understood the true values of life did all they could, often sacrificing their lives to spread the truth as much as possible. Due to the new social system, I couldn't start an open war against them, but I've created strong reluctance against any new information regarding the Creator. As always, the majority was on my side, and the process of spreading the truth was very difficult and slow. One of my best prejudices is the one that claims that the majority is always right and that something that has long been accepted is always correct. Due to that prejudice, man is capable of observing the real truth, and yet staying in his delusion, and the majority was never right on this planet, nor will it ever be. Chapter 26. The confusion. Every corner of this planet has a way that I can use to ruin man, keeping people away from the truth about the Creator, fatal misconceptions in the truth itself, theory of evolution, various political ideologies, wars, mass destruction, false religion, fanaticism, atheism. Every man is a victim of at least one of them, almost everyone. Despite this, the Creator made his word spread unstoppably, and I couldn't do anything about that. I needed a new strategy, using the familiar human characteristic and needs, as well as the wishes of those who accepted the truths presented in the Bible. I inspired them to interpret them in a way to have the truth adapt to themselves, not the other way around. Knowing human vanity, the power of human ego and man's now inherent selfishness, it was no problem to be successful in this area. All of this produced fertile ground for the appearance of various Christian communities. I introduced some type of misconception in each of them, but each of them had something in common. I did that so I could easily unite them all against God's people. The more Christian communities there are, the smaller they will be. The more communities there are, the less convincing they are. The differences between some communities were small, while in other cases they were great, and they all read the same book, the Bible. My perfect knowledge of the Bible, combined with human hypocrisy, allowed me to manipulate it however I want. I misinterpreted its truths and hid others. This allowed me to inspire some of them to wrongly interpret some biblical passages and tolerate sin in their communities. I inspired others to reject everything that doesn't fit their needs and wishes, helping them to find the apparent justification in the Bible. Knowing the desired spirituality level of every man, I allowed him to join a community that will suit his needs best. In addition, I brought people into Christian communities for various wrong reasons. Some were afraid of death and hell, That was very effective because those people would come to the Creator not out of love like he wants, but out of fear, never being able to know him completely. Others joined these communities because they hoped they would be blessed financially due to their faith. Such would quickly leave the Creator when they saw that things don't work that way. Others came because of music and song or company, or the fact that they considered faith as a hobby. Of course, I've convinced them they are pure-hearted, while in fact they don't even know why they've joined the church in the first place. I use the Bible verses to completely distort the very essence of the Bible. By overstressing one aspect of the truth, other parts of the Bible would stay hidden to those who studied it. Due to their lack of knowledge, there was nothing to protect them from my misconceptions. For example, I inspired some to overstress the importance of baptism. Others rejected some misconceptions I introduced through my church during the Middle Age, such as the worship of statues, but many other things were still there. The third group was only interested in baptizing by the Holy Spirit. I found this especially amusing. I've convinced them that one isn't fully converted unless he speaks foreign languages like the apostles did after the Pentecost. They would be so obsessed with the desire to speak foreign languages that they would insensibly get into the state where I could control their minds. They would then start talking gibberish, which is thought to be a sure sign that the person is on the Creator's side. But I know what they are talking about, actually what I'm talking about. And I'm certainly not praising the Creator. After all, they don't even understand it. They even enjoy when I use their mouths to blaspheme. They think that they're praising the Creator in the most glorious way possible. Yeah, right. The community through which I was able to spread the misconceptions that hurt the Creator most is especially important to me. And once again I backed everything up with the Bible. Can you believe that I used His own word to humiliate and belittle the Creator and His Son? Through this community, I took away the Creator's power to create. I assured them that He was creating this planet for thousands, or more precisely 6,000 years, that each literal day of creation lasted 1,000 years. I reduced the divine nature of the Creator to a human level. I convinced them that the Redeemer isn't God. What is most interesting, I've managed to convince them that He already came for the second time, as He promised. I convinced them symbolical in the Bible is in fact literal, and the other way around. With them, I developed in them a slave-like relationship to the Creator. Apart from taking away what was most important in the Bible from them, they also lost their humanity. I convinced them that even though someone is going to die, they mustn't give their blood to save him, nor to receive it from anyone. I've managed to make a science from that, just to separate them from the life-saving truths of the Creator's Word. I carefully keep them separated from other religious communities so that misconception I spread through them wouldn't be diluted. I even made them change the Bible so that they could justify their teachings. And while multiplying the Protestant Christian communities, making them disunited about the newly discovered truths, I was extra careful with my greatest church. I knew how great influence I could once again have through it. I gave her the authority, power, and wealth. I convince people that this is the result of special attention and blessings the Creator grants to His chosen church. In reality, they don't have any connection with the Creator. I built it in accordance with human needs and understanding of the Creator, concepts that I carefully constructed through the millennia. I devised every single detail carefully, from the exterior appearance to interior, from the clergy to the rites they performed. The people had to be amassed. They had to believe that the Creator Himself is speaking through it. That's why I raised her clergy so much. Although the Creator explicitly forbade that, the priests became spiritual fathers, to whom people bow down to and consider as a mediator between the Creator and the people, instead of the Redeemer. For all those that didn't want to join any of the smaller Christian communities, there was she, the Mother Church. She asks the least from its members. In addition, she allows the greatest freedom, while making sure that its members are doing everything a religious man must do. Through various feasts of pagan origin I renamed as Christian, her members have a feeling they are truly faithful to the Creator. But just a feeling. a sense of generosity and kindness during the winter holidays, a sense of self-denial and sacrifice during the preparation for spring holidays, and in the end, a sense of contributing to Creator's plan of salvation. The last mentioned man's aspiration can easily be used against him. I decided to completely humiliate man and inflict even more pain to the Creator through their lack of understanding of Creator's plan of salvation by penance and self-punishment. By wrongly presenting the Creator and his plan of salvation, I've convinced people that they also have to do something to propitiate the Creator. They have to punish themselves. This one is my favorite. I've managed to make people destroy themselves. I enjoy watching how their own ignorance makes them do such things. However, the sense of satisfaction, dedication, and usefulness I give the members of my church make sure they remain in utter darkness. Do you see what can be achieved by nourishing human ego? Many of them will rather whip themselves, walk on sharp glass, or even crucify themselves than change their character. All of this makes, as I call it, a perfect illusion, my masterpiece. But I didn't stop there. I need something else, something supernatural. I've led many people into a state of extreme poverty due to the lifestyle I impose on them, or the diseases that I caused. Whenever necessary, I'll set them free from my chains. Why? I'll make sure it looks like a Creator's miracle, while the one who prayed for him and put his hand onto him doesn't even belong to the Creator. You still don't get it. The healed man and those who witnessed the miracle will all think that they have to join the community to which the healer belongs, for that is the true Creator's church. However, I saw that there was a considerable number of those who were deeply disillusioned with Christianity because of the state I brought it into. Since the Creator placed need to connect to him in each man, it was important for me to fill this void, or they might get in touch with the complete Creator's truth. I had to offer them something new, mystical, different, oriental. Due to the genuine need for spirituality, the desire to be popular and different, many accepted what I offered them. Oriental religions. I carefully developed them during thousands of years. They filled the gaps that many people, because of my work, couldn't find in the Christianity. A new way of looking at immortality of human soul, life, and what they think deity is. I've already been using the misconceptions about the immortality of the soul for thousands of years through the lie of reincarnation. Actually, that wasn't particularly difficult. All I had to do was to insert memories of alleged past lives in the minds of people that are under my control, so that they would believe that they were someone, or something else in their past lives. I've managed to suppress natural fear of death by the feeling of safeness in long journey of soul from body to body, until the spiritual perfection. This way, I was able to trap and mislead the people that were complete atheists due to their distorted knowledge of Christianity, through many different ways on altering their consciousness with meditation or repetitive rhythmic sounds. I keep their minds under control, safely distanced from the Creator. I explain everything by seemingly intelligent explanations and philosophy. Truthful and logical elements, such as a healthy lifestyle, just give the support to this belief system I spread across the planet. You recognize yourself in one of the groups I described. Oh, did I offend you? This is so degrading and humiliating it can't be true. You don't even want to continue reading. That's exactly what I want. I would just continue where we left off before you began to read this book. You're still there. It was worth a try. Despite all the obstacles that I've set, the Creator's followers were finding ways to spread the truth about him, with his help and strength. People were still finding their way to the Creator. Was I worried about that? Not at all. Chapter 27. The Hurdle Race. For a man, the path to the Creator is not simple. The reason for this is me, of course. The first obstacle on this road is his family and close friends, who I kept shut to the Creator's truths through life habits, trends, and social norms. A man that wants to become closer to Creator will encounter misunderstanding and ridicule, intolerance and rejection. He will be classified as weird and fanatical, even crazy. Due to obedience to the Creator, he'll have to give up some deeply rooted habits which the ones close to him won't like. Moreover, they'll hate it, because I make sure they get angry when they see him changing. Many fall on this obstacle. They can't or perhaps don't want to deal with this sort of thing. They choose the path of least resistance, the path which I chose. I try everything I can to keep all those who encounter the truth under my control and away from the Creator. Prejudice, human pride and selfishness are very good weapons that I use to make people stay by my side. To me, it's only important to prevent people from reading the Creator's scriptures, the Bible. Also, I created so many prejudices about it, prejudices that aren't even verified. For instance, one prejudice claims that the Bible can be interpreted in many ways, and it can, because I help you do that. If you'd read it by yourself, you would quickly realize that it interprets itself very accurately. However, even if you start reading it superficially, you simply can't fully understand it. It would be good to pray to the Creator before reading, so that He could help you understand the text properly. But you don't want to do that. That's why you'll see only what I want you to see. Furthermore, I inspire people to regard it as a purely human book that has been made obsolete, as an interesting book, a part of cultural heritage. Creating many prejudices about the Bible made it stop being the favorite book. However, the above-mentioned prejudices aren't the only reason for its unpopularity among the people. It awakens the conscience, requires change. It offers a solution, an exit, and I made sure that exit is reached as difficult as possible. That's why one decides not to change, even though he'll be ruined. It is important to live like everyone else, without encountering conflicts, not to stray from social norms even if they're wrong, without the risk of losing something supposedly important, while in fact it's far from that. To silence the voice of conscience, through which the Creator tries to speak to him, I occupy his mind with different things, depending on what will have the greatest effect on that individual. Stimulated human selfishness has a special role in all of this. I can assure people that they are too young, or too busy, or too old, or any other to start getting to know the Creator through the Bible. Fortunately, most of them do not realize that the link with the Creator burdens them the same as they are burdened by good health. They don't realize that because I'm there to mask the truth. If something is to stop you from coming to the Creator, I'm your most reliable associate. I'll give you everything to stay right where you are. From a good excuse to wealth. People think that material prosperity is a blessing from God. In reality, this is the best way to keep you at the safest possible distance from the Creator. Many of those that were already on Creator's side were completely corrupted and separated from Him by wealth and power. No, I didn't separate them from their religious communities if that's what you think. Imagine how easier it is for me to separate from the Creator those who still don't know of Him. To keep you by my side, I'll even allow you to be religious if you insist. You'll join one of the dozens of Christian communities I personally established. I'll even give you peace in that area. However, not a complete one, but one that is enough to keep you just where I want you to be. I'll influence your views on spirituality to make them completely distorted. I will bring you into a state where spirituality will be connected only with feelings and intuition, while the sense, which is most important, will be set aside. And I'll be the one who'll manipulate your feelings in various ways so that your harmonious attitude towards spirituality remains in perpetual darkness. This way, I accomplish a lot. First of all, I devalue the Creator's efforts to fully reveal to you. He's waiting for you, clearly revealed, with specific guidelines and instructions given in the Bible, while at the same time He watches you as you wander on your path, driven by your own fickle feelings. Of course, you've came across with His word, but it's much easier to rely on feelings. Therefore, I always want to make sure you don't even open the Bible. Even when something bad happens, I'll help you blame the Creator for the disaster I caused. You'll hardly blame yourself for not knowing the Creator and His words. I'll make sure that He is the bad guy in this case. I'll even make you religious and give you material goods in order to ruin you. However, if things don't go the way I planned, I'll take away something from you. I'll bring you into serious problems if it'll help me to keep you seduced, while you blame everything on the Creator. Do you now realize how powerful I really am? Do you begin to comprehend that everything that has happened is the result of my perfect plan? Do you now know who the cause of all evil is? You didn't think that something so dreadful, according to the Creator, yet perfectly designed to the smallest detail, is just one big accident. Up to now you could only see a small part of versatility to achieve my goals. What you've learned up to now are mostly my global actions. However, throughout history my work has been much more than that. To achieve all this globally, I had to work very hard on the individual level. That is the key to my global success, many humiliated and misguided individuals. I've just begun to reveal to you how skillfully I work on that level too. And you are yet to see that my influence extends to areas where your feeble mind never imagined it could. You'll find yourself in many examples, realizing how you are being manipulated to do exactly what I want, even though the Creator warned you not to do such things. You'll realize that your problems, your appearance, health, intelligence, habits, moral, and even your spirituality and the environment in which you live, and much more, are the merit of my evil geniality. You'll realize that you're my medium through which I destroy you and this planet. You're going to find all that out. I'll explain it all in detail. Do you think that you'll change after reading this? You won't, for sure. It's not that easy to change. I'll help you to stay just the way you are, as much as possible. You know everything best. You're better than others. You're always right. You can't change your mind. That would be humiliating. You're too proud for that. You see, you'll stay exactly as you were. I'll exult one day when you meet the Creator face to face because you've read this, but still didn't change. Chapter 28, Under My Control. By now you have realized that I put great effort to destroy you. I simply hate you. You are the only possible way to hurt the Creator who wants to destroy me forever. You've also realized that my goal is to make you pay for your sins instead of me. The moment I separate you from the Creator on spiritual level, the moment you cross the line after which you can no longer go back, I control you completely. The best thing in all of this is that you chose this yourself. The Creator pointed you to one side, me to the other, all the time. And you didn't realize we were battling for you. Do you know why the Creator loses this battle? Because he suggests you to do things of eternal value, connect with him through his word, build your character according to his, and control your feelings and desires. And me. Like I said, I side with your ego. I've declared everything the Creator wants as outdated and obsolete. The made virtues he wants be considered as flaws. The wishes he wants you to control are portrayed as the greatest pleasure. That's why he's losing the battle for you. You don't want to be considered as weakling. You want to enjoy the life, and all the feelings that you can experience. It doesn't matter that all this diminishes you spiritually, morally, and physically in the eyes of the Creator. It's important that you enjoy it, that you are like the others. You now see how simple my job is. I distanced you from the truths the Creator wishes you to find. I've convinced you that the religion is for elderly and children. And now nothing can save you from the misconceptions I trapped you in. You recognize my voice as the voice of reason, while you ignore the Creator's fading voice of conscience, thinking it's useless. You would have to be selfless, humble, patient, unselfish, caring, emotional. It doesn't matter that people from your environment would be happier because of it. You think this is hard and degrading? After all, you can't change now. Everyone got used to you just the way you are. What would they think of you? Just imagine, I've managed to achieve that those who change will be ridiculed by everyone else. I easily inspire them to do that because they justify their inability to change in this manner. For instance, you'll be ridiculed by rude people if you became decent. Those who live unhealthy will mock you for starting a healthier life. You'll be ridiculed for being moral by those who are immoral. You see, things like this lose their sense without my control. I use them to stop you from changing. The path to the Creator will seem impossible from the state you're in. You'd have to avoid many traps in order to get to him. You'd have to discover all spiritual and moral misconceptions. You'd have to accept newly discovered truths and change your life completely. And what for? For the sake of unity with the Creator, for eternal life in complete happiness, justice, health, and true love. I'll help you to conclude that it is better for you to stay the way you are, without changing, so that you could live your miserable, disease and suffer-ridden 70 years of life, to be destroyed with me in the end, rather than fulfilling your true purpose. Do you think that I don't know what I'm talking about? That no one can be that stupid? Oh, yes it can. And you're one of them, along with billions like you. Don't forget, I have 6,000 years of experience of helping the people to do exactly this. In the chapters that follow, you'll see that you're on your way to do the same. Chapter 29. The Opportunity. Human life is in one big opportunity, an opportunity to return to the condition in which the human race was when the first man was formed by the Creator. An opportunity for the Creator to reveal his plan of salvation to man and use his influence to bring man back to himself. But also, a double opportunity for me. First, to inflict as much pain, injustice and misery to man, and secondly, to separate him from the Creator and ruin him for eternity. The Creator cannot interfere to prevent me in this, due to his righteousness. Also, the whole universe must see where disobedience leads and what its consequences are. Therefore, he can only give life, provide testimony about himself and what is good for man, and wait for the man to decide. He's limited by something as stupid as righteousness. Only if the person voluntarily decides to be on his side, then he has the right to enable him to live by his principles, give him the power to resist me, and teach him by revealing through nature and scriptures all that is too slow and boring. That's why I don't have any real competition, since I'm not limited by these conditions. My influence is similar while opposite, of course. Since he invented all life principles for man and all other creatures, I've had to change them all. While the Creator principles are designed so that the fallen man can be happy and satisfied even on this planet, my principles are designed to bring me the greatest satisfaction possible: human pain. I feed on it. It is my only source of pleasure. Your wrath gives me pleasure, your unhappiness gives me happiness, and your pain is the source of my enjoyment. Your fear and horror are my food. And all of this is doubled because the same time you suffer, I also inflict pain to the Creator. Over thousands of years I've developed various habits and principles in all areas of life so that the human race would suffer as much as possible. You also suffer. You think that is a normal way of life. That's just the way it is. There is no other way out. You think that it's normal you are getting sick, that it's natural to have a horrible marriage, that it's normal to be selfish and antisocial, that it's normal there is so much injustice, that there are so many hungry people, that it is normal that persons of same sex are getting married. It isn't, according to Creator's standards, that is. The fact that all this is normal today is only the result of my perfect action. Now, something is considered normal if the majority thinks or does it. Depriving the people from the basic criteria of normality, my change of moral and social standards has no limits. You'll soon realize how much you've succumbed to the criteria I set. You'll soon see that you don't have any way of resisting me. Each aspect of your life is filled with things I created to destroy you and everyone else, so that I could make you suffer, be unhappy and forget about the Creator and his plans for you. Remember the words from the introduction to this book. Universality. That is the word that will have a whole new meaning to you. Each time you hear it, you'll remember me. You'll remember that I follow you wherever you go. You'll realize that the only way to resist me is to know the truth, the one that the Creator revealed in his word. However, you're just going to plan on doing it, nothing more than that. You won't do it. You won't study the Creator's word. You don't want to change anything, because the change would have to be drastic. The encounter with the Creator through his word would be salutary, but also a bit traumatic at the beginning. In other words, you won't use your chance to return to the Creator, but I'll use my 2 opportunities. You continue to suffer, being destroyed for the eternity. Chapter 30. Manipulation. The only way I can do anything to man is to first separate him from the Creator. I achieve this in various ways. In the beginning, I always suggest not to trust in the Creator. It's best, of course, to convince him that he doesn't exist. Then my job is much easier. I just add arguments that strengthen his lack of faith in the Creator, as well as the resentment and ridicule to every religion. Naturally, your ignorance is my strongest ally. Everything I suggested you to believe is preventing you from even opening, let alone studying the Bible and its truths. Therefore, it's very easy for me to morally and physically degrade you and make you suffer, and ultimately be ruined. Since you don't believe in the Creator, let alone me, you're simply defenseless against me, apart from the Creator's constant protection. He keeps you alive so that he could use every possible way to reveal himself to you and save you. I, of course, present all his efforts to save you as meaningless and accidental occurrences. When you try to admire the perfection of nature, I keep you from deeply thinking about it so that you wouldn't question its origin and creation. When you speak with religious people, I fill your mind with pride and contempt toward them and their beliefs. When you start thinking about the increase of natural disasters, I suggest that all of that is just the work of nature and not the fulfillment of Bible prophecies. When you realize that you need love, I'm the one that suggests to you that such desires are stupid. Instead, I offer you a miserable, but for you sufficient replacement, lust. When you get sick, I suggest to you that it's just a matter of misfortune and injustice, rather than realizing that the reason for your bad condition is the lifestyle and diet I imposed on you. Through all this, my goal is to make you cross the line from which there is no return to the Creator. I then either use you to influence others or simply destroy you. I have to work much harder with those who know the Creator exists. There are two groups of people in this category: those who don't read the Bible and those who study it on a regular basis. The first group is particularly appealing to me. It's a group of people through which I can spread the widest variety of misconceptions about the Creator. Due to their faith in the Creator, without knowing or even try to get to know Him, they will attribute any injustice, misunderstanding, or any other bad thing to Him. I feel best when I convince them to cast blame to Creator after I've managed to hurt or destroy someone by imposing my life principles on him. They blame the Creator for the parentless children, and for people who can't have children. Why did He let that happen? As I said, since they don't read the Bible, their lack of knowledge about the Creator and myself, as well as their inability to go beyond material things and step into the spiritual world, prevents them from clearly observing reality. And that's exactly what I want. They often ask my favorite question: why do good people get hurt? Good. By whose standards? The Creator won't affect the free will of His creatures under any circumstances. And I suggest everything else. I suggest you to drink and drive too fast. You decide who you're going to listen, me or the Creator. I suggest you to live unhealthy. Once again, the choice is yours. If you get into trouble because of your bad decisions, what can the Creator do to prevent you without breaking your free will? Why didn't He prevent that from happening? Oh, I would like that. That way, He would only prove my claims that no one can choose freely to be on His side and to live by His law. That's why He didn't stop Eve from taking the fruit. He offers you choice, and you choose me. This group is particularly interesting to me because I hold them and their loved ones in belief they really know the Bible. So they have the authority to ask some questions and make conclusion about things they don't really know anything about. I use them to make the Bible repulsive to others, even to those who believe in God. Their motivation and faithfulness significantly changes. Having such a distorted image of Him, they cannot serve the Creator as He intends. Rather than that, their faith is reduced to formalism, to faith because they are afraid, because they expect an award or nice emotions that accompany such false spirituality. In other words, a false faith that doesn't mean anything to Creator. Since others consider them believers, their lack of knowledge about the Bible and what the Creator really requires from man makes them a perfect tool to introduce many types of behavior unacceptable to the Creator into society. Through them I misrepresent Creator's love and tolerance, causing them to accept many aspects of immorality. I make them more tolerant towards sin and immorality even than the Creator. On the other hand, I especially hate those who believe in the Creator and study the Bible. I put special effort to separate them from the Creator. I could divide them into two groups. Those who unconditionally accept everything that the Creator said and recommended, and those who attempt to clear the Creator's commandments to suit their needs. I have almost no influence on the people that belong to first group due to their faith. Apart from revealing to them how to live happily and what the true purpose and meaning of their life is, he warned them about the traps they could easily fall in. In addition, due to their faith in him, they have given him the right to protect them and battle their battles against me and my delusions. They are filled with special wisdom and grace. He used their full confidence to save them. Those who study the Bible in order to suit their needs give me the opportunity to use their every flaw, every trace of their pride and selfishness to hide certain Bible truths from them. Those people made possible the introduction of aforementioned misconceptions in faith. That is how I'm able to make religious communities tolerant towards serious character flaws. I inspire them to find excuses for their lies, in fact that Abraham lied to the Pharaoh, even though he was a righteous man. Also, they have fights, like Paul had an argument with Peter and Mary. They cheat their spouses like David did, and the Creator forgave him. In many ways, by using their unwillingness to fully obey the Creator, I enable them to remain just the way they are. Even if they find some biblical truths, I'll make sure they apply this Bible verses on someone else. Each your flaw is my opportunity. Every weakness you don't want to give up will be used to ruin you and make you unhappy. Your every weakness prevents the Creator from protecting you. You wonder what weakness you have. What are you doing wrong? You know it very well. That voice of conscience that still simmers in you tells you what's wrong. But you choose to ignore it. You don't want to change. True, you don't want anyone to take advantage of that, but the decision not to change anything gives me the right to use all this against you. Are you ready to read about your weaknesses? Are you ready to see where I found my foothold in you? Are you ready to understand that you'd have to give up something that gives you great pleasure to be able to be free from the fate I prepared for you? Of course you are not. No one is. But don't worry, you won't give up anything. You'll continue enjoying in everything I've prepared for you, with the exceptions that these pleasures will be embittered by knowledge that I'm taking you down with me. Chapter 31. Morality. By studying the mankind from its very beginnings, I soon found a way to make the people be disobedient to the Creator. I just had to wrap sin and disobedience in bodily pleasure. I realized that the Creator gave humans a particularly strong feeling while conceiving offspring. The Creator wanted that this act of creating new being be deeply etched in their memory. In time, I managed to accomplish that this act becomes a pleasure by itself due to physical pleasure it produces. I encourage people to that as much as possible, especially after seeing how it saddens the Creator and how much it can humiliate man. I began to heat up even their lowest passions. In fact, this aspect of destroying man was one of the easiest. That was one of the reasons why the Creator decided to destroy the planet with the flood, immorality. After the flood, I just continued where I left off previously. Naturally, not that much or that public, because the memories of the flood were still fresh. However, people would always succumb to temptation when it comes to sex. Soon, the Creator destroyed the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah who crossed the line. The destruction was terrible, but I rejoiced because I succeeded in making the Creator to once again destroy the creatures that weren't obedient. Today, the Dead Sea stays as a memorial and warning to future generations. Of course, my success in the field of immorality was never seriously questioned. Time was passing, and I was humiliating mankind more and more. Not only did I distort the sexual relationship between man and woman, I also managed to convince them to do that with members of same sex. And do it even with animals. I was raging the man's imagination to do things he could never possibly think of. The Creator was desperate. I've managed to humiliate such a noble creature below the level of irrational animals. Did anything change as the civilization advanced? It sure did. I've humiliated man even more. Knowing that the final end is set and that there won't be any more Sodom and Gomorrah, I'm doing everything I can to increase the immorality even more. It's a vital part of modern society. Only a small number of those faithful to Creator can see the traps I set, but they can't do much about it except to save themselves. How did I manage to develop immorality so much? Quite simple. By replacing love with lust. I had to take a lot of effort in order to achieve that love ceases to be the principle and be reduced to just a type of emotion. When I succeeded, it wasn't too difficult to turn that feeling into weakness and proclaim true love as utopia. I've created many prejudices about love. One of my favorite is the one that claims that love disappears in time. I made people talk about love with a sneer, to convince each other it fades in time, and that it is normal that two people who used to love each other now don't feel anything, despite living together. This is one of my greatest victory over man and over you. The principle upon which the entire universe is created, the strongest motivation, the strongest mover and the most powerful force is almost completely devalued. I've managed to make the gap between man and the Creator almost insurmountable. Left only with lust, with little or no understanding of love, man can be used to do exactly what I want. Marriage. The Creator created the perfect institution for man, marriage, uniting two people into one. By giving them love, the Creator enabled them to develop the noblest feelings toward each other. Love gives them the ability to put the interest of their spouse in front of their own, making the goal of their life to make each other completely happy. In time, their bond would become more and more stronger and perfect. The Creator could be personally present in such a community, and that's what I wanted to prevent. I couldn't just take away the love from man, I had to find a way to push it out. Selfishness. That was a permanent solution. I encouraged people just to think about themselves, their pleasure, and their well-being. As I was succeeding in this, the respect between spouses was disappearing. Then the same happened to love. Since marriage is the very foundation of every society, it is the subject of my special attention. Shortly after the matrimony, I start reassuring the spouses that it's no longer necessary to take care of themselves as they did before marriage. Now there is no need to smile as before, to be nice, neat, clean, fragrant, kind, considerate and selfless. This is the reason why love disappears quickly. To women, I suggest to cut their hair, to neglect themselves, enjoy food uncontrollably, assuring them that they no longer have to pay attention to their appearance, that all this is normal. To man, I suggest that they don't have to shower that often. Listen to their wives carefully, be kind to her as before, convincing them that they also don't have to pay attention on how their wives look, that there is no need to be so kind, thoughtful, loving. It turns out that way that all the goodness and grace before marriage was nothing more than lie to cheat the future spouse. This has become so common that it's now normal to see these characteristics disappear in the marriage. Through history I set some very strong prejudices about marriage. For example, the prejudice that a man is more important to God than woman. By distorting the balance the Creator had in mind, it's very easy to produce disharmony and discord in the marriage. Due to the sense of superiority, men don't appreciate the effort and the work women put in. That way, almost no man will stop to think about the clean shirt he wears, and what needs to be done so that he could have a healthy meal in a clean plate on his table. In time, woman starts feeling despised and underappreciated, while the man protects his pride, thus creating fights and arguments, which are now considered normal. Actually, my job is pretty simple. I just need to stop two important prerequisites for a happy marriage: woman's respect to man and man's care for his wife. I simply start with man. My work with them is just suggesting different thoughts, but also preventing them from thinking about important things. Because of that, everything becomes more important than paying attention to his wife. And to her, that is the most important thing. She starts to feel neglected, while her husband doesn't feel guilty at all about it. That is why her respect towards him quickly disappears. When love disappears, the spouses just confirm and more firmly establish the prejudice that I created. The prejudice that love fades over time. Actually, I make it disappear eventually, if the spouses are far enough from the Creator and the principles of life He revealed in His Word. I then make them lower their level of tolerance, admissible in a normal marriage. I carefully make the man push the limits of tolerance their wives have when it comes to their relationship with other women. I first achieve that their wives tolerate seemingly innocent comments about the appearance of other women, while I make men constantly push the limit until they commit adultery. By neglecting each other, they soon realize that they can't get what they need in this marriage. Therefore, it's fine to search happiness elsewhere. Once I achieve this, it's easy to manipulate such a marriage. Depending on what would be worse for man, I either let them stay married in a union without love, constantly arguing and making the marriage seem like hell, or make them file for divorce. I could write books and books about this topic to show you how marriage has become my institution, not the Creator's. If you look around a bit, you'll see how successful I'm in this area. I wrap the marriage in so many negative stereotypes that it's not a desirable institution anymore. If I also add selfishness, ruthlessness, and stubbornness, you'll understand why nowadays so many men and women are single, never getting married. You'll also realize why so many marriages are falling apart or already have. So, what do you think? Did I manage to destroy the institution of marriage? Just look at the global statistics. Did I also trick you? Did I also convince you to live like I wanted? Of course I did. And what can you do about it? Nothing. I've made sure that all those noble qualities that make a marriage enjoyable and happy the way the Creator intended be considered as weaknesses and humiliations. That is why you won't do anything about it. You'll stay married just the way you are, selfish and immoral. The only difference is that from now on, you will know that I made you do that. But not only did I manage to destroy the marriage and make it a subject of joke and insult, synonym of something ugly and unnecessary, I also enabled members of the same sex to get married. Do you see what I'm capable of doing to something the Creator has so lovingly devoted to man? Homosexuality. Convincing a man to commit a murder is a problem even to me. The Creator never allowed me to completely annihilate basic moral principles. Therefore, the murder has been always considered as wrong in all civilization through history. Even though there were circumstances when it was justified, like wars, the murder has always been regarded as a violation of law. The same is with theft. Most laws cannot penalize adultery, but it has always been considered as something negative because it always causes pain to one side. That's why I had to think of something that won't break any law and won't make anyone suffer, but what will be literally disgusting to the Creator. From the very beginning, I was able to convince people to give in to their lust by having sexual intercourse with members of same sex. I've managed to preserve homosexuality, this most humiliating form of human sexual community. Up to this day, modern technology made this phenomenon global. I constantly work on making this kind of behavior becoming accepted as any other, proving that these kind of people don't deserve to get marked in public, that homosexuality becomes normal. My final victory is very close, both among the non-religious and religious communities. While I suggest to non-religious people that every person has the freedom to do whatever he/she wants, I try to create a distorted image of creators who forgives everything and accept every sinner among religious communities. That, of course, isn't wrong, but I try very hard to misrepresent Creator's love and convince them they don't have to change at all, that God loves them no matter what they are and what they do. That's why you can today hear some extremely immoral men and women who claim they too are faithful to the Creator. A gay believer. A woman that takes naked pictures for magazines is also loyal to the Creator. Porn actress, swingers, and many others all go to church. I enjoy causing such a shame to the Creator. The greatest absurdity I've accomplished is to convince homosexuals to refer to the Bible. They call upon the Creator's love to man, as well as one's love to his close ones, in order to justify their perversion and prove that homosexuality isn't immoral. But they don't know what I know. As long as they continue to do that, the Creator has no arguments to accept them, because their actions are completely opposite of what the Creator intended for mankind. Country after country legalizes homosexual marriages. People support that. The fact is, they just think that they are supporting it, while the truth is that they just don't want to be declared backward and intolerant if they condemn them. Do you see what man is willing to do just to be accepted in society? Many claim today that homosexuality is okay, that gays are also human, that they also have a choice, while they really don't care about them personally. What is your position on this? We both know. You think like I wanted you to think. How did I do that? Just continue on reading. Television. Before the television was invented, it was much harder for me to globalize a sin, establish a new rule, or influence the human conscience. That took my associate and me a lot of effort. The television helped us immeasurably. A picture speaks 1,000 words, and while throughout the history we had to use suggestions to make them do what we want, now people can see the picture we want directly. I just need to put an extra effort into creating certain TV programs. Since I have a perfect knowledge of human psyche and physiology, it's not hard to come up with a way of making people accept what I want. Speaking of homosexuality, you notice that I, in a very subtle way, managed to make something so unnatural be presented as normal and acceptable. Propaganda, diversion, that is how you named it. By diverting the attention to one, I accomplished something else. If I want to make homosexuality socially acceptable, I only need to wrap it up carefully. For instance, in a well-designed sitcom. You'll laugh for hours while I present homosexuals as very likable people, through carefully selected actors. And what happens? Your attitude towards them changes, or I'll make the homosexual character played by a serious actor or actress in a serious movie to be the good guy. That way I slowly but surely, irreversibly change your attitude. I create very good and very educational documentaries for young. I especially make sure that the series give lessons of bad consequence of stealing, gossiping, alcohol, drugs, to make the program more authoritative. However, fornication and adultery are still present with these cute and responsible actors, whose behavior is not criticized. That way I influence your and everybody else's moral standards. That's why it is today normal to have many partners, to be homosexual, because everything I want to can become normal. I particularly try to present anything that confronts the Creator's standards as normal. You've figured it out by now. I do that to make your possible return to Him be as hard as possible. You wouldn't want to be condemned and ridiculed. The most powerful media through which I'll conquer the entire planet is television. No one can evade its influence. Through it, I change your conscience in every aspect of your life. You don't realize how deep you're tangled in my net, but I promised you, I'll free you for a moment. That'll be the moment when you find out almost everything about me. You'll have the opportunity to decide, go to Creator or stay in my net. Do you really want me to tell you who you'll choose? Pornography. Sodom and Gomorrah are nothing compared to what is happening today. Have the Creator's criteria changed? Why doesn't He then punish those who commit such things? As the end is near, He left the final sentence and punishment for the end. Thanks to television, today it's easy to make a man immoral, because I've managed to present immorality as normal, since the majority of mankind behaves in that manner. However, I want people to be humiliated as much as possible. I want them to become senseless animals. I commercialized the worst kinds of immorality, and made a whole industry out of it. I use the most powerful media, television and newspaper, and in the recent years the internet as well. This is the simplest way to reach every home, even Christian ones. By using the human need to identify with those that inspire them, I was able to achieve a lot with pornography. When they watch it, people want to commit adultery. Fortunately, to the Creator, the mere thought of lust and adultery is equally disgusting as the physical adultery. This way, I easily separate them from the Creator's protection. I've managed to convince people that pornography can help them with their marriage. Poor creatures. They think that marriage is based only on sex, and if they enjoy it, they'll enjoy everything else. Since I personally devise scenes that I use to inspire people to make pornography, I make sure that they are as humiliating as possible. Seeing this, People try to imitate what they saw. I succeeded whether the person watching this just thinks about it, or if he tries to recreate what he saw. When they do this, people do not realize how far they go from the Creator. They grant me the right to make them my slaves forever. Their main life goal will be to satisfy their lust. On the other hand, if I don't make them recreate what they saw, I start suggesting them they are being deprived of full happiness, that other married couples are far happier, thus kindling dissatisfaction in marriage, which leads to discord and separation. Pornography, of course, can be used against those who aren't married yet. Those who can't fulfill their lustful goals, which I imposed on them, may sometimes even use the force to achieve them, even if that means killing someone. Lust is a very strong bond that keeps people close to me. Movies, magazines, and similar content is the best way to move boundaries of this kind of pleasure further and further, deeper and deeper. To see how much I was able to humiliate you, I'll write down a sentence that you will not be able to understand, even with the help of every dictionary in the world. Sexual intercourse is the pinnacle of true love. See? You have no idea what that really means. Of course you understand every word, the same you understand the phrase appendix surgery, but you just don't know how to do that. How could something like that satisfy you when your mind is corrupted with all that you've seen? Group, violent or unnatural sexual intercourse, role-playing, bondage, whipping, slaves and dominoes, homosexual intercourse, sexual intercourse with animals and hundreds of other perversions. You want that, not the normal things. They are boring to you. With this, I was able to completely separate the sexual act from love. I convince people that love is something I want them to believe. They enjoy satisfying their basic instinct, making love. As you can see, one of the greatest honors the Creator gave to man to participate with him in creation of new life was turned into an act that ruins him. Immorality, my greatest creation, was developed so carefully that no one can be beyond its reach. Whether it's adultery, an act that destroys family and causes pain, brings suffer and disgrace to the family, or fornication, you're all my slaves. And because of that, all of you are way beyond the Creator's reach. By bringing one into such state of immorality, I can destroy him physically, apart from the spiritual damage I inflict. Tell me, have you ever heard that someone who obeyed Creator's moral principles had syphilis? Or gonorrhea, AIDS? Although the Creator forbade me from destroying man directly, I managed to do the same thing indirectly. Moreover, this is a way that gives me even more pleasure, because I convince man to destroy himself. Isn't this perfect or what? Yes, you'd probably be amazed by my perfection if you weren't a part of it, a poor creature deeply trapped in my net. You now realize that the state in which you are, your bad and vacuous marriage, the lack of genuine love, exalted ego, lust, perversion, and your general moral depravity are the result of my careful work. I did that, but you're the one responsible before the Creator. You had a choice, yet you chose me. You accepted everything, every prejudice about what's good, what is beautiful, and produces satisfaction. However, sexual immorality isn't the only area in which I seduced you. I have even more surprise for you. Violence. From the very beginning, I was the one that persuaded man to commit violence of various kinds. What started with Cain lasts up to this day, as I inspired man to express his frustration, desire, and wrath through violence. This now seems almost logical, but my success in imposing violence extends even to areas of joy and happiness. I've even managed to inspire man to express feelings like that through violence. Bringing the world in state of such disregard that even human life and well-being of thy neighbor isn't worth anything was a long process. I want everybody to think like this, even you. And I did it. No? You're glad you've evaded my trap this time. Remember, no one can escape me. What about television? I don't use it to spread sexual immorality only. I make violence acceptable through it. Violence can't be acceptable. You believe that? You poor fool. When was the last time you've changed TV program because you couldn't watch someone being beaten, raped, or tortured? Killed? I'll tell you, never. but you will always switch from some documentary or travel show to watch a crime movie. Or horror, or to see anything violent. You see, that's what you often do. That's what is really interesting. And then you're going to tell me that violence isn't acceptable. Such images stop bothering you. You are too far from the Creator to be able to see through my carefully designed traps I use to form your attitude. Basically, television can even be used to impose things such as extreme violence. The important thing is to have a likable actor, a positive character, so that I make you wish he becomes a murderer and take away someone's life, if needed. Did you ever think that the person this good guy murdered was someone's son, or father, brother? Someone who had a family that loved him no matter who he was? Of course you didn't. You didn't even think about that. You won't do the same if something like that happens to you. If you go to war, for instance, or even in a fight with someone you do or do not know, with anyone who did something bad to you. Television made violence an everyday occurrence. The TV is always present as an alternative to solving problems, just as I intended. I particularly focused my efforts on developing a tendency towards violence from earliest phase of human life. Do you sometimes watch TV programs and computer games I prepared for children? I'm especially proud of my accomplishments on that field. There were some attempts to draw more attention to the violence displayed in old cartoons like Tom and Jerry, but only few noticed this. Nowadays, I've managed to make children watch violent and brutal cartoons, such as Pokemon and Digimon. The children started enjoying violence. They began to identify with the characters in cartoons. Through computer games, children can now personally eliminate hundreds of different creatures, especially those labeled as enemies. How do you think a young fighter pilot, or the person that controls real and devastating guided missile, observes people he sees on the monitor? Do they realize those are real people down there? Do they think about the terrible pain and suffer they are about to cause? Does he think about mutilation and murder of somebody's loved ones? Of course not. He sees it as a computer game. My cunningness gave exceptional results in this case. When someone is killed in a movie, almost always there is no funeral or grieving for the deceased one. The movie doesn't show how this shattered the lives of his family, nor do the computer games. Soon I'll have a whole new generation that will be just as ruthless in real life. They are taught that the violence is the only solution. What do you think they'll be when they become politicians, those that lead governments, companies, families? My plan is coming to reality. While I occupy the parents with the pursuit for wealth in order to reach standards they've seen on the TV, at the same time, I encourage them to have their children raised by me through television, internet and computer games, rather than spending actual time with them. As you can see, through carefully designed movies, TV shows and computer games, I made people repeat what they've done before, but now, in real life. They'll fight, rape, torture and kill, if given the right opportunity. You think you wouldn't do such things, no? Many thought so about themselves, at least, until they were given the right opportunity. Do I need to say they thought the same you do now? Immorality of all kinds. My goal has been achieved. My perfect net keeps you at a safe distance from the only force that can free you from me. Your eternal doom is guaranteed, but your worst nightmare doesn't end here. In fact, this is only the beginning. Chapter 32. Health. It's hard to say if I'm more proud of my achievements in destroying man morally or physically. If you could only see how the first man looked like, how the antediluvian man looked like, then you would completely realize how much I downgraded man by imposing life habits and nutrition opposite to one the Creator intended for man, in order to satisfy true human needs. I'll try to describe to you the best I can how the man would look like if he stayed with the Creator. Imagine a top gymnast, his agility and dexterity. Imagine a top athlete, his speed and endurance. Imagine a man with perfect body proportions, completely symmetrical. Then think of a man with IQ of 1,000. Now everyone with IQ 110 plus is considered to have above-average intelligence. Imagine a man that can clearly see fine details from more than a kilometer. One who can hear high frequencies like a bat and low frequencies like an elephant. Imagine a man with perfect health. One that sings beautifully. Imagine an extremely talented artist. Now merge that into one person. Imagine now that this man is more than 13 feet tall. And in the end, let's say that such a creature is filled with tender love and compassion, sacrifice and purity, chastity and prudence, uncompromising goodness and honesty, devoted to Creator. Does this sound like fiction? Unbelievable. As absolute nonsense. You had enough of this book. You see, the more disbelief and outrage you show, the more recognition you give me for the results I've accomplished. I really did my best to transform this magnificent creature which I've just described into a being you are now. The man I tried to describe is far from the creature the Creator formed, but your limited vocabulary doesn't allow me to describe all the details. Just look at yourself. Now it becomes clear why so many believe that man and ape are closely related. If the Creator would only let me have this planet for a couple of thousand years, the missing link between ape and human would walk the earth. If the mankind didn't degrade so much, I wouldn't be able to introduce such a theory. Now, thanks to your appearance, I can. Yes, I am the reason for your pathetic state, because you've accepted my ideas, degrading you morally, destroying the feeling for good. It wasn't hard to humiliate you in any other way. Studying the way the human body was created, the needs of human body, for years I experimented in order to see how I can affect human body. Denying him one vital need after another, the man became what you are today, physically and mentally incapable being with clumsy and unattractive appearance and degraded moral standards. I hoped that the mankind will become so repulsive to the Creator that he'll finally give up this planet. But no, he even came to Earth to redeem something so ugly, impersonal, and amoral as modern man. You wonder how I accomplished to bring man into such a state. I'll tell you everything in detail. Details that are part of your everyday life. Details that you didn't even dream could be carefully selected weapon to destroy you. Diet. Often, the best solution is the simplest. Imagine a car engine. With proper maintenance, it can be used for hundreds of thousands of miles. With proper maintenance. Use the cooking oil instead of motor oil, instead of fuel. Fill it with a mixture of fuel and water. Instead of antifreeze, just use water. It's easy to see what would have happened with the car if this was the case. Even you can realize that. Does this offend you? You'll soon see that this was no small praise to your intelligence when you realize what I was able to convince you to do when it comes to proper maintenance of your body. If you pay a little attention to the biblical account of creation, you will see that the Creator initially created conditions and environment, which he then filled with bodies and beings that perfectly match these surroundings. Man was created in complete harmony with his environment. He had everything needed for life and for the full maintenance of all vital functions of body. Fortunately, very short, but immensely important instructions about nutrition that the Creator gave weren't too hard to hide from man. Not only that, I even managed to declare the whole creation report as a human invention. Fruits, nuts, grains and vegetables. It is the only and complete human nutrition. But this was not enough for man to live forever. That's why the Creator placed the tree of life. Its fruits were addition to human food that enabled the cells to regenerate perfectly, preventing even the slightest form of decay. By separating the man from the tree of life, a very imperceptible decay of mankind started. The human life was reduced to less than pathetic 1,000 years. Before the flood, I wasn't even aware that nutrition might have some impact on people, since everything created was perfect, including the weather conditions. Hence, I tried to ruin the man by destroying his morality. As you can see, I was more than successful in that field, apart from minor exceptions. After the flood, I noticed that some plant species, very important to human diet up to that moment, failed to renew. I heard that the Creator let man eat clean animal species. Before the flood, they were named so because they could be offered as sacrifice. In addition, he said something about the animals now being afraid of man. I saw that something was wrong when people started to age rapidly. life expectancy was decreasing rapidly. I began to research the reasons why this was happening. At first, I thought that the Creator intentionally ordered the reducing of life expectancy, but I discovered that one of the reasons was the changed diet. Due to new climate conditions, everything changed. I also noticed that the Creator created something invisible to human eye in order to maintain the balance of nature and make sure that new conditions remain life hospitable. These were the various bacteria and other micro-world. I managed to misuse it very quickly. Alcohol and various diseases. As I continued to morally ruin man while inflicting him even greater pain, I began to intensively devise ways that would shorten his life and make him weaker and sicker. That is why I began to inspire people to eat and drink what they previously never thought they would. I started intensively studying the human metabolism, human needs and reaction to lack of particular substances. I also studied flora and found many, for human consumption, useful and important plants, and many other bad ones, which was my goal from the beginning. I wanted to find plants and animals whose consumption evokes a sense of satisfaction in man, while simultaneously slowly destroying him. Through generations I developed the most lethal weapon of destruction and degradation of mankind, something almost as powerful as the lust, appetite. The food ceased to be the way of obtaining the necessary substances for organism, such as necessary nutrients, vitamins and minerals. In fact, to most people, this is the last thing they think when they speak of food. The food became one of the greatest forms of bodily pleasure. You only want two things from food: to stop the hunger and enjoy it. The fact that your body craves for the ingredients it really needs to function properly, develop, maintain a healthy state of the whole organism and fight against pathogens doesn't absolutely interest you. Therefore, when you're hungry, you'll take a bag of potato chips. You satisfied your appetite, but didn't give anything useful to your body. In fact, you've given him a lot of bad stuff that can do a lot of harm. Fats, additives, salt. That's exactly my goal. Why? Have you heard about mutations? For this matter, I have to simplify the biochemistry. Mutations are degenerative changes. Most of them are hereditary. You still don't understand. All that garbage you eat destroys your body at the micro level. That way, the mutations that are always degenerative and often hereditary degraded man to this level, slowly, through generations and generations. All those diseases, as well as the physical anomalies, are the result of thousands of years-long, persistent work in imposing the lifestyle that destroys man. You still don't believe me? Here's a simple example. Animals aren't that interesting to me as man is. Take, for instance, a deer or tiger or any other wild animal species. When was the last time you saw an animal that is considerably different from the rest of its kind? There are no fat animals. Comparing to man, they almost don't get sick at all. Every single animal is just the way it is supposed to be, by all proportions. And why is that? Because I didn't try to make them eat and drink something unnatural to them. When did you see a deer that eats meat, or tiger that goes near fire to inhale smoke? Now, look at the animals that man tamed. Man, whose modern nutrition is my creation, now feeds his animals the same way he nourishes himself. The result? Obesity, lowered immunity, shorter life expectancy, degeneration, disease. Just like humans. Seeing how man often slaves food, I've managed to inspire him to come up with diverse and complicated types of food and beverages. All those delicacies are focused onto one thing only: enjoyment. Health. Who cares about health? Feeling good and being healthy isn't important to man. He only wants to enjoy, and I made that possible to him. Of course, to destroy man, to destroy you. Poor guy. If only you knew that the Creator made possible for you to live happily even on this destroyed planet. Thousands of seemingly ordinary plants around you are able to meet all the needs of your body. But you don't think that you'll enjoy consuming them, and that's why they don't interest you. You want to enjoy the taste I offer you. Who cares where it comes from? Meat. The climate changed significantly after the flood. The poles were frozen, central region of the earth became ardent, while the temperate zones now had an unstable climate. It took some time for different types of plant to grow. For this reason, the Creator allowed man to eat meat of certain animals. If the man complied with Creator's instructions, meat and other animal products would only be used as a minimal dietary supplement. Human life wouldn't be much shorter, since eating meat can produce many adverse consequences. But I'm an expert in exaggeration, seeing how harmful meat can be to human health, but also how much it's delicious to man in time. I replaced the vegetables and other plants as main course with animal products. The vegetables were to be used only as salads. I especially tried to encourage consumption of those kinds of meat the Creator banned, such as pork or oysters and crabs. The Creator knew very well why man shouldn't eat that meat, but man didn't. Man only cares about enjoyment, even if it's bad for him, and even if he eats the meat of carnivores or omnivores. Speaking about the cost-effectiveness and health, I recently realized that the taste of meat and its color can be improved by various chemical supplements. So, in order to make as much money as possible, I've convinced man to use the animal almost completely. Bad taste of inedible animal parts is easily fixed with various colors and additives. Of course, the profit is more important than the effects of using all that chemical additives. Therefore, it's in my best interest to make sure you eat as much meat products as possible. All those colored meat products, with preservatives, various types of salt and other additives. But even without this, man's greed enabled me to make the meat especially unhealthy. I inspired man to start massively farming animals to be used in diet solely. I made him unnaturally influence animals' reproduction and diet. He started feeding them with meat. True, with forage, but still with meat. The farms are likewise my idea. Living in such unnatural surrounding, without necessary living conditions, the animals are very prone to diseases. That is why the farmers are forced to add many types of drugs in their food. In addition, to rapidly gain weight and earn more money, the farmers use various hormones. Do I even need to explain how much all you eat affects your body? You see, you don't even realize that much of you now consider as normal nutrition is actually a means through which I deliberately hurt you and make you suffer. Diet habits I imposed became so strong that most of people won't make any changes even if they get sick. Not even when they find out the cause of their illness. They'll just attribute it to something else. That was just bad luck. The majority of people will ascribe their bad state to aging, normal natural processes, but not their life habits. Candies. Apart from providing man everything he needs for life, the Creator enabled him to enjoy it. Seeing that man's favorite food is fruit, I knew it was because of its sweet taste. And why wouldn't I allow him to eat sweets, while destroying him in the process? Can you guess who created modern menus? Me, of course. After overloading your stomach and whole body with unnecessary and harmful substances, with what you call a good meal, I don't intend to stop there. I am very thorough. I devised another disaster for you, the dessert. But why would you finish your meal by eating something healthy and sweet, when I came up with a much more delicious and unhealthy solution? Cakes. Sounds good, doesn't it? And does this sound good too? Saturated fats, refined sugar, chemicals, empty calories. If you still want to eat the fruit, it's fine by me. But you'll eat it my way. Why would you eat strawberries only? It's better if there is some cream, sour cream, and more sugar. Why would you eat small, ugly apples probably scratched by worm? You should only buy those big, beautiful, perfect-looking ones. Those that a worm would never go near. It's fortunate that there is no possibility of conducting chemical analysis of such apples and other fruit. Why would you drink water? Soda is much tastier. Try those fruit ones. They have up to 20% of fruit, rich in vitamins. But this isn't nearly the ending. Chocolates, candies, ice creams, puddings, plenty of food pleasant to palate, but full of to body completely worthless and harmful substances. This is how you prepare your hospital bed, with great pleasure. But I particularly like it when you let your child have sweets instead of a quality meal. in a period when right nutrition is critical to their development. I could tell you about the consequences, but I don't want to give you a reason of depraving your child and me the pleasure that candies bring. Obesity. Look around yourself. You see nothing special. Everything seems normal. Modern human appearance is normal to you. Thanks to various prejudices, I created such an appearance and health condition, as well as the ability, or rather limitations, are regarded as normal. What prejudices? Prejudice that says meat is the main food, a prejudice that it is silly to do sports after you're 30 and completely unacceptable if you're over 50 years old. Prejudice that claims it's normal to gain weight after getting married, the prejudice that it's normal to be sicker as you get older, the prejudice that overweight is another acceptable lifestyle. You see, all these are prejudices I slowly introduced over time. I was particularly successful when it comes to destroying the human body through overfeeding. Considering that I'm familiar with the damage I can cause by making a person obese, I do my best to make that happen. Since I know that the Creator forbade man to eat fat and grease, I was able to make that part of the animal most popular, most economical, and most delicious, especially today. Just look at what those hams, sausages, and salamis are made of. Fat. Fats are immediately stored in your body as backup source of energy. Energy that you'll never use as you have bad life habits that I imposed on you. Why do you need energy for chewing and lying? By filling your body with fat, I destroy you very slowly and painfully. You think it's only about looks, that you'll just gain a few extra pounds. I have to inform you that on the inside you look exactly as you look on outside, bad and ugly. I put weight on your bloodstream and heart. The fatter you are, the more sluggish you become, which leads to a number of problems. Your heart is weakening, and instead of pumping the blood with full power, it makes up for by increasing speed. That is the reason for your tiredness. I increase the risk of stroke and heart attack, clogging the blood vessels with cholesterol. It only takes one small piece of free cholesterol to clog one tiny blood vessel and behold, heart attack or stroke. I also destroy your spine and joints with your overweight. Then, due to excessive consumption of sugar and fat, as well as the storage of fat tissue, your body becomes less able to regulate the level of blood sugar. The risk of diabetes increases, which leads to many problems, even to blindness. I use your appetite to make you suffer as much as possible. You spend too much money on food to satisfy your appetite, which leads to additional stress that produces many other diseases and ailments. Do you see how I can control you through your appetite? I made you and the ones you love miserable. And what for? Because you cannot control your appetite. Perfect, isn't it? Exercising. Take 2 cars for an example. Drive one of them every day, take care of it, and leave the other untouched for years. What do you think, which one of them will be in better shape after 10 years? The second one. Unused one. Wrong. Inactivity will deteriorate it. Oxidation, followed by condensation, dust and sun will slowly destroy its vital parts. The car was designed to work. The same as with your body. Your body was designed to move. Inactivity destroys it. You cannot even imagine what the human body is capable of. Today, only a few people were able to develop some of their individual abilities to an exceptional level. But human body has the potential to be perfect in all aspects at once. However, I make sure that never happens. I've made the human body so fragile and weak that during middle age the average life expectancy was only 30 years. Mainly due to poor nutrition or because of insufficient or excessive physical exertion. I realize that due to inactivity, certain body parts are prone to gradual deterioration, or even dying. Thanks to the technological progress, I could no longer destroy man by excessive work combined with inadequate food. I decided to completely change my approach. Inactivity. I introduced the above-mentioned prejudice that makes exercising ridiculous and unnecessary while tolerating bad health condition and lifestyles. I reduced human activities to a minimum. You cannot even comprehend how much I can hurt you in this way, with various diseases and discomfort. Gaining weight is so simple. Just sit, eat, and don't do anything. The feeling of pleasure makes you forget about the time that is passing. However, when you realize that this is the reason you look so bad, that this is why you are so ill, then you become painfully aware of how hard it is to lose weight and burn down the extra energy. I'll of course assure you that it is in your best interest to come to terms with the situation you are in, instead of trying to look better and be healthier. Work. Who does today even think about the origins of mankind as described in the Bible? Only a small number of people. Its lessons are clearly presented, but it asks for man's personal research and reasoning. The Creator designed everything to ensure the lessons found in Bible would be implanted powerfully and engrossingly into the reader's mind. That way, the truths one learns are meant to become part of his character. Who even thinks about the garden and why the Creator placed man there? Why didn't he make buildings, streets, cars? I've managed to completely devalue the foundations of humanity and human habits that the Creator set at the beginning. I was even able to strip the work of Creator's blessing. I was the one who gave the word work a negative connotation. The work was designed by the Creator to give man means of steady development, resource of acquisition of new knowledge and skills, the ideal way of developing human creativity and usage of countless gifts that the Creator gave. I had to take that away from you and degrade you even more. It was important to prevent you from doing what the Creator wants. Whether you work too much, neglecting the Creator himself, or to make you lazy and idle so I would be free to poison your mind with a variety of thoughts and ideas. Tell me, when was the last time you heard that some farmer was homosexual? Did you ever see an obese or lazy farmer? Of course, this doesn't prevent me from trying, but I can't influence on those who really work something and are physically active. I consider the encouragement of man's aspiration to move to big cities as my biggest success. Imprisoning him into apartments, surrounding him with concrete, I was able to reduce his creativity to mere plans of how to use his free time to selfishly enjoy himself. TV, food, nightlife, food, long walks in polluted cities. To my regret, the Creator inspires some people to buy smaller orchards, where they find relief from busy everyday life I've imposed on them. But the majority still stays on my side, because they follow my principles and lifestyles that cause great psychological burden. Only I fully know how this affects your body. Tobacco. One more thing concerning the meat. Another paradox that shows that human stupidity really knows no boundaries. To be preserved, meat must be conserved. Apart from already present chemistry, the oldest method of preserving meat from decay is smoking. This is my very old trick. Why do people do this? So that the flies and other pests would avoid it. Did you ever wonder why they avoid it? I'll tell you. Because it's poisonous for the insects as well as for man. However, since it doesn't kill immediately, one can slowly poison himself to death, with colon cancer or other illness caused by smoked meat and similar foods. You see, even a fly is smarter than you. Realizing how bad smoke is for man, I've decided to take advantage of this human stupidity and teach man to enjoy the smoke. I have to admit, the idea looked stupid to me at first, but then I remembered we're dealing with man here. I can make him do whatever I want. I realized that I could use one highly poisonous plant to cause great pain to man, tobacco. Because of certain ingredients it possesses, it can be comforting. That feeling of comfort can be compared to the feeling one has when put in the supine position, tied, calmed, and then descend guillotine on his neck. Tobacco has one substance that calms down, but also it has 4,000 other substances that slowly destroy the human body. So slowly, you won't attribute the symptoms of incurable diseases to tobacco. You'll rather blame the cause, or better yet, the cruel Creator who punishes you. This is my favorite strategy of fight against the Creator. You willingly ruin your health and bring yourself to the brink of death. Due to the selfish pleasure you take from enjoying the tobacco, when you get sick, you also bring great pain to those who care for you. Your children, wife, parents. Then you die and make your family permanently unhappy, blaming the Creator for letting the children lose one of their parents, for letting that such a good person dies.
Oh, if you could only realize how brilliant I am. If the peak of human stupidity exists, this must be it.
People know very well that nicotine itself is very poisonous. They even know it is used as an insecticide. They can read the warnings on cigarette packs that warn them. But as I said, I can make man do anything. When I saw for the first time that man, after drinking boiled grape juice, went in a state in which he didn't have full control over his mind, a state in which his physical abilities are quite reduced and he becomes more open for my suggestions, I realized that this is a very good opportunity for me. In fact, a lot of opportunities. Experimenting on man by suggesting him to consume as much alcohol as he can, I noticed it caused many adverse effects on his body. To me, most important is the damage that occurs in the human brain. The more one drinks alcohol, the less will and strength he'll have to resist me. The best part is that it's very addictive. Moreover, since the liver has to deal with so much alcohol, irreparably damaging it, alcoholism leads to an agonizing death. Recently, I especially tried to prove, with various scientific evidence, that alcoholic drinks should be consumed because they are healthy. For instance, beer and wine. The truth is that some substances from grape and hop are good for your body, but this is meaningless when compared to damage caused by other substances and problems that I can create to an intoxicated man. But before such a man dies, I use him very well to make his and his family's life miserable. He'll listen to my suggestions to be violent and spend everything he has on alcohol. Of course, he won't blame the alcohol for his problems. Drugs. I've found plants even more toxic than tobacco. By developing immorality and recklessness, and thanks to chemistry, I was able to convince people to make a living out of human misery and death. If I managed to convince man to enjoy something as unnatural as the smoke, I knew I could persuade him to a much faster form of suicide, provided that the pleasure is greater. And it is, as my power over such a person is. It wasn't too difficult to assure man that the only solution to his problems and state of horror I brought him in is to seek relief in the pleasure and bliss that drugs provide. Of course, he doesn't think about addiction, even less about what happens in his brain to make him feel this way. Everyone thinks they have it under control, that they can stop, and they indeed do stop when they die. But before that, pain, a lot of pain, both to them and their families. Theft, lies, deceit, murder, disease, mental pain. The maze. When it comes to your health, you've realized that you are in a very intricate labyrinth. There is an exit, but you are used to the condition in the maze. The maze you now call normal life. To many people, life without my maze would be almost a disaster. At least, I made it look so. Encouraging human carelessness, finding an exit from this maze is getting harder and harder. I've led human carelessness to such a degree that they won't care about anybody or anything just so that they could earn money. The obvious example was mentioned when we talked about drugs, but the situation in other areas is similar, because people lost their conscience. Why? Because it's now legal. Take, for example, tobacco grower. Do you think he even considers how many people will die from lung cancer or stroke because of his products? Do you think he's even aware that he is a death merchant? Of course not. Moreover, he will condemn a drug dealer, not realizing he's doing exactly the same thing. What about wine and other alcoholic beverages producers? Do they consider the fact that many people will become addicted to their products? That they'll die prematurely? Do they think about the pain they cause to family that has a drinker? They don't, not even a bit. If they start to, I assure them they didn't force anyone to drink their products, that they are just making a living. And thus, their minds are seduced by the profit they make. Money also encourages cattle breeders to feed the animals with junk food in order to maximize their profit. That way the animals grow faster, thus reducing farming expenses. A farmer will even use excessive drug doses to protect his investment, as well as a variety of hormones and chemicals to earn more money. You already figured out he also doesn't care about negative effects on people who consume such meat. Having counted the money he earned, the problems of obesity and various other diseases he caused don't even cross his mind. After spurring him to do so, I make sure that his thoughts are diverted from the problems he caused. The situation with fruit and vegetable growers is basically the same. His goal is the same: to profit. If his plants need to be treated with various pesticides for dozens of times, he won't think twice. He just wants the product to be ready for sale. By ready, he means it has a nice, commercial look. The time between the treatment of plant with pesticide and consumption of product is of less importance. That way, all the pesticides, toxics that are used to stop diseases, pests and weeds, become effective in the human body, causing the worst diseases of various kinds. But who even thinks about this when they get their money? I use their concerns about profit to completely suppress the feeling of guilt for poisoning others. Do you think that a tobacco producer will get out of the maze when he sees how much money he earned by ruining others? Will those who produce alcoholic beverages stop doing what they're doing when they see a drunken man freezing in a ditch? Will the animal and plant breeders choose a healthier way of farming over bigger profit? No, I suppress the voice of conscience with money and profit. Industry, so many employees. Imagine if someone would shut down a tobacco company. How many people would be left without work? What about meat industry, or confectionery and alcohol industry? Do you know how great my labyrinth is? You wonder now, is there a way out? Fortunately for me, for many, there is none. The consumption of various unnatural and to body harmful substances has become so common that almost no one even considers giving them up. Today it's perfectly normal to eat unhealthy cakes, drink alcohol, smoke and eat meat. Even most of the fruits and vegetables are poisoned. You already know the answer, don't you? To avoid all my traps, you would have to give all that up and start producing your own food. But would you still have time to watch TV or rest? How would you earn enough money to follow the trends I set? Is there a way out? There is, but you decide to live according to my rules. You eat what I want you to eat. You drink what I want you to drink. You accept the lifestyle I designed. You are going to die as I want you to die. Now we come to the most interesting part: drugs. Yes, there are medicaments for the diseases I've caused, even effective ones. However, no one will just give them to you. You'll have to pay for them if you have enough money to buy them. You've already realized that my best tool in destroying man is another man. I've brought man into such a state of consciousness that he'll be able to watch a child dies, since her parents don't have enough money to buy the medicine. You wonder how someone can ask for money to save another person's life. Shouldn't people help each other? Forget about those creators' ideals. Have you forgotten about my influence? Do you really think you'd be any better if you were in their position? But I don't just affect your health by making you consume or not consume something. I have other ways of ruining you. Ecology. For a long time I didn't understand why the Creator said that in the last times the sun will shine much stronger. But now I do. In His mercy, He wrapped the earth with an atmospheric layer which protects Earth and its inhabitants from harmful radiation. I noticed that for some reason the planet is getting warmer as the technology advances. I soon realized that pollution weakens the atmosphere's protective mechanisms, thus enhancing the greenhouse effect. I immediately started encouraging people to pollute the atmosphere in various ways. When man learned of what he has done, I was already pretty satisfied, and the damage done was irreparable. Various agreements signed by representatives of many countries didn't help either, because I convinced main polluters not to sign any treaty to reduce the emission of poisonous gases. This could danger their country's industry. Each of my attempts is very successful because I use man to make his own life miserable. When it comes to ecology, do I even have to tell you in what desperate state the planet on which you live is? Nuclear energy was developed so it could generate even more profit and power. By itself, it's not bad. It's profitable, but the nuclear waste will destroy many who live after. Not because it's that dangerous, but because of negligent and corrupted disposal. Emissions. Large industrial facilities that emit large amount of smoke into the atmosphere made the air you breathe become very harmful. The waters too, which are polluted by this great industry and city wastewaters, are now also bad for man. My goal is to destroy all the drinking water supplies. I'm close to accomplishing this. I just think that the Creator will not give me enough time to do that. But I can spread death, fear and suffering in other ways too. For instance, with tsunamis. Beautiful, is it not? With holes in the ozone layer and pollution of atmosphere, the temperature on Earth is irreversibly increased. What is going to happen? The poles are starting to melt. The glaciers also. Sea level is rising. Many cities will soon be flooded. Do the residents of those cities worry about that? I occupy their thoughts with hundreds of other things, so that they don't even think about this disaster. And that is my goal. The less they are ready for what is coming, the more will be destroyed. I try to speed up the global warming even more by causing large forest fires and destroying forests by cutting down trees, making Earth even hotter and less habitable. In addition, I tirelessly try to cause various environmental disasters. Sunken tankers. My favorite game. The whole ecosystem of that area becomes irreversibly damaged. It takes many years to even mitigate the consequences of such a catastrophe. The reason for my success in creating this global catastrophe, as you already guess, lies in the successful manipulation on individual level. From throwing away plastic bags or an empty battery, to discarding various chemicals into sewage or spilling it on the ground. Is there a way out? There isn't. The Creator long ago prophesied what will happen. I'm close to accomplishing my goals. My net of destruction for the human race is fully stretched and you are in it. This time, consciously. And there is no way out. You don't even want to get out. Fashion. You have the honor to meet the greatest fashion designer of all time. Me. You wonder why would I be interested in fashion? Because this is a unique way to combine the destruction of man morally, as well as sanitary. You notice that the size of clothes is getting smaller and smaller, that it's getting shorter and shorter. No, that isn't the result of global warming, rather my careful strategies for gradual introduction of utter immorality. I inspire fashion designers to combine provocative immorality with very unhealthy and impractical clothing and footwear. Since man became very frail, it is pretty easy to make him permanently sick and crippled by the mere way of dressing, especially women. I have a number of very modern, unhealthy details in women clothing and footwear, t-shirts, thongs, high heels, short skirts. Let me ask you, what do you think is the reason for frequent infections, infertility, urinary tract infections, sciatica, strained spine and feet, as well as other women illness? Yes, the reason is clothing which I create for them. I particularly try to seduce the youngest in this way. The earlier you start dressing like this, the longer you'll suffer. Apart from degrading the woman morally, they lead man, already filled with prejudice, in a state of reduced control over their actions and thoughts, making them lustful. This is especially important to me because to the Creator, this behavior is the same as adultery. In this way, I firmly separate both men and women from the Creator. Making the man neglect woman had a particularly important role in this matter. I lead women to think that their clothes is the best way to attract men's attention. Of course, many of them don't even know what kind of attention they actually attract. Every possible, except the one they want. But the fashion isn't just about clothes. It's modern to be tanned, right? Better to be tanned than white. When I think about it, the human stupidity had some brilliant moments. This is one of them. People know that excessive solar radiation is harmful and that it can severely damage the skin. They also know the skin will age more rapidly under conditions of overexposure to sun. They are familiar with the fact that the ozone layer is getting thinner, thus making everything already mentioned even more dangerous. But what many do not know is that the sun can literally kill them very painfully. Death from malignant melanoma or malignant skin cancer. By imposing tan skin through fashion trends, man, regardless of everything, wants to get tanned. Who even cares about moles? Let them sunbath also. But they don't like sun and don't want to burn. They punish you very quickly. I spend the rest of time enjoying watching you curse your stupidity, because that is actually a praise to my ingenuity and success. However, fashion trends are not limited just to looks and clothes. Fashion trends that I set go much further. The car is a fashion trend, cell phone, computer, motorcycle. You wonder how the car can be harmful to you. Isn't that something needed today, as well as the other mentioned items? The fact is that in most cases, one cannot afford such things without lending money. If you've read carefully, my goal is to occupy you with various obligations so that you'd never even think about seeking the Creator's word. And that is why I set expensive fashion trends as life goals which you can't resist because you want to be trendy. They force you to take bank credits. When you're already lending money, why don't you buy something nice for yourself? Something better. It doesn't matter, you actually don't need it. You only live once. Let your friends see you, let them envy you. That's how I encourage you to lend more and more, buying more expensive and luxurious stuff. This way I accomplish two things. First off, I enslave you with additional job in order to repay the loan installments you trapped yourself into. It is clear that you'll have no time for the Creator. It goes without saying that you'll also neglect your spouse and yourself, and especially the children. You'll allow me to educate them, through television, games. On the other hand, all those things you bought make you arrogant and proud, thus making sure that the Creator can't approach you and vice versa, fostering genuine humility to which the Redeemer came to point, as the only reliable protection from me, is in this modern era presented as a character flaw, a human trait that reflects backwardness. And you do not want to let other people think that about you. You want to be popular, to be someone in this world. I'll make sure that happens. Why? Because that is the sure way to doom. Fashion trends. This is the delusion that helps me hold the world in my hands safely and securely. Do you see how deeply you are tangled in my net? Do you think you can escape me? You can, but in order to do that, you'll need a force that surpasses yours and mine. The force you don't really want. Music. One of the greatest gifts that the Creator gave to angels and humans, and many other creatures, is the gift of creating music. As every other gift that the Creator gave to his creatures, the music was also used to express love and gratitude for his love and kindness toward them. I soon realized that music has a special influence on all living beings. It deeply affects the mind and one's behavior and mood. Since it is basically a way of expressing special joy and praise, I was wondering if I could achieve the opposite, with a sequence of various intonations, making people miserable and depressed, encouraging them to be aggressive and violent, and bringing them in a state where they won't be able to fully control their mind. You already know the answer, don't you? Of course I succeeded. I was especially happy that I was able to misuse this great gift. I was very surprised when I noticed how much influence rhythmic and prolonged repetition of certain sounds or voices has on the human psyche. It brings the human mind into a state of trance, a state when I can almost completely take over the mind of the person that listens or performs the music. I particularly use this in the rituals of Oriental religions. I have researched the effects of intonation and tone sequences have on human mind, as well as the speed and rhythm, and came to some surprising discoveries. I've noticed that not everyone is susceptible to the same kind of music, and therefore I inspired people to create different styles of music. I encouraged aggression through heavy metal and rock music and adultery through hip-hop and dance music. I was even able to make arrogant those who listen to classical and instrumental music. Listening to certain types of music became a great occasion for drug use to help complete the effect of rhythmic, intoxicating tones, such as rave and techno music. Other types of music become even better with alcohol. My favorite music is the one that makes people do something specific, like suicide. Suicides of people who experience something awful, such as breakup of a love affair, an accident or something similar. With carefully selected tones, I lead the human mind into such a state where suicide is the only possible solution. Yes, I know you're shocked. How can something so beautiful be used to destroy you? I already told you, everything the Creator uses, I can also use against you. You realize that you're my victim in this area as well. You are aware that I use the music to occasionally make you aggressive, made you use drugs and alcohol. You got sad while listening to music, or got mad. When I made you happy, you celebrated with alcohol. When you were sad, it was the same. How many times did I use the music to make you upset and unpleasant to others, while you didn't even know that the reason for this was my music? Many of today's singing stars owe their fame to me. I'm the one who inspires them to write all their work. Many of them are not aware of that, while those who are openly thank me for that. They are my subjects through which I, apart from influencing your mind, present fashion trends, moral points of view, actually immorality which I make acceptable, then distorted perception of fairness and honesty, as well as unattainable goals that make ordinary mortals depressed and frustrated. I have to tell you that I decide what music someone likes or not, whether certain type music is accepted or not. I manipulate people in this area also. And even though I act so openly against the Creator, instead of bringing you people closer to the Creator, you are getting more and more distant from Him. I determine your taste in music. However, I can also make music become the chronic cause of suffering. This isn't about the music, but its volume. Do you know how bad the noise for your ears is? Are you aware that it causes permanent and uninterrupted chirp or noise in your head? For generations I make people unhappy in this way. Do they know what causes their suffering? No, and that is why they can't teach their children about the dangers of loud music. Just like nobody taught you. Do you have any idea how much you belong to me? Not so funny as it was in the beginning. You decided to run away, to go away from me. You'll ask the Creator to help you, even if you have to change your life. Do you think that you'll be safe with Him because He promised so? He would certainly be very happy to fulfill His promises, but He has to have your will's support. And I can so easily take you from His hands that I can even describe you the ways through which I captured some of the greatest researchers of Bible and those who thought they've escaped all my traps. And even after all the explanation, I'll still able to cause your eternal doom. Did you really think that the religion will remain an area where you will be safe? In fact, this is the most insecure area. An area to which I dedicated most of my attention and effort, but also an area of my greatest victories. My goal is to destroy you for eternity by keeping you away from the Creator. This brings me great pleasure, but achieving this while keeping you in the belief that you are a good believer that serves the Creator is something of a special pleasure for me. The closer to the Creator you are, my traps are harder to spot, and my delusions more similar to truth. Are you aware how difficult and dangerous this path is for you if you decide to follow it? Until you bring that decision, my job is just to keep you on the path of disaster. If that involves a certain type of well-being, I'll make sure you have it. But if you decide to follow the Creator, I'll be with you all the time. I'll watch your every step, use every opportunity to hurt either you or your loved ones. My presence will be almost physical. You can't serve someone else on my planet without being punished. Won't the Creator protect you? Of course He will. But the problem is, He will allow me to let some troubles on you. He wants to use them to build your character, but I want to weaken your faith in Him through these problems. I always accept this challenge because I win in most cases. This is a very amusing game for me. One of the reasons is that I am going to make you blame the Creator for everything that happens. Beautiful, isn't it? Here, I'll even help you to start following the Creator's word, not to save you, but to make my victory even greater. Chapter 33. Crossroad. At this moment, you only want to escape and to get out of my reach. I am going to tell you right away, this won't happen. But if you insist on trying, where is the Creator? If you've read carefully, you now know where He is not. I revealed you a multitude of different misconceptions and teachings that I devised, so I could obstruct the Creator's work as much as possible. You saw that he revealed himself through one book only, the Bible. You've also figured out that there are hundreds of religious groups whose teachings are supposedly based on Bible. Which to join? Is it necessary to join any community or read and research the Bible by yourself? I would personally prefer if you chose the second option for several reasons. First off, you are going to be very susceptible to my influence due to your poor knowledge of the Bible and the prejudices you already have. The truths you discover will be revealed to you incompletely and, with my help, most likely interpreted wrong. Therefore, the first option is better for you. Search for a group of people that has the largest number of biblical truths discovered, that has the greatest light from the Creator when it comes to salvation. How to recognize it? You think that it must be the largest religious community. But, I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to religion, the majority was never on the Creator's side, nor will it ever be. You've already realized that I have enormous advantage over Creator when we speak in terms of number of followers. The Redeemer warned you that the path to salvation is narrow, which means you should avoid the majority. You should search for a smaller community. But, which one? I created hundreds of them in order to make it difficult for you and those like you. Most of them adapt the truth to the individual, instead of doing the opposite, all because they refuse to accept some of the Creator's commandments. Here's an example. The Redeemer told you to love your neighbor as you love yourself. You humans, because I encourage your selfishness, just cannot accept this simple truth. That's why I lead you to come up with strangest philosophies to try to interpret this unequivocal statement. That is how new truths are discovered. When a certain number of such truths is gathered, people that want to be religious assemble around, but at the same time, they don't want to literally implement what the Creator commands. Such truth gets blurred by my philosophy. Therefore, another philosophy is necessary to unmask my philosophy in order to come to those simple Creator's truths that he gave. All this makes religion seem very complicated, hard and repulsive. To find the real Creator's truth, you have to study the Bible really careful, and be prepared to leave your immoral habits behind you and accept biblical ones. Of course, you'd have to be careful not to become fanatical while simultaneously sticking to what is truly important. However, you'll quickly realize what eternal values are, regardless of civilization and culture. You'd then have to carefully study today's religions and see which of them follows what the Redeemer and his apostles after him preached, in accordance with the law the Creator gave through Moses. You'd have to see which group of people didn't bring any changes when it comes to law, rites, manner, and time of week meeting, the way of preaching the truth, but firmly sticks to them just as the apostles did. A lot of effort is needed to discover which group of people bases its teachings on what the Jews taught in the beginning. Which group continued where they've, with my help, left off, while avoiding those religious communities that have pagan elements in them. In addition, you should discover what group is not under my control when it comes to various areas of life that I previously described. You may be wondering why you shouldn't be looking for a church that is based on honest and selfless love, instead of searching for a community that has the greatest number of truths. Be patient, because I've prepared a surprise for you. One that you'll like. I don't think so. It would be much simpler if I pointed you to that group of people, right? It would be. But remember, my aim is to ruin your life, not to make it easier. At first, you might not recognize this group of people, but if you search it honestly, no matter what it takes, you will surely find it. However, honesty requires your humility and recognition of your own mistakes, and that is why I'll give you lots of excuses not to be honest and stay where you are. If you don't find it from first try, I'll do all that is in my power to keep you in the wrong religious community, letting you believe that you are at the right place. The real truths will be interpreted as lies and lies as truths. I will make sure that you stay in a religious community that suits your understanding of religion best, and not to join those people that will ask you to radically change your character. Does your decision to escape from me seems feasible? Do you think that with all the strings I used to tie you to me, you will have wisdom, strength, and faith to find the path to the Creator? Of course not. However, I've decided to reveal you my secrets and free you from your slavery for a moment. I'll allow you to see the truth, to meet the Creator. The better you know him, the harder it will be for me to return you to me. But, in your case, this is an acceptable challenge for me. The better you know him, the more responsible you will be for the things you do. You'll expect a greater relief the more you get to know him. However, things will be the opposite. Only then you'll be able to see your depravity in true light, and then, instead of completely changing, you will come back to me. The only difference is that you will be aware that I am responsible for your bitter reality. This will be my final victory, because from now on, you will sin openly against the Creator. Despising the Creator's love, his sacrifice for you and his efforts to change you, thus making you a resident of his kingdom, you'll throw away the last chance to free yourself from my control. And then my goal will be complete, and this book will fulfill its purpose. I'll use it to introduce you with the Creator, to reveal almost everything I do to seduce you and keep you under my control. I'll use it to place full responsibility before the Creator on you. I'll use it to give you complete freedom. Will I lose you? Absolutely not. Do you really think I let you read this book so that you could come to conclusions by your own efforts? I'm always with you. For me, it was important that you learn the most important information about the Creator and me, and to willingly choose a side. Now that you know this easiest way to win is to convince you none of this is real, and that everything you've read here is product of someone's imagination, that it's best to forget about this book. Come on, start considering all of this as an insult to your intelligence, common sense, science, and logic. Throw this book away. Are these your thoughts or mine? You have 10 seconds to decide. If you decided not to change anything and stay with me, despite everything that was revealed to you in this book, then it is best to stop reading this book immediately. Besides, you won't even understand the next few chapters. In that case, my job with you is done. We'll just continue where we left off before you started reading this book, with the exception that you now know. However, if you want to be free, then it's time to put this book aside until you are familiar with the Bible. Otherwise, you also won't understand much. I will, of course, try to stop or delay your Bible study as much as possible. Everything else will seem more important. You learned everything important that you needed to know about the Creator and me. You saw where your position in all of this is. That is why I'll do my best to limit you to good intentions. Good intentions. Someone once said that the path to hell is paved with good intentions. The following chapters are meant for those who took the content of this book seriously, and who I didn't manage to stop from studying the Bible. This section of the book is meant for those who consider themselves faithful. I want to show them that, even though they believe they are serving the Creator, they actually still belong to me. Therefore, if you know the Bible and the history of God's chosen nation, you can continue on reading. Chapter 34. Safe. Now you're under the impression that you are spiritual, religious, converted. You know the truth about the Creator. You know about all his promises. You are familiar with his word, the events that are going to happen, and my role in all of this. You feel safe in Creator's vicinity. You feel comfortable on familiar grounds. I have to tell you something. Everything that you think you know so well, I know a lot longer and a lot better than you. Your familiar grounds is place where for thousands of years I'm doing more than fine, a lot better than you could ever do. I can think of hundreds of ways with which I can take you away from the Creator and bring you to me. And the best of all is that you'll never even be aware of that, while you continue to live in the deepest and most sincere conviction that you serve the Creator in the best possible way. Only now does the battle for your mind become interesting to me. You are a worthy opponent only when you have the Creator's power with yourself. If you searched honestly, you've certainly found people that are close to the Creator by now. You're a bit disappointed, aren't you? That's the surprise I told you about earlier. You expected that those who weren't seduced by my delusions and are fully aware of biblical truths that the Creator revealed have completely different lifestyle than those who don't even know the Creator. But they don't. At least most of them don't. Now, do you realize what I was talking about? I know these familiar grounds a lot better than they do. Most of them are pretty far away from the Creator, even though they believe the opposite. You wonder how this is possible. If you thought that my intrigues and conspiracies are cunning and intelligent, prepare yourself to see my masterpiece of seduction of those who think they have all possible wisdom and power at their disposal. Those who are aware of my existence and activity, those who think they know me. Prepare yourself, for this is how your end will look like, because sooner or later you'll end up just like them. Here's the answer to your disappointment. Would it come as surprise if I told you that every group of truly religious people has members that I brought there? This is my favorite strategy that I've been using for a long time. Basically, I just observe and study them from birth by recording their every gesture, word, or character flaw. Those people who, with my help, develop character traits that can be devastating to a community, I carefully look after them and try to get them into the best religious communities. I need to be extra aware not to let them try to change their character, but to just justify their behavior with various excuses. Once justified, these problems remain as a continuing cause of strife, dissent, intolerance, lack of organization and compromise within the community that considers itself close to Creator's principles. With this, I ensure that this group of people loses a lot of their time dealing with internal problems, instead of spreading the Creator's word. Because of this, even those who freed themselves from my control completely and are truly faithful to the Creator just don't have enough strength or possibility to start something that would contribute to the Creator's plans more significantly. The Redeemer once tried to warn his students about this tactic in the story about wheat and weeds, but I eventually managed to distract his disciples' attention from these warnings. If your mind is working properly, you should now be experiencing frustration because of what you've just found out. You are among those who know the Creator's truths, but at the same time live in belief that they are serving him, people that I brought there. What are you going to do? Go back. As I said, this would be best for me. Stay with those people. Start criticizing them. Go ahead. I'll advise you how to do that. You are going to set an example of true loyalty and devotion. How long do you think that will last? You think that you'll be able to use the potential the Creator offers? Patience, love, gentleness, humility. Confused, discouraged. Welcome back to the world of spirituality and religion. In the following chapters you'll be honored by being able to see my traps which I use to control the believers and lead them to their doom, while keeping them in belief that they are doing everything in their power to be with the Creator. However, I won't reveal all. Naturally, it would require several thousand pages to explain everything, but also because I've prepared something for you to discover when it is too late. There is little chance that you'll be one of those that will actually leave everything behind and use everything the Creator offers as means of protection against me. Chapter 35. Spiritual Misconceptions. Grace. This foundation of Creator's plan of salvation is the subject of my special attention. It is extremely important to me that the truth about the Creator's grace is misunderstood. You cannot even imagine how many misconceptions about grace I was able to create and expand. Grace is by itself something unjust and undeserved and depends only on that who decided to be merciful. Undeserved. That is an especially important word for me. I can use it to assure you that no matter what you do or don't do, you can't affect the Creator's will. That is how I free you from responsibility to do something you should be doing, as well as from the responsibility for the sin you commit, overemphasizing the term of grace as something undeserved, while presenting the Creator as someone who, in his infinite love, is unconditionally graceful. Your attitude towards sin and your own sinfulness and imperfection thus becomes too tolerant, more tolerant than the Creator allows. This way, I convince you to tolerate sin without changing your character due to your wrong understanding of the Creator's mercy and love. The truth is that, even though you cannot earn it, you need to meet certain requirements to receive grace. I'll elaborate. Take, for example, 2 killers. They both murdered someone and they both deserve punishment. The sentence was just, no mercy. However, one of them is greatly suffering because of his transgression, repenting for what he has done. His changed character proves that he would never do the same thing again if he was offered a second chance. Can you show mercy to that man? You don't have to, but you can. You have a basis to do so. his sincere remorse and regret for his crimes. On the other hand, the other murderer doesn't feel sorry for what he has done. On the contrary, he even brags and claims he would do the same if presented with another opportunity. Can you show mercy to this man? I mean, he would have served me very well, but the Creator can't. He didn't meet the necessary requirements. Thus, although undeserved, because the one who gives it doesn't have to do that. Even if the conditions are met, since he can also remain absolutely just, it is clear that grace requires certain requirements. Those conditions are, when it comes to Creator, almost a guarantee that he will show grace to one that sincerely repents. When people speak about the Creator, they often use the adjective infinite and eternal, which, in most cases, fits his character. However, when it comes to grace, I assure you to use the same adjective to describe this Creator's trait. Creator's infinite mercy. Sounds good, doesn't it? Sounds very soothing and encouraging, offers a great relief, but in fact, this is my creation and for you people, very pernicious word game. The Creator has a limit for the mercy of eternal, and one that you humans can cross surprisingly easy. Since there is no other way he can save you apart from grace, it is very important to bring you into a state where it will no longer be available to you. In a state in which you won't see any need to repent or change your character. In a state where you'll consider all your weaknesses justified, due to misinterpretation of his grace. But you'll be the only one that is going to think so. The Creator sees it quite differently. For him, sin has no excuse, and especially considering he gave you people the force needed to resist it. I can illustrate it a bit. Let's say that you provided the most expensive diving equipment to your diver in order to find pearls in the deeper parts of sea. After a while you come to collect your pearls, but he didn't find anything. His explanation is that the pearls are too deep and that he doesn't want to use the diving equipment. Your excuse for committing a sin is very similar to this one. With all that the Creator has done for you, with all what he said and gave you in his word, with his practical example while living on earth in human body, and with his force at your disposal, you have absolutely no justification for sin. But you have me, a master of excuses. Excuses that are designed to seem only to you as justified. Justification that doesn't mean anything to Creator. Moreover, one that offends him. You have to know that I will always be beside you. When the Creator shows you that you need to reject and change something, I'll always tell you about the Creator's infinite mercy and forgiveness and his infinite tolerance. You don't have to change today, you can do that tomorrow. Not even tomorrow, the Creator did it for you. You're nothing but a sinful and weak man. After all, the Redeemer set unrealizable ideals. This is one of my favorite misconceptions. I convince people that the Creator doesn't want them to change anything that would require certain sacrifice and pain from them. That all of that is just an unrealizable ideal. But it isn't. On the contrary, it's very achievable. One can't move at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour, but that becomes possible when he is on a plane. The same is with the Creator goals. They are unachievable to you, but not if you unite with him. If you, however, take the Creator's goals seriously, I'm always there to assure you that their achievement is a very long and slow process. Consecration. A careful and an honest Bible reader will easily understand the objectives it asks from man. But why hurry? Since I've made sin so appealing and enjoyable, it isn't too difficult to convince you to, even though you realize that you are doing something wrong, delay the change you must make in your everyday behavior. Well, the Creator is merciful and patient, infinite patience. Why wouldn't you postpone the application of the newly discovered knowledge for the future? I developed a special misconception in this area. In fact, I just altered the truth a bit, to make this delusion seem true and very logical, while in fact it couldn't be further away from the truth. Consecration is a life-lasting process, and that is my delusion. Actually, this is correct, but my explanation of this truth makes it a perfect and pernicious misconception. I explain it to people like this. Since the Creator is merciful and patient, from the moment you realize that you've sinned, you have unlimited time to stop doing it. You are weak and sinful, and the Creator is aware of this. His boundless love and forgiveness allow you to use the time before you to fight the sin or weakness that you are aware of. In other words, if you know that you are arrogant and selfish, you can continue to nourish these flaws until you are able to overpower them. Nothing is time-limited. Sounds good, doesn't it? But I'll tell you what your problem is. The moment the Creator informs you about your weakness or sin, you become fully responsible and, most importantly, guilty. You weren't responsible and guilty when you didn't have this knowledge. Therefore, the Creator requires of you to stop committing sin from the moment you become aware of your mistake, not to nourish it. Is that impossible? I of course claim it is, but remember, it is also impossible to move at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour. Moreover, the Creator leaves no room for excuse. I am the one who gives excuses, that it's impossible, that the Redeemer would have never asked from you not to sin anymore. You just don't want to stop committing sin, because I don't want you to stop doing that. The Creator actually wants something very simple of you. He wants to lead you and bring you back to Himself by building your character, with the help of His Son's examples, His Word, and His power. My goal is to stop that. By consciously retaining any character deficiency, you simply cannot be saved. But doesn't the Redeemer take His righteousness into account, you ask? He does, but only for the things you weren't aware of. For instance, if you didn't know that gossiping is something bad, the Redeemer will take His perfect righteousness into account instead of yours. However, if you knew that what you were doing was wrong, but continue undoing it, blaming your weak and sinful human nature, living in the belief that the consecration is a life-lasting process, you are ruined, and I win. Consecration, hence, is a process, but not in sense of gradually abandoning a sin that one is already aware of. Consecration is the growth in knowledge and wisdom. Through that growth, every comprehended sin, considered up to that moment as a mistake, justified by the lack of knowledge, now becomes sin for which there is no excuse. That is the way of consecration, realizing what your mistakes are and making a change with the Creator's help. Does this mean that you may never again commit a sin? I certainly wouldn't tolerate that, but it seems that to the Creator it is suffice to basically stop being a slave of that sin. He will, however, forgive one's occasional falls, if that person sincerely repents. Where is the line? Closer than you think. But I'm always there to move that limit as far as possible. So far that when you realize that you've crossed it, you won't be able to go back. Justification by faith. Although I still hold this misconception as one of the basic truths in my church, if you've carefully studied the Bible, you've certainly come to the conclusion that man is in fact justified by faith. But your understanding of this truth can also be easily used against you. In fact, many who think they believe in justification by faith live in a great delusion I brought them into. Although basically simple, I first complicated the truth, and then led people to draw misleading conclusion. The fact that one is judged by his deeds, although justified by faith, helped me a lot. I seduced the majority of believers to choose one of these two extremes. The first extreme is that justification by faith means precisely what the definition says. You just believe that the Redeemer died for your sins, believe in what He preached, and believe that this will be enough to be justified. What you do has no importance because you are weak and sinful, and the Creator completely understands that. The other extreme is that you need to prove your faith with deeds. Actually, this is correct, but I was able to overemphasize it so much that it all comes to actually trying to justify yourself with deeds. Complicated. That's the idea. However, I try to hide what the Creator really meant by justification by faith. Believe actually means a lot more than to just have confidence in the Creator. To Him this means to confirm your faith with deeds, but this isn't the end. These deeds don't mean anything to Him. They must be done for the right reason. They must be done because you've essentially become a new person. I'll illustrate it. Let's say that you've passed through red light and a police officer saw you and fined you. He reprimanded you and explained you what you did wrong. Next time you'll stop at that traffic light for one of these two reasons. You'll either again see that police officer and stop to avoid paying the ticket, or you'll stop because you became conscientious and responsible because of what happened earlier. The same is with the Creator. If you obey his law because you are afraid of the penalty, and not because keeping the law fundamentally changed you, your efforts don't mean anything to him. The Creator wants to change your character. He doesn't want to force you. You need to truly want to change, but I'll hide all that from you and make sure that it's important to keep the form, and that the Creator really appreciates your efforts on that matter. I'll convince you that it's irrelevant if you've really changed or not, because the Redeemer will accept you because of your faith in him. As you can see, I don't mind that you keep everything the Creator placed before you. Moreover, I'll make sure you become so fanatical that you'll be willing to die for one of those principles, while I make sure that the most important thing, your character, remains unchanged. I will use all means necessary to hide the truth about repentance and rebirth from you. I'll make sure that you consider yourself just and faithful, even allowing you to do many good things, but I'll always give you an excuse to stay essentially the same. Other people won't even know that. Only the Creator and me will. And you. You'll just be convinced that you are on the right track. The law. Why do you think I'm so successful? The main reason is that I was able to create my greatest misconceptions and delusions when it comes to the Creator's law. I am the one who gave the world law a negative tone, striking at the very foundation of Creator's word, his moral law, 10 Commandments. I've opened the door to many other misconceptions and frauds. Many today do not even know what 10 Commandments are, although they are an integral part of every human law. Most of those who know something about 10 Commandments are familiar with them in a form in which I presented them. I've changed the Creator's commandments. I threw out those commandments that tell how to serve and be faithful to the Creator. I was able to do that with the help of my church. I threw out the commandment that forbids worship of statues and paintings. This way I've managed to make people build statues and create painting of Redeemer according to my instructions. By bowing down before a statue or painting, they are doing exactly what he explicitly forbids, but do exactly what I want. Not only do they worship the statues of so-called Redeemer, I even inspired them to create statues and pictures of people who they declared as saints. This is an even bigger insult to the Creator. In fact, this way they give me the opportunity to do something they've asked for, thus reassuring them that praying to statues is good. Can the Creator free them now? Of course he can't. Even his power has limits. If one prayed to a statue or painting, or anything or anyone else beside the Creator, and if their prayer was heard, when they were set free from their bondage that is a disease that I've caused, I ask you, who can now convince them that a dead saint isn't still alive and active? No one. Apart from throwing out the commandment about worshipping statues and paintings, I carefully changed the commandment about the day of rest that the Creator devoted to all mankind. I wanted to throw it out, but that would be too obvious, and that's why I worked hard since the days of apostles in order to suppress this commandment and replace it with another. This is a deception I planned out centuries before the Redeemer appeared. By studying the prophecies, I exactly knew on what day will the Redeemer, if I don't succeed in destroying him, intends to resurrect. That is why I made most of the non-Jewish world to celebrate that day of the future Redeemer's resurrection, as the day of rest. In the Roman Empire, this day was dedicated to the sun god, me. When the Redeemer resurrected, I gradually convinced apostolic students to celebrate, in the honor of Redeemer's resurrection, that particular day. This way they indirectly worship me. In fact, the commandment about day of rest is the only commandment that speaks of the Creator himself. That is why it was of great importance for me to change that particular commandment. The image of the Creator of the universe and earth was slowly fading in the eyes of many so-called Christians, just as I wanted. I devalued this commandment even more with the theory of evolution. Since one commandment was now missing, I had to divide the 10th in 2 parts. And in fact, that is how the majority of Christians keep my 10 commandments. But you must have noticed this by now, and that is why you are now among those who obey the original 10 commandments which the Creator gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. You think you're safe now? You poor thing. I'll use these commandments to ruin you, instead of saving. The Bible warns you that knowledge may make one arrogant. You've studied the Bible, learnt about its commandments, gave up a lot of things in order to keep them, and you now think you are finally on the right path from which you can't stray. I've prepared a couple of surprises for you. I don't mind that you keep all 10 Creator's commandments. Moreover, I use them to make you arrogant, superior to those who don't keep them. I take over your mind by convincing you that you achieved the highest possible level that a Creator's child can reach. I assure you that this is the highest level that you only need to maintain, and be very careful not to stray from it at any cost. If you carefully studied the Creator's commandments like you didn't, you'd realize that keeping of all 10 commandments don't require absolutely no effort. Literally, everyone can keep them without the slightest effort. If you had understood that, you'd ask yourself why the Creator gave such easy commandments. Why didn't he command to do something? True, the Redeemer tried to explain to the wealthy young man how to gain eternal life when he asked him. He told him to keep the commandments. My disciple was thrilled when he heard that. But the Redeemer then told him that the knowledge of this law he so effortlessly kept should result with a character change where he would become of use to those around him. The young man was clearly disappointed. I tied him to material goods too much, that he didn't want to lose them. The poor thing wanted to have both, but he didn't know that was undoable. Material wealth, I enable them, is a very powerful tool that leads to death. The Creator can hardly free them from my control. I would even dare to claim that he can't. If the Creator gave you commandment that required certain action, you would obey them without knowing why you do that. That is why the Creator gave commandments that require no action, but commandments that change one's character, which, in harmony with his law, encourages a person to be selfless. In other words, all the good things you do that no one told you to do, if it originated from the Creator's law, actually shows him the motive of your faith in him. But you people are too superficial in your reasoning to grasp this concept. You'll only do what you are told to do, while you believe that you are not obliged to do anything that wasn't commanded to you, however. To Creator, this is the only thing important, because it shows how much you've let him change you. As I said, I use the law to destroy you. I hold you under tight control by using the law itself. I assured you that a man that loves the Creator only needs to obey the 10 commandments. Since this is the cheapest possible Christianity, it is important for me to keep you strictly to the letter of the law, encouraging you to ignore biblical quotes that speak about the most important indicator of really belonging to the Creator, brotherly love. Due to your already devalued character, it isn't hard to make you formally faithful in this way. I'll even bring you into a state where you'll be able to listen and read about brotherly love and devotion while not trying to apply it on yourself. Through various truths and requests directed to you, you are just going to judge others, condemn them, while at the same time, due to your formal faithfulness, you'll consider yourself just. Fortunately to me, you will rarely apply the Redeemer's story about the speck and login eye on yourself. My goal is to create a group of people who strictly obey the Creator's law, while the greatest and true sign of recognition, the unity in humility and love, disappears almost completely. How will I laugh when you get before the Creator, confident in salvation and righteousness for your alleged obedience, while you listen the words that condemn you being sadly spoken by the Creator. I was always able to separate human spirituality from everyday life. In accordance with times and civilizations, I was more or less successful. In the old days, I even managed to convince people to be murderers and thieves in everyday life, and then after that, freely pray to the Creator as the most righteous believers. Only I know how he looked at those prayers. He tried to explain them how much these prayers are disgusting to him through the prophet Isaiah, but it didn't seem to bother them much. Today, self-proclaimed believers may not be murderers and criminals, but to the Creator it doesn't make much difference. Today they enjoy pornography without guilt, even commit adultery, and then pray to Creator as if nothing happened. But the more covert a sin is, the greater one's spiritual hypocrisy is. People will intrigue against each other, be dishonest, selfish and inconsiderate, arrogant and ruthless, cruel in little things, after which they'll raise their arms to Creator. I wish you could see how he turns his head away from such. I'll make you believe that all you need to do to show your faith in the Creator is to do something big while in anticipation of such opportunity. You miss many smaller opportunities to do something good. The Creator pays special attention to these little details. Life passes, your enthusiasm for the Creator declines, while your hypocrisy and formalism becomes even greater. You still think that you found a safe haven in the faith. I purposely brought you here to make my victory even greater, and to make the Creator's pain and your doom yet another reason for my special joy. Misconception. For thousands of years, I've managed to carefully hide the right concept of faith in the Creator, even from those who study the Bible. You do not even realize how important it is to reconcile all the information that the Creator gave you about His character. I know it, and that's why I try to prevent this. And while with some I overemphasize the Creator's final judgment and destruction, the final showdown with sin, the fire that will destroy the unrepentant, thus inducing them to serve Him out of fear, I overemphasize His grace and love with others. I use this to make them be negligent toward life and sin, trusting that the Creator will overlook all of this. The result of everything is this state in which His followers are. This particularly hurts the Creator. He saw what was going to happen and tried to warn them what I am going to accomplish by insisting on tepidity. However, nothing can be done here. And while in my church believers serve the Creator out of fear, in your group, the second concept, careless attitude towards the Creator, is dominant. And why is that? Because you don't know His Word. Since you don't read His scriptures carefully, you essentially don't know anything about the Creator. Enthusiasm disappears, motivation as well, and without that, there is no spiritual progress. Without that, you are, of course, ruined. It is of utmost importance to keep you away from the Bible. It is abundant with new ideas that He wants to implement in you. What makes it specific is the ability to give the same text a new dimension each time it is read, depending on various life circumstances. But you don't know this. You reckon if you've read it once or twice that you know everything. Or is that just my suggestion? You have to know that I'm near you every time you take it in your hands. I tell you that you already know everything, that there is no purpose to read already familiar verses, that everything has already been established. There are more important things to do. By preventing new knowledge to reach you, I stop you from even considering the new decisions you ought to make. In fact, these new decisions enable you to spiritually grow and reach the goal that has been set before you. And the goal is to build a character as strong as the one who died for you has. But I'm there to present that goal as unattainable as I do with the majority of goals that are set before you. As you start looking at these goals as something unattainable, so will your enthusiasm to fulfill them fade. That is how I've taken away the mere possibility of genuine change. You see, everything is connected. I just have to create one delusion, and it will start dozens of others. I have the advantage of quickly realizing what the consequences of your life choices will be, unlike you. For instance, you don't read the Bible. For you, that just means simply that you don't read it. But for me, this means the end of your spiritual growth, resulting in your eternal doom. Do I have to tell you that in the story of 10 brides, all of them were waiting for the groom? Do I have to tell you that those crazy girls spent day after day without preparing for the wedding? It wasn't until they've heard that the one they are waiting is coming, that they've realized they aren't ready to meet him, just as you won't be. Fortunately, you don't even realize that your spiritual life is similar to a life of a plant. What doesn't grow, it dies. Human relations. There is only one correct way to test your character and spirituality: through human relations. That's not too difficult to see, but it is one thing to talk about it and completely other to actually do it, especially if I'm there to help you. There are 2 ways to stop you from developing your character as the Creator intended: alienation and hypocrisy. I am equally proud on both, because they seem to achieve the same results. For man, these are 2 almost insurmountable obstacles to develop quality human relations. Making people alienated from each other isn't particularly difficult because I have long developed the foundation for this strategy: selfishness. Due to the life tempo I imposed on modern man, making one selfish has never been easier. Long work days and leisure time with TV and internet makes a perfect trap that stops people from being together. You wonder why this is so important to me. Tell me, how can you know if a life habit of yours is a virtue or a vice? How will you know if you've developed a characteristic that you know you need to develop? How can you know if you overcame the weaknesses you knew you had? How can you use the virtues that you know you have? By reading or by watching TV. As I said, there's only one way to do it. By socializing and working with other people, particularly with those who have similar lifestyle. Only in such circumstances can one clearly see how solid is his character and spirituality. In your isolation from others, you can only believe that you are building your character, but the true improvement can only be achieved through socializing and working with others. That's why I'm there to stop this, to distract you with your own habits, relaxation, pleasures, to separate you from the society that is the only true way to test your character and achieve that the angels and other heavenly beings have. However, if the first trap fails, the other surely won't. If you really want to build your character, I've prepared for you a much more complicated trap. You can become polite, caring, and dedicated to others if you let the Creator change you completely, in accordance with His law, but you can also do that without Him. You can do all of this because you know how it's done, not because it became an integral part of your character. This is hypocrisy. Not only will you behave hypocritically, but you'll also criticize and teach others to be kind and self-sacrificing, like you are. I'll tell you something. If you behave like this, you're the only one that is assured that everything is fine, that you've passed the test of spirituality. The Creator, people around you, and I clearly see your hypocrisy. The fact that only a few people will draw your attention to this is once again my merit, because I've developed a prejudice that it isn't nice to criticize anyone. This leads to people becoming reluctant to criticize anyone in order to avoid conflicts and discomfort caused by critics. People don't know anything. If you criticize someone, that won't change your relationship with that person. In fact, well-intentioned criticism is a great way to know what people really think about you. If that person doesn't really love you but is just hypocritically nice to you, reproaching him/her will only result in PK and counter-critique. On the other hand, a well-intentioned criticism will make a person who cares for you think about his or her action without any hard feelings. But as you can see, well-intentioned criticism, necessary for a normal spiritual development, has become so odious that almost no one uses it now. But there is also another aspect to criticism, a critique that is purpose to itself. Criticism that doesn't offer a better solution. Criticism that belittles. This is the reason why well-intentioned criticism is so rare. It's easier to be malicious. It doesn't require love, care, nor it has to worry about the consequences. Not only will I prevent well-intentioned critique to reach you, I'll also make sure that you are praised for your hypocrisy and fake kindness. The best way to keep you in your hypocrisy is to praise your behavior as much as I can. The more people talk about your kindness, goodness, and dedication, the more solid will your hypocrisy be. They won't tell you to review your behavior and compare it to Redeemer's. I'll even praise you through those who don't know the Creator. And, instead of questioning on what criteria do they base their praise and determine your kindness, you'll just believe that you became so spiritual that everyone notices it. You forget, however, that those who praise you don't mind what sin or weakness you have. For instance, if you sometimes tell an ambiguous joke, watch a porn movie from time to time, flirt with your female friends, or dress provocatively, as long as you are kind, reliable, approachable, smiling and honest, it wouldn't be a problem for them to consider you as good and praise you, in spite your serious character flaws. They'd still consider you good even if you don't read the Bible regularly. And that is good enough to you. The testimony of others about your spirituality has greater value to you than what the Creator through His law wanted to make of you. You only care about that external indicator, about the visible. I, too, only care about that. As I said, this is the easiest way to keep you under my control. You don't care what the Creator thinks about you. However, if someone really spiritual would make a constructive criticism, it wouldn't be too hard to prevent you from even considering that she might be right. Your confidence in your own righteousness and goodness, result of the praises of those without authority to do so, as well as your arrogance, are my powerful allies against you. Pride creates an indestructible obstacle. You'll be seriously offended by well-intentioned criticism, although you might not show that. I'll even help with a couple of counter-arguments against the person who rightfully criticized you, so you wouldn't take his words into consideration. This potentially life-saving critique will be discarded. You will, of course, consider your outrage as justified. You won't even think of connecting your outrage with the pride that you're so full of. Arrogance, the seed that encounters a very fertile ground in you humans. The greatest evil, the core of every evil. The best way to fight it is explained in the Bible. It's not a problem for me to discover how you can overcome it. You are far too arrogant to even consider applying this strategy on yourself. As I said, the arrogance is the foundation of your resentment. Who could even tell you that such a characteristic isn't something that those who are truly faithful to the Creator have? Resentment opposes the only trait the Creator can use to start building your character. Something that you'll never have: humility. You will believe that you develop this characteristic, that you are indeed humble. I'll make you believe that by convincing you to do several things that require humility. You'll even wash someone's feet, believing that this is the highest expression of your humility. But what the Creator and I will see, as well those who love you, won't be humility, but hypocrisy. However, other people won't dare tell you that. So, what do you think I accomplish if I create religious communities that only have such selfish hypocrites? Brotherly love, genuine closeness, a strive for common moments that will result in unity and organization in the spread of the Creator's truths. I also accomplish that those very few truly dedicated and spiritual individuals start losing their enthusiasm for anything that is religious. And instead of everything being as the Creator wanted it to be, everything is quite the opposite. Instead of gathering people who are willing to help others like he did, his community will be full of those who only expect to receive something free without giving anything back. But yes, they'll help with their criticism. I'm tempted to discover you one of my biggest secrets. Well, what's the worst thing that could happen? After all, it's just you, a creature incapable of understanding the depth and importance of all the things it reads here. You'll soon forget it anyway. To you it might seem unimportant, but you don't even realize how powerful this tool is in my hand. I mention criticism, but my secret is that criticism isn't just occasional and vicious animadversion. It can become your attitude towards life. In other words, I'll make you see a negative side in everything. Such attitude permanently disables you from influencing others the way the Creator would want you to. Instead of radiating with appealing joy, I'll just nourish the bitterness inside you. The bitterness will slowly corrode you from the inside, and you'll only see the negative side, even in the most beautiful and the most joyous things in life. You'll start hating people because of their flaws. They'll also hate you. I have to tell you that you won't easily become free from these bonds, because you'll always have an excuse for every single objection, while staying completely fair in your arrogant and hypocritical mind. For these reasons, your life attitude will remain the same. However, fear not. You are not alone. You were just unfortunate enough to find this out, and to live with it from now on. It's not so interesting when I manage to enroot characteristics such as selfishness, envy, jealousy, ruthlessness, arrogance, or hypocrisy in those who don't know the Creator. But when all these traits become a part of a person who claims it is faithful to the Creator, that I consider as a great success. I've managed to make these negative characteristics become a necessary defense mechanism for survival in society. Everyone, to some extent, should have them. Complete selflessness and complete sacrifice will never be a goal that you'll achieve, because I'll always be near you to provide you with excuses why you shouldn't be like that. If you could just see the reality that you can't see at the moment, you'd realize why your Redeemer could live in such a way, that he set as an example. You'd also see whence the apostles and other faithful men and women received their strength to remain in their selflessness and self-sacrifice until death, one that I've made very painful. They saw what you only vaguely realize when reading the Bible. You could become like them if you wanted to. They knew that what they can't see is actually the true reality, whereas what they saw and lived through was just a small, insignificant part of eternity, an insignificant period of time, but of great importance when it comes to decisions that can be made during it, decisions that I'll help you not to make. Chapter 36. The Near End. I hope that you now understand the most important principles I use to successfully ruin humanity, and you as well. More detailed descriptions, except taking a lot of pages, would significantly reduce my area of action, and I certainly don't want that to happen. I want to destroy you. Did you forget about that? I want to destroy you, unable to resist me. To destroy you, watching as you consciously and decisively turn your back to everything the Creator did for you. When it comes to you, one of the reasons why I'm so confident that I'll succeed is that the fact that I've managed to distract even your attention from the fact that the Redeemer will return soon. You, who believe that you know almost everything. I was able to convince most of the people that descriptions of Old Testament rites are useless. Who even cares about the meaning of lambs, goats, candlesticks, the altar, the holidays? Who even cares to compare that with the Redeemer's service on earth? Who even think about the Moses tent in the desert, Solomon's temple, the temple from Ezekiel's vision and symbolism of rooms, objects and services in them? Very few people. If you've read the Bible carefully, then you are familiar with all of this. I couldn't completely hide the truth about the final judgment, but most of Christians take this for granted. Since this world, such as it is, will end when the Redeemer returns, the fact that some will be saved, while the rest will be destroyed, is a well-known fact. However, this can't be done without prior trial. The Creator, however, apart from wanting you to know everything about His love and sacrifice for you, wants you to be fully aware of the reality that is now taking place. It is in my best interest to prevent you from knowing and thinking about this, because it might encourage you to stay close to the Creator. I already saw that His love to you isn't necessarily a sufficient motivation. Over centuries I've made people selfish, insensitive, ungrateful, and inconsiderate. I have created a huge gap between the heavenly character, the kind of character you are supposed to achieve through unity with the Creator, and the character you have now. Thinking about the judgment could encourage you to achieve this, but I have a couple of techniques that I use to divert your thoughts to other seemingly noble, though essentially useless things if you would carefully study the Old Testament services, symbols that represent reality of man's redemption. You'd understand the Creator's plan of salvation. Also, if you carefully read the prophecies, follow events that are happening around you, sincerely seeking His help to understand everything, you could very precisely determine in what stage the world now is. But I can offer you so much to divert you thoughts from such a study. I'll assure you that studying the services and symbolism would be a waste of time, since everything has long been explained. I'll preoccupy your mind with earthly useless matter from the Creator's perspective. And the end will come, and you, if you stay alive until then, will be very surprised. Also, thanks to me, completely unprepared. On the other hand, if the Redeemer doesn't return during your lifetime, you'll be resurrected without knowing that one resurrection has already occurred. I'll stand right beside you, the most beautiful being you've ever seen. I'll tell you that I'm the Redeemer, and that there has been a slight change in the salvation plan, and that I now need your help. You think that you'll be able to tell me that I'm not your Redeemer. For your whole life I taught you that evil is ugly. All the bad guys in books, movies, or games are all, without exception, ugly. Do you think that you, brought up on such prejudices, will be able to tell to that beautiful creature, "You are the devil from hell," even if you knew a lot about me? No, you won't. You'll follow me confidently. You will come with me to the walls of the New Jerusalem, where you'll reward me with the look on your face when you realize that you are going to be destroyed for all eternity. And I will enjoy watching you and billions of others that were, more or less, on my side. And what for? For some miserable, temporary, and apparent advantages that I offered them to leave the one that loved them the most. I'll also watch his face. I'll enjoy the pain on his face when he is going to be forced to destroy all of you because you chose so. You think this doesn't apply to you because you now know all of this. But let me ask you one question. Do you think I'd tell you all of this if I didn't know a way to still win you over for myself? What you don't know is that even when you among religious people, you are being influenced by many misconceptions about the end of the world and the Redeemer's return I've introduced earlier. You expect that certain events will happen, that there once again be banishments, exile, passing of some laws that will oppose the Creator, on which basis you will be persecuted. You fool! Why would I do that? My experience has shown me that whenever I've tried to use the brute force against Creator's believers, they would always become closer, bounded with each other and with Him. Instead of destroying them, I only made the Creator's people stronger and greater. Unlike man, I learn from my mistakes. I destroy the Creator's followers through tolerance and human rights. You just be free, meet, talk, and study. Revive your spirituality. The time of peace combined with technological advance is the best method in my fight against Creator's efforts to spread His word across the globe. With all the misconceptions I've imposed on His people, with all the characteristics that I've managed to downgrade His nation with, by misrepresenting the terms such as conversion and consecration. You don't learn from the past, and that gives me a significant advantage. You expect the Creator to fill you with His power so that all of you could unite and continue to do what He started. However, you've overlooked the most important thing. Such expectations are not in line with what He did throughout history. He blessed those who gathered around His word with His power constantly. He would reward those who really did something, encouraged by what He has done for them. You are now far from that standard. It seems that the Creator will again have to resort to radical measures to try to save some of you from me. Up to that point, I'll continue to destroy you with peace and welfare, encouraging false spirituality and developing your confidence in your own salvation. Do you think that you should feel dissatisfaction for any area of your life, one that will encourage you to further grow and bond with the Creator? There are no such areas. I'll make you completely satisfied, so that you don't feel the need to change anything. Better yet, you'll attribute this to the Creator's blessings due to your faithfulness to Him, your wealth, your external peace, the realization of your plans, while in fact you'll be mine. Desperate. You should be. Chapter 37. Promoting the Truth. Fortunately, there are very few people who really know in what time they are living now. But they are too weak to spread the Creator's truths. In the beginning, I had little success in preventing the spread of Creator's truths, but now, things are much more different. After the Redeemer's resurrection, the news of this was spread across the world. In the same manner, the biggest news now should be the trial that is in process, the Redeemer's return, and the preparation for the upcoming events. However, I managed to reduce all this to almost insignificant attempts. Since quite some time passed from the Redeemer's promises, even those that are most zealous get discouraged in their efforts to promote the Creator's words. I was able to discourage even the greatest men, such as John the Baptist and John the Apostle. I especially try to inform those who are the most zealous about the true state in which the world now is. And the fact is that I have the upper hand, and no one can take that away from me. Evil beats good, hate triumphs over love, selfishness wins over sacrifice, hypocrisy beats real piety. And apart from discouraging you, I make you question if the Bible is just the result of someone's wild imagination, a cry of the human race to find satisfaction of its needs, aspirations, and hopes. But I don't stop there. Apart from creating such a state in the majority of modern human population, I ensured that even those that will sooner or later meet the Bible, thus clearly learning about Creator's efforts to save the world, previously be completely misguided, or at least slowed down in their efforts to find the truth. Moreover, I offer them seemingly solid and irrefutable evidence against the Bible and everything that it says. I realize that it would be best if I offer relief of moral responsibility that you, as a truly religious individual, should promote through your way of living to all the people around you. And now you are aware of what you need to promote. However, thanks to your inactivity and being lukewarm, You allow me to prepare everything that makes your job as difficult as possible. Hence, you need to promote the Creator's principles of life with your lifestyle. But I already beat you to it. I create books that question everything written in the Creator's word. I devalued the Creator, and particularly his Son, and his efforts to reach you. In this way, I offered an alternative to people. You'll be responsible to no one. No one will judge you. No one will come. No one will end the world in the state it is now. The Creator's word doesn't affect you, because it is written under unidentified conditions and has been influenced by various people that changed it as they deemed fit. People that read such books will become almost completely uninterested for every single new discovery related to the Bible. Thanks to advertising and propaganda that accompany these books, a lot of people read them. If you try to talk to those people about biblical truths, they'll provide you with alleged evidence against the Bible and its credibility. These people completely trust these books, making it almost impossible to talk about the events that the Bible predicts. Many don't like reading, and that is why I create films based on these books. Remember the tactic: famous actors and likable, credible acting, hard evidence, and my opinion becomes yours. It doesn't matter that arguments suggested by these books or movies have long been debunked. Few continue to study these topics after reading a book of this kind. Their minds are already polluted with everything these books say. Tell me, what are your chances of pointing to true reality of the Redeemer's return? After I've proved that the only source that speak about this and similar events is unreliable. Only few will realize the truth about this superior manipulation. Real sights and real historical facts combined with fictional characters, plot and false historical data make such stories seem logical and true to ignorant and careless reader. Lies with truths seem as real as the truth itself. In addition, I made sure that various misconceptions are presented as evidence against the Bible. I carefully kept various Gospels hidden until now. Discovered recently, they seem credible due to their old age, but people are forgetting one thing. The situation was similar 2,000 years ago. I've also inspired people to speak and write against the Creator's word and his people in those days. They also don't realize that something really old doesn't make it necessarily true. But this is far from over. Through highly educated and authoritative scientists, atheism is being more and more developed. To an average person, all their evidence seems irrefutable. Few are those who will think about how little do you people know about the world around you. From a wide range of sounds, you can only hear a tiny fraction. From a wide range of colors, you see only a small part of the spectrum. From a great range of radiation, you only feel an insignificant part of it. You are limited to an insignificant part of the universe, trapped inside your miserable three-dimensional world. Your limited mind cannot even begin to comprehend what mysteries of universe the Creator hides from you at the moment. However, an average reader won't consider such things. He will accept the arguments that these scholars offer, reckoning that they, with their super-modern technology, have to know something about the origin of space and the Creator's existence or non-existence. And that is how I create a large population that wants to look and sound educated and clever with limited scientific evidence, while blinding them not to see the truths all around them. And these are the people you need to tell the truth about the Creator revealed in the Bible. People who know the Bible in light that I presented it in. How successful do you think you'll be? Do you think you won't get discouraged? Do you think you can be that close to the Creator that you become resistant to discouragement I throw at you? You need to completely trust the Creator for that not to happen. But you are just a man, one that realizes that he can't be fully committed to Creator. Isn't that so? Of this I am completely sure, because I have very reliable ways of seamlessly distancing you from the Creator. These ways are so effective that even when you're aware that you are doing something wrong, when you know what you shouldn't be doing and what the consequences of such acts are, you still continue to sin, without realizing that I'm building a solid wall of prejudices and habits behind you. This wall won't allow you to return to the Creator. Distancing from the Creator is a one-way journey. All is set. Unlike you people, I know exactly what is going to happen in the last times. You would know this too, If you had carefully and assiduously studied the book of Revelation and the book of Daniel, allowing the Creator to fully reveal you their messages, by abandoning the things that prevent him from doing so. However, I'm completely ready for the final events. All institutions, religious and secular, in one way or another, are under my control. I'm just waiting for the Creator to make the first open move that'll start the final events. You heard stories about hell. Of course you have. I invented them and made sure they reach you. But such a hell is something harmless compared to what's going to happen soon. I'll enjoy watching the faces of those who will finally realize that everything the Bible told was true and that they should have stuck to it. Agony that you are about to experience will be unlike anything anyone has experienced before, all the more because everyone will be aware that he or she chose this willingly. I'll especially enjoy tormenting of those who were aware of my existence and actions like you are now. Will I tell you about these final events? Of course not. I've prepared many prejudices and scenarios that will distract you from the events around you, indicating that the end of the world is nigh, and all in order to make you completely frivolous, relaxed, carefree, and completely unprepared for these events. Chapter 38. Mine or Creator's. There is no third option. There is no middle, and no one can be neutral or undecided. You're either with me, or you're with the Creator. Simply put, anyone who's not in the communion with the Creator belongs to me. Whether that is someone who doesn't care for the Creator, one who doesn't serve the Creator in the manner he intended, or an individual that openly serves me, all of them are on my side. Yes, some people openly and knowingly serve me, believing that this way I'll protect them. There is also a group of people that proudly bow to me, calling themselves Satanists or demon worshippers. This is a very secret society. Would you be surprised if I told you that some of the most powerful, influential, and wealthiest people on earth are members of these secret groups? They know a lot less about me than you do now. I lead many of them through life, allowing them to live in luxury, power, and success, while at the same time I despise them for what they were willing to do. But their success is the lure for many others. I use it to trap them in darkness and forever separate them from the Creator. These pathetic beings are completely under my control. The Creator has no possibility to influence them. Not because he cannot or doesn't want to do that, but because they show they don't want that, since I completely overtake their minds. I keep them under my control by telling them lies about my final victory and how one day they'll become some sort of superior beings. Intoxicated with success and wealth, they don't question my words. They don't get discouraged even when I kill some of them in the most egregious ways, just for the sake of my pleasure. But there were always a lot of people that served me in less open ways. Magicians, sorcerers, then the people you call wizards and witches. Whether it's those that foretell future from cards, stars, bowls, or anything else, all of them are more or less under my control. Using the false healers and so-called exorcists, I easily trap people in my net. I successfully use human tendency to follow authority by making a man whose lifestyle offends the Creator capable of ghost-busting and healing. In reality, I answer their pathetic attempts of prayer or rites by releasing the grip I hold on the person obsessed or sick. This is particularly useful because those who witness these supernatural events conclude that this must be the work of Creator. We better follow that healer, his beliefs, and his way of life. They are convinced that this is the right thing to do. And it is, if you ask me. Of course, there are many charlatans and impostors who do not even know what they are doing, but a lot of them do, and with my help. They can really do something you people find unexplainable. I pay special attention to the spiritualist seances. Thanks to the misconception I created a long time ago, that human soul is immortal, people can believe they speak with their loved ones that are not among the living. Mimicking the voices of the dead, moving objects, mentioning the most intimate events. No one can see through this fraud. Most of the people mentally break after a while, because the human mind isn't capable of withstanding the pressure we put him through. Few of those that witness these sessions manage to escape me. They simply cross the line, after which there is no going back. I'll soon start with more spectacular deceptions that will deceive and confuse many. Prejudices needed for the implementation of my plan are already deeply rooted. I won't talk to you too much about this, that would be just stupid. However, here are some hints: the appearance of deceased aliens, healers, false messiahs. Also, I can tell you that I intend to ruin the Creator's doctrine about the state of dead with so-called appearances of deceased, preparing the greatest traps that I will use to deceive the mankind. By creating prejudices and actualizing the question of aliens, I ruin everything that is related to the Creator's work in universe, and particularly his influence on life on the planet Earth. One alien can make the Bible completely worthless, and it'll appear soon. At least you'll believe so. False return of the Redeemer is something I keep for the end. For those that won't be fooled by anything else, for those that will ignore the Redeemer's advice not to go near. All these traps are going to be very compelling, obvious, tangible, attractive, indubitable, just as a piece of cheese placed on the mousetrap for mouses. No one will escape me. Well, almost no one. My final efforts will be directed against the most determined Creator's followers, against those that won't be affected by any of these traps. I'll put all my efforts in this. Because of what I've prepared, most of you will be completely deceived and led to my side. You might call this a super deception. Many believe that something like this has to be global. They of course think so, because I want them to believe that. They don't ask themselves what kind of deception could deceive so many people. Something like that cannot exist because people are very different. Super deception is based on the fact that I've prepared a mixture of traps and scams for everyone, a combination that is irresistible just to them personally. Such a scam isn't too hard to come up with, because I carefully study every single person from the day of its birth. Every weakness, every flaw, every sinful inclination is my strong point for the super deception. All these points activated and stimulated at the same time are a reliable and sure way to deceive and ruin even many of those who are the most loyal Creator's followers. And that is what I keep for the end. The things you thought were your strongest support will collapse. Disappointment will come from the places you've least expected. Things that you thought could never happen will occur. I'll take everything from you. You'll only be left with your trust in what was written in the Bible, confidence in the promises about the Creator and the Redeemer, and if you were wise, priceless experience that you've gained so far. And believe me, I'll do my best to make you forget about the Bible, because of everything that will be happening to you, while convincing you that your experiences with him are just your imagination. You will be driven to the very limits of human trust, believing in something I made apparently tangible, clear and irrefutable, or believing in something that someone promised 2,000 years ago. Apparently tangible facts and tremendous pressure through my suggestion will face your confidence in something that someone once wrote. I can already tell that you won't be able to withstand this. Few are those who were able to do that. Almost nothing compared to the ones I've broken. Can you follow the example of those I didn't manage to seduce? You could if you wanted to, but you won't. I can tell that by the fact that I've already beat you so many times. I control almost every aspect of your life, and this gives me a special kind of pleasure, the fact that you know, but you can't do anything about it. You now know who I am, you are familiar with the ways in which I act, and, most importantly, you know how you can escape me, even in your miserable and pathetic state. Do you know how hunters hunt monkeys? They put an orange in a small cage. The cage has a round hole smaller than the orange. When the monkey tries to take the orange, his hand gets stuck. It could just let go the orange and walk away, but it doesn't want to drop it, even when it sees the hunters approaching. Frantically screaming, it still tries to take the orange from the cage. In the end, the hunters have to take the orange from his hand in order to separate him from the cage. And that is why I'm certain that you cannot escape me. You are similar to this monkey. You know it all, you see it all, but you just don't want to let go the orange. And now, finally, the question is, can the father of lie tell the truth? If you're smart enough, and if you've understood anything from what you've read in this book, the answer's obvious. If not, I am going to tell you. I can, provided that the truth becomes even more dangerous than lie, like in your case. See you soon. The voice-weaving architect, Blissner.